is Flexley Serranto. He's still perfect here in Toronto. Will anybody be able to stop that man? We're going to have to wait till after the survival stage to find out. And of course, Hikaru Nakamura is literally fighting for his life. Will he win to stay here at the Champions Chess Tour final in Toronto? He's going to have to do it against the youngster, the up-and-comer, Denis the Menace Lazavik. Will he break the hearts of fans and send Hikaru home? And Alireza Firouzja is fighting for his life against Magnus Carlsen. Will the future be Firouzja? And will his future stay alive here in Toronto? He's going to have to beat the GOAT, the #1 and highest rated chess player of all time. Let's hop in the car. Let's get on the road. The show starts right now.
You've heard the sayings. The road less traveled, rubber meets the road, I'm on the road to nowhere. That need to get up and go, to just shut up and drive to parts unknown. It's in our DNA. But this road has an end. And the beginning? Well, let's throw that in reverse.
It's over. We have a winner, Magnus Carlsen.
What has this kid got in store?
He might.
One move checkmate.
There's been curves, hills, corners, and even a breakdown or two.
The game is over.
That's a wrap.
We see a reaction. Magnus is
Magnus mouse slipped.
Oh my gosh. Look at Jordan's face.
Some have pulled over, but some
What is he doing?
slammed that foot to the floor and just kept going.
Any second now, Hikaru Nakamura is the winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman. He wins the AI Cup.
After 6 stops along the way, it's time for the greatest proving ground in online chess to drop that final pin in the GPS. Destination, Toronto, Canada. 8 players from all 4 corners of the globe descend on the Queen City with one goal: to prove who the one true king of online chess really is.
I think this is the strongest final there's ever been.
I know that it will not be easy.
It's nice to play in top tournament.
Magnus will want revenge. It's my last tournament of the year. I'm a bit desperate to end it well.
It's having the opportunity to play against the best players in the world. It's always a challenge, and I enjoy it.
It's going to be a very close fight. It's going to be very exciting.
Live from Toronto, Canada, this is the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals, and it starts now.
Whether by car, by plane, or by train, all roads lead to Toronto. The CN Tower looking pretty as usual, although the sky's a bit gray, and that might mean some murky chances, some murky things ahead for a couple of our players. We're going to see who's alive and who's no longer here. Not literally, but with me here is Canty, literally in studio, as well as Levy Rosman, GothamChess. It's time for us to dive right into the last day of round-robin play and the survival stage. But Levy, first, welcome. We're so excited that you're here.
Thank you.
And you've been watching at home.
I have.
So help us know that from you, the fan at home, what has been your biggest takeaway to this point?
Well, I guess there's 2 takeaways, but let's just say I'm really excited to see how chess develops as an esport, as a media product. I'm super pumped about that. It's been awesome watching it as a fan and also complaining internally about little fixes and things that we need to. But it's important, right? It's important for the future. So that I've enjoyed a lot. And the chess has been spectacular. It's incredible to see Wesley running perfect, and it's crazy to see Hikaru fighting to fend off elimination.
That's insane.
Kenny.
Yeah.
What has the vibe been here that Levy's been missing?
Bro, the vibes have been great. First off, the food is amazing here, always in Toronto. But the second thing is that out there in the playing atmosphere is very, very important. It's been nice camaraderie. You can tell that, yes, okay, there's so much going on. There's so much stress. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of, hey, I'm the best guy here. I want to play, a lot of pride and et cetera. But they're out there actually analyzing games with each other, Nodirbek and Wesley. So we're talking about a game that they played. Oh, yeah, A4. You should have played A4 there. And I'm like, you guys got another game to play. I'm not trying to help you at all. Like, I want to beat you. Right? So it's really nice. It's a cool, chill vibe, but it's also
that might also be a Wesley vibe too. That guy is just, he never stops having a good time, never stops smiling. But
wholesome.
And on the note of Wesley's vibe as we take a look back at what day 3 brought. A lot of Wesley, a lot of other drama as well. Let's let our recap tell the tale.
And we're around move 50 now, so they will get increment shortly. That being said, there's still 2 pawns left, and White's king is about to run in.
Oh, and the bar's going up. Suddenly, Nodirbek's king is infiltrating, going after the G5 pawn.
Make a move for second Hikaru. He panics and puts the knight and loses a pawn.
He needs to move, he needs to speed up.
And both players are so nervous. They're living on that increment right now. The pawn A4 is defended. The white king is going towards the queen side. A5 is going to drop.
Oh, and Hikaru Nakamura, he gets up. He resigns. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he reacts. He knows he's done it. So just leaving the bishop on c4 to allow tension, and what a move by Wesley. So jumps in with a knight check, and that knight is on pre. Wesley playing for the win.
I mean, it's just shock. Magnus is reeling with shock. This is a free pawn. I think you can just take this. You can drop the white queen back if you need to, but this is just going to end in checkmate. Magnus is down a queen as well.
This is an absolute gem of a game from Wesley. He's just ensnaring this king. The king has no moves. If he gets to deliver one check, it's over. He's also up a couple pawns. What a beautiful, beautiful game. A tactical skirmish that has gone his way.
The thing is, when you're playing Magnus Carlsen, you can have a winning position, but you have to beat him in every move. And Wesley So has done it. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Wesley So takes the Armageddon.
And look at Hikaru. I mean, he just cannot believe it. Not a single match is really going his way. He got that one win over Firouzja, but besides that, it's been all his opponents just taking full points against him.
There's going to be a killer blow any moment. That black king hiding in plain sight is 3 pawns temporarily the advantage. White can just move the queen to any safe square, park it on e6.
Today is not his day. He will have to win tomorrow.
He gives up. He resigns. Shake hands, and Fabiano Caruana gets another win in the bag.
For any fans who maybe have been hiding under a rock, it's important to see those standings and be reminded that both Wesley and Magnus have already punched their ticket to the semis, regardless of their play today. And of course, we go down to the bottom right there. We see the 2 players in red, as fate would have it, are playing each other, fighting for their life. And we start with Hikaru Nakamura. We saw the Armageddon recap there, going down for his 4th Armageddon match in a row to Fabiano Caruana. But Levy, nice sweater.
Thank you.
Does Hikaru need to change his sweater? It's been the same outfit.
I mean, I can't comment on that. That's not the question I was expecting. I was going to bring up the fact that, yeah, it is a really shocking turn of events. I think it's very important when we talk about Hikaru, and let's say if he's losing 4 matches, it's not to take anything away from his opponents. They've obviously played incredibly well. They've been clutch. It's really the fact that in some of these matchups, Hikaru's equalized.
Yeah.
He's gotten to a point of equality, a point of being able to fight for a win or a correct result in an Armageddon.
Yep.
And it's gone wrong every single time. And that is the most shocking part, is that in the clutch time decision-making, he hasn't been himself.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see. I mean, look at that on the screen. When do you ever see, like, maybe it's a problem with production, it says all these losses here, and Hikaru's face is there. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what's going on, Danny. Help me, please.
Yeah, it's not the stat you expected to see, and they all came as black too. I'm trying to unpack some of these things because, as Levy said, it's not like Hikaru's getting blown out, right? He's losing Armageddon battles, the type of format where you favor him, and I still would, regardless of the play here, probably against almost anybody in the world, right? I mean, he's normally so clutch and so good in those spots. The little details have not been going his way. But all right, we know that we're talking about him, not to pile on the bad news. Hikaru knows it, but because he has so many fans out there, the Pineapple Crew, everybody is rooting for him, the Sunflower Gang, and
Levy,
almost 2 million of them actually.
Yo, what is this, man? They didn't tell me they're putting this on the screen.
Hey,
get YouTube subs on there, man.
We worked really hard to find the one way we could still rank you behind any other streamers and creators in the world. So thank you to
Live
production.
is one word. Why is there a space between the C and the L? Come on,
We
guys.
list anything else. You list YouTube, you list TikTok, anything else got them #1. But there you go. When it comes to live streaming followers, Hikaru Nakamura has almost 2 million of them. Everything's going to be okay, Levy. But all right. But seriously, he's got a lot of fans out there. Yeah. Everyone's rooting for him. Unfortunately for Hikaru, even if he beats Lazavik, it may not matter. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. But let's talk quickly about Lazavik, the kid. Everyone's talking about Hikaru. Tail of the tape. What do you think the kid is bringing to the table?
Well, I do just want to say this is the matchup, I believe, of the oldest and the youngest player in the event.
Yeah.
I mean, to his credit, Hikaru is 36 years of age, and he is still an elite rapid blitz and classical player, and Denis is 17. So we're seeing next gen versus, I mean, Hikaru at the age of 19 was already like 27, 30, right? Before Lazavik was even born.
Yeah.
Hikaru has to win to stay alive. That's the story.
Right. Win or go home. That's it, Danny.
That's it.
Are you winning or are you going home, Danny? What are you going to do, Danny?
I mean, I'm going to be here no matter what. We're handcuffed here, but no, I mean, Lazavik wasn't even alive there for when Hikaru was already doing it at the top. That's what's crazy to think about. But all right, let's talk about the other pairings. We've broken down the stakes of Nakamura versus Lazavik. Of course, there are 3 other matchups. So and Caruana, Vachier-Lagrave versus Abdusattorov. We're going to get to both those later, but I think when we look at the pairings, Canty, the next one I want to roll right into is Carlsen versus Firouzja, because as we've now said a few times, even if Firouzja wins, well, actually, if Firouzja wins, he controls his fate.
Right.
So let's focus on that mindset, right? You show up, maybe you're playing the GOAT, doesn't matter. If you win, you're still here.
That's true. That gives me some more motivation, but you also have to know that this generational battle here with Carlsen and Firouzja, I mean, if we remember, Carlsen was like, hey, I'm only going to play the World Championship if it's with Firouzja, right? So when Firouzja shows up, I think we see that next level Magnus shows up, too, to assert the dominance. Hey, I'm the #1 player, and I want to show you this for a very long time, young fella.
Yeah, Magnus has said in interviews he thinks Firouzja's ceiling is ridiculous. I've never heard him talk about another player quite like that. He says, like, Firouzja's the man. I mean, he's been obsessed with chess since his younger days, and he just loves that passion that Alireza has for the game.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing about today's matchup is if Magnus Carlsen does not show up to the playing hall, Hikaru or Lazavik, matchup doesn't matter anymore, and they're both eliminated. I don't see Magnus yet. We got like 20 minutes, guys.
We got some time. But
this is crazy.
Speaking of Magnus, well, obviously maybe he's watching right now, and maybe he's still considering it. But let's bring up the stats and show you that the dude, the dude's great no matter how you break it down. We're always looking for new, interesting ways to say the same thing. Here we see Magnus Carlsen's accuracy, including Armageddon versus the field, and then excluding Armageddon versus the field. Both of them are pretty dominant. I guess that's an accurate kicking. That's a straight up act kicking. If you're I know that didn't work, but I did it anyway. Canty, Magnus is delivering an accuracy kicking to the field.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's 6% there without Armageddon. That's crazy. I mean, that's insane. You know, 96%. I mean, basically everyone else is like, okay, if people in the round down, it's like 89. I'm like, in class, I got a B. Well, I got an A. I got an A+. And that's what Magnus is playing at that type of level there. That is insane to see, Lev. I mean,
I was also thinking about that. Because when I saw 97.03, I was like, round it up. I was like, A+ right there.
You know what I'm saying? A+.
Back in the day, I'd be like, hey, teacher, I got a 96.6. Maybe you could just, and they were like, nope, you got an A. I was like, family's going to be unhappy about that. But you know what? 97% is ridiculous. Some might even call it interesting. Right. And, Magnus on fire. You don't get much better than 97%. I like that the accuracy goes down a little bit in Armageddon because, he's playing some goofy stuff.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Still the kind of accuracy we would all.
That slide is literally just to be like, yeah, he's the best. Like, I don't even know why it's
But like I said, we're finding new ways to say how good Magnus is all the time. But all right, the next matchup to preview, Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. These are a couple of world champions, Rapid and Blitz being the former titles they won. Abdusattorov leads 5-2 head-to-head, Candy.
I couldn't believe that. When I saw the stat, I'm like, wait, are you sure it's not the other way around? That's crazy to think about. MVL is such a strong player. We know him for all his tactics, what he does, what he plays, his openings, and etc. Just a very creative, strong, aggressive player. But Abdusattorov, in a way, actually is a very aggressive player, too, as well as we know. I didn't know that it was going to be 5-2 here. So I'm like, man, I mean, MVL's going to have to turn it up a little bit, bro, because I am not into what I'm seeing on that screen there. I don't like that Abdusattorov is a 5-2. MVL is my guy.
My question is, how many of those are online? Right, so how many times have they played online versus, and they've probably played a lot online.
I think they played a couple times in the tour this year. I don't know for sure, but go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Nodirbek's amazing, and he's probably, and he gives interviews where he says he wants to be the world champion and he wants to be the GOAT and everything, and not to spoil any upcoming content with the guy, but this is a tough matchup. Today's biggest matchup that's like a toss-up to me is this one. Like, will Nodirbek prevail, or will MVL say I'm too experienced and I'm going to get the job done?
Wow.
All right. Speaking of experience in getting the job done, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So have been doing that for many years. Fans of American chess know this rivalry well. Let's bring up the tape. You've got Caruana at 31 years of age and Wesley So not too far behind him. They have played a lot of chess games, but So leads 17-11 despite 21 draws, which just shows you, again, Levy, I'm going to throw it back to you because you asked him in the interview to bring the day to a close. What is it about the rapid time control that just brings out the best in Wesley?
Yeah, for chess fans that might not be familiar, like they played in a tournament recently, and it was a classical chess tournament, and I believe Fabiano uncorked some crazy opening preparation and completely vaporized Wesley. And that's what you have to do against Wesley in a longer time format, but you don't have 90 minutes here. You have 15 minutes. And so you don't want to necessarily give away some opening secrets that you want to use in a later tournament, like the candidates, which Fabiano is going to play and Wesley might play depending on qualification. So Wesley has major advantages in these formats. He just plays everything he knows super well, and then he can adapt to any style of opponent. And he's going for a perfect score. So this is a really interesting matchup to me.
Very interesting. I also like the fact that on the stats it says 21 draws, Danny. I'm tired of drawing you. I don't want to play that many games and keep drawing. Also with Hikaru, he drew like, 50 games? MVO was like 30 draws, right? So I think one of his strategies is actually making it, not boring, but playing to my solidity, being very solid, not making any bad moves, really. Playing as best as I can, drawing games, and making you make some mistakes. Because when you make mistakes, I'm going to pounce immediately. It's been very good from Wesley.
No, Wesley's been unbelievable. I mean, he has won every single match.
6.
You literally can't get any better than that. He sacrificed multiple pieces against Magnus, and he went for a checkmating attack. That was ridiculous.
Right.
And Fabiano is also doing very well. I mean, he could tie Magnus and get to that second, third place tie. I think he can't really make it. He's got kind of guaranteed a survival stage spot, but we're looking at a potential 7-0 run for Wesley, who has struggled this year.
Yep.
Yeah.
That does not make any sense.
It's wild. And I want to just reiterate that last point you made, because we talk about how Wesley doesn't beat himself. He gets other players to beat themselves against him because of the frustrating, accurate draws we talk about. But the game against Magnus yesterday really opened up a door of what's going to happen here in Toronto. How does he feel when he's in this city? Because that's the type of Wesley So game that should be scaring everybody when you're taking an attack to Magnus Carlsen like that. But all right, the games have been wild. And we're constantly thinking of ways to make it even more wild. So we talked about Wesley taking it to Magnus. Kaya took it to the roof this morning.
Danny, Toronto is looking beautiful this morning as we head into day 4 in the CCT Finals. And we are flying high with excitement, having seen 14 out of 24 matches go to Armageddon so far. Now, some players like Wesley So, like Magnus Carlsen, pressure is off for them in the 7th and final round today. But for other players like Hikaru and Nakamura, well, pressure is very much on. He will need to win to have a chance to go through. Well, it is actually a little bit cold, Danny, so I'm going to come back in and join the excitement for day 4 in the CCT Finals. Back to you guys.
I'm not going to lie, it did look pretty cold up there. Glad you wore a sweater today.
Yeah, I wasn't up there, but I'm just saying, in the background, I hope nobody was changing butt naked like in those windows.
That's the New Yorker in you right there.
That's great. You guys are insane for that. I'm like, what are the cameras up there, man?
Kenny, you're not cold in here. We're all feeling pretty warm.
Yeah, it's pretty warm. It's pretty nice.
The chess is about to get hot. So on that note, before we get to predictions, we're going to remind you again, what is the format here in Toronto? How are we moving these players from the round robin to survival to the semis and ultimately to the championship match? This video is going to break it down for you one more time.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are here. 8 players who have earned their spot will face off in an epic battle to determine who will be this year's Champion of Champions. Up for grabs will be $500,000 in prizes, with first place taking home $200,000 for the victory. The action opens with an 8-player round robin. The top 2 finishers advance directly to the semifinals, while the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining 4 players will do battle in a double elimination survival bracket. Again, the top 2 players advance, while the bottom 2 players will be eliminated. The final 4 champions are headed to a single elimination bracket. The winner will be crowned our Champion of Champions.
It's prediction time. You know the drill. That means we've got Kaya back on the desk, and for the first time, we've got a full quorum here, 4 people. But before we dive in and tell you what we think is going to happen in the last round of the round robin, let's show everyone the results and remind them of where we currently sit. Because Kaya, after a very strong performance yesterday, jumped down to the lead.
Yeah, look at that, you guys. You guys are the experts. I don't know what you guys are. What are you guys up to?
I got a double-double at least.
I guess we should have been asking Levy what he thought at home, because Levy, you got a big mountain to climb right now, man.
I'm undefeated. Is how I like to look at that graphic. I'm undefeated, undisputed, 0 predictions wrong. And zero predictions.
You're right. I mean, that's a percentage you can definitely take home with, I guess. So anyway, time to jump in. We got to start at the top. Everyone knows it's Hikaru Nakamura's chance to win or go home. Literally, unfortunately for him, his fate isn't even in his hands, but we'll talk more about that later. We start with Hikaru versus Denis. Your thoughts?
Win or go home. I mean, at this point, look, he was up last night playing a lot of blitz. I saw it as soon as I got back last night. I was watching him. Hey, Hikaru's live. I was like, wow, he's playing chess right now. So he's getting it out. I'm going to go with Hikaru today. He's got to win.
Yeah, I mean, plain and simple, you got to go with Hikaru. He's the favorite if you put aside even all of the negative results of the event.
Yeah.
He's still the better rapid player, way more experience, so I'm taking Hikaru.
Yeah.
I kind of want to disagree. There's so much emotion in play here for Hikaru Nakamura, but I just don't see him losing, so I will also say Hikaru.
I agree, and also it's not because he's all the reasons everyone here said, but I also agree with Candy. I think the blitz last night wasn't even so much an expression of frustration. I think Hikaru was playing on chess.com to try to rev the engine and get going here finally, right? All right. We move to the next matchup, which, as we said, also has a big story to say in terms of whether Hikaru is still here. Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja. What do you got there?
Well, Magnus, I have Magnus in my pick, but Magnus also said about hey, I won't even play the World Championship if it's not Alireza. So I think he always feels that challenge when he sees Alireza. I have to still be the dominant player. I know you are up and coming, but I'm still Magnus. I'm gonna show you that. So I think it's gonna be Magnus.
Okay.
One storyline that we've been discussing is the fact that Magnus Carlsen could literally not show up today.
Yeah.
Now, I think he's contractually obligated to show up, but if he does not show up, he stays second place no matter what mathematically, and only Hikaru is eliminated, or Lazavik, right? I guess the winner of that match, although I think if Hikaru is the winner, he qualifies, and if Lazavik doesn't, there's some tie breaks there. But my pick is Magnus because, as you just said, I think he does show up to play against Firouzja. I think Magnus wants to win as many matches as possible, so Magnus.
I'm going to disagree with you guys. So two things here. So Magnus has Hikaru's faith in his hands. He said yesterday, I asked him, how will you feel if Hikaru is knocked out? Well, great, basically, is what Magnus is saying. I think he wants to be a little bit of a sadist here. He wants to take this to Armageddon, and I'm not saying he's going to lose on purpose, but Firouzja is a great player. I think he's going to win it.
It's like Harry Potter Deathly Hallows, right? In that room, I forgot what it's called, the room of whatever, and then, it's like Harry, Malfoy, and Malfoy's about to fall off the thing, and then Harry comes back, and and then he grabs him.
Does he save his worst enemy
is he going to save his worst enemy or not? I think he's going to save him.
Wow.
But I want to go back to the point. The reason I'm going to take Magnus is because I've also been playing through the meta here that unless Magnus literally doesn't show up, which would be the biggest story controversy, talk about a direct statement to your rival in terms of how you feel. As long as he shows up, the moment Magnus sits at that board, if it was any other format that allowed him to draw his way, if he could just accept peaceful results and leave Hikaru at home, he might be more likely to do that. Save energy, there's other reasons he could use that excuse. But the fact that we will have Armageddon no matter what, and once you're playing Armageddon, I don't see Magnus not being able to let the competitor in him take over, and he does care about beating Alireza. So I'm also going to take Magnus there, although I do admit this is... How interesting is this going to be today? We can all agree on that. So,
maybe.
All right, then we have the battle of the other two Americans. We've talked a lot about Hikaru. Fabiano Caruana takes on Wesley. So will Wesley remain perfect, or you got Fabi?
Well, I mean, when in Toronto, it's like Flexley Serrano. That's just how you say it. That's how it is. The man is he's a machine. The only other machine besides Magnus where you'd be like half man, half, what is this player doing? It's got to be Wesley.
Okay.
All right, so I have like two mini predictions and then an actual prediction.
Okay.
Fabiano Caruana just took down Wesley So in the tournament that they played in St. Louis. It was a super convincing game, like a beautiful game from Fabiano. So if we were just picking chess and this was maybe day 1 or 2, I might take Fabiano. But I got to root for the perfect score.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm just rooting for Wesley to go 7-0 against this field because that would be the most gangster performance maybe of 2023. So I'm picking Wesley.
All right.
Something like Fabiano Caruana did in 2014, 7 in a row.
Yep.
So I also believe in the perfect Wesley So score. Also, the fact that Fabiano knows that after round 7, he's going into the elimination, the winner's bracket. He knows he has another game coming up. So that's why I think Wesley So will win this one.
I'm going to take Fabiano for the same reason, though. I think Fabiano is showing up today with more to play, and he wants to get his engines revved right away. And I think no matter what, no matter how you cut it, Wesley would love to be perfect, but I just feel like Caruana's playing with a little bit more motivation at this point. And if this one goes to Armageddon, which I think it has decent chances to do so, I think Fabi builds on his success from St. Louis and remains hot against Wesley. All right. One more match to predict here. We have Nodirbek versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. There are actually a little bit of stakes here for the record to let everyone know. If Maxime Vachier-Lagrave were to lose and Denis Lazavik were to beat Hikaru and Firouzja were to beat Magnus, MVL would go home.
Wow.
So Maxime is not playing with house money at this point. If he loses, he does have a chance to go home. But with that, who you taking?
Which is why, actually, I chose MVL for this one. Of course, Nodirbek has been going crazy. He's been swinging. He's been fighting. That man know what he's doing. Nodirbek is not, he's a problem, basically, and he's not to be messed with, to be feared, to say the least. But MVL actually is ready to play. He did lose to Lazavik. I think he's over that by now, but he understands, look, I got to win. I'm playing Nodirbek, and I'm going to do it today.
Okay.
Yeah, I have MVL. I just think he's a little bit more experienced. It's a weird matchup. Like every other matchup today, it feels like there's something to it. The perfect score. Will Magnus even show up? Hikaru's got to win to save his chances. But here, I think it's just purely a matchup of experience and being here before. It's actually a matchup of two world champions. MVL's a World Blitz champion.
Oh, yeah.
And Nodirbek is like World Rapid champion at some point. The only other two players in the event not named Magnus Carlsen, by the way, to win that World Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
One or the other. But I just think MVL's too experienced, so I'm picking him.
All right. I'm just going to base it off interviews yesterday. Nodirbek was so happy. He was just the happiest guy here. So I'm going to pick him in this one.
Okay, I'm also going to take Nodirbek. I just think he's been playing better chess. And I think the thing about Maxime, not to say he can't find it at any moment. You never know what these guys form is temporary, and sometimes it shows up. Maxime is also a very streaky player. And when it's not going well, we saw him lose to Magnus, not just losing to Magnus, but kind of got destroyed.
Yeah.
I feel like Maxime is struggling a little bit right now. I think Nodirbek is going to win this match and really have some momentum as he takes one of the higher seeds moving into the survival stage.
We're not supposed to argue on this panel, I don't think.
I love it.
But Nodirbek got destroyed in the Armageddon against Wesley yesterday when he had white. He also got. I feel like they both had very
made it to Armageddon.
I mean, yes, it's true.
No, you're not wrong. And I think, look, there's a reason we do predictions to sound like experts who we are not.
And then somebody wins.
I'm not an expert.
And you're winning.
He's winning.
So apparently that's how it works.
So I'm
undefeated. So I haven't got one wrong. So
you're batting with a perfect score as well. All right. This has been awesome. As usual, fans, this is your call to action. To tell us why we're wrong, get involved in chat or social media and make your predictions. But right now, it's game time, so we're going to throw it across the pond to you. Oslo, Tanya, Robert, and David, take it away.
Hey guys, you're absolutely right, Danny. The chess is about to get hot today. Some players are happy, some will be heartbroken. 8 players, 4 at the end of today, will get eliminated. And a certain Hikaru Nakamura does not have his fate in his hands today, Robert.
Nobody expected Hikaru to be at the bottom of the standings. In fact, he was one of the favorites entering the tournament. But right now, we see Hikaru fighting for his very life. He needs to beat Denis Lazavik. Maybe some other dominoes need to fall his way as well. But Hikaru has work cut out for him.
David, what do you think? Is that at the back of Magnus's head as well?
Maybe. We did hear Magnus with a cheeky comment yesterday saying he wouldn't be too disappointed if Hikaru didn't make it. But ultimately, I think out there in the studio in Toronto, they are right. Magnus is a sportsman. He believes in fair play. He will play his best. And he'll want to win his game. He doesn't want to lose momentum. He won't care about the other results. If he plays Hikaru later in the tournament, so be it.
And of course, the other matchup, which is so critical for the standings, is Alireza Firouzja playing Magnus, and also Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Abdusattorov. For Maxime, so important to win. All the games count. This is the final one of the round robin, which will decide who are the 2 players who get eliminated. And we are about to get the game started in Toronto. Here we go.
Here we go, and it is the highest stakes match of the round. It is Hikaru Nakamura against Denis Lazavik. Hikaru starts with white. He starts with the king's pawn, e4, and the bishop's opening, landing this bishop out early. A surprise, Robert? It looks like a quiet game to start this one.
Maybe Hikaru's going back to his roots, because growing up, he played these types of openings all the time. Then when you get to the upper echelons of chess, you have to go mainline theory. So he's going into a quieter variation. We don't see tension. Perhaps he'll thrust his f-pawn forward, and then he'll play into more of Vienna style. And with that knight developing to e2, we could very well see that.
Yeah, it feels like Hikaru just wants to get a position, just wants to get a game. No fireworks. He wants to play himself into form. He will need to. And remember, Denis Lazavik, when he has white, is almost unbeatable. He hasn't lost a single game yet with white in this event. So this is the one Hikaru needs to strike. This is the one he needs to pounce on. And quick trade of pawns there in the center. White gets castled. Yeah, you mentioned Hikaru's youth. This is a position I experienced many times in my youth, but it's rare to see it at the top level. Denis Lazavik, though, has come prepared.
It's a strange dynamic right now because it's game one of their match. It wouldn't seem like a must-win, but for Hikaru, as you just said, Denis Lazavik does not lose with white. So you can be assured that Denis might just be able to solidify, make a draw in game two. And in Armageddon, Hikaru's lost every single Armageddon he's played in. That's not going to feel good as you may venture into that stage of the match. So right now in game one, it seems like a solid setup for Black. Hikaru is the one on the clock. David, I have to say, I think that Denis should not be unhappy about how this opening has developed.
Yeah, I think Hikaru would have been hoping for a surprise using a weapon he hasn't dabbled in too much of late. But Denis Lazavik hasn't blinked, hasn't flinched. He's reacted really nicely here. That trade of pawns in the center means that Black has actually more space in the middle of the board. And, OK, asking a question now of Black's dark squared bishop, whether Denis trades off for White's knight on c3, whether he retreats. I think he's in good shape. And, yeah, great start for the youngster. Hikaru looking pretty chilled for now. But I'm sure we'll see him focus as the stakes get higher, as the game wears on.
And for Denis, he can take that knight with his bishop. I would not do that because you don't want to create imbalances unnecessarily. That's what Hikaru wants. He wants a position where he can play for those tactics, for uncomfortable, unknown position for Denis Lazavik. I would retreat the bishop right back in front of the king. Your setup is really healthy. It's solid. There's nothing even under attack. So I think that he should retreat rather than capture.
Yeah, big decision here. Depends on his ambitions. We're about to see a decision from Denis Lazavik. He follows your advice, Robert. Always a good sign. And, yeah, healthy position. We should mention Hikaru hasn't played that badly in normal time, as we say. It's just the Armageddon that's let him down. So right now, he should still take some confidence. And, OK, quick trade of pawns and motoring forward, F4 forward. He's going on the attack, Hikaru Nakamura.
And I remember a game between Daniil Dubov and Hikaru where Dubov had the white side of a position like this and won a really nice game against Hikaru. And you said that Hikaru has not done badly in the two-game matches. It's Armageddon where his struggle's been. In fact, Denis Lazavik has gained the most FIDE rapid rating points in this. Hikaru's gained the second most behind him. So that's a surprising stat, I'm sure, for the audience.
We got a surprising result, or maybe not such a surprising result. Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana and their first game in a draw. I'm going to admit this. I'm expecting them to just go straight for the Armageddon and go into the sudden death. We will keep an eye on what they do. But, of course, now Hikaru Nakamura has got one eye on his game and the other one on another game. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces taking on Alireza Firouzja. And look at that. We've got a position where kings have castled on opposite sides. That's already a reflection of the mindset the two players are coming in. We're going to have fireworks on the board. And in these positions, it's often about who gets the central break in. Is Black able to strike with e5 first, or does White get a successful e4 going on? Who gets it in?
I must say, Tanya, this one feels like Magnus is playing fast and loose. He's taking massive risks. Castling queenside just on the last turn is reckless. I'm not a big fan, but it means that Magnus is out for blood. He wants to go for glory, despite the wipe of the eyes there, looking a bit tired to start this game. And, OK, Firouzja just quietly plays a pawn move, and this means that probably White is the first to strike, Tanya. I thought Black should be aggressively, energetically trying to throw pawns towards the White King, break in the center, one of those ideas. This one feels slow. This one feels, yeah, a bit too tentative.
I like Tanya's suggestion of Black pushing the king's pawn forward one. Now I think White should do that because you get this dynamic where Black will be cramped. And typically when you have a cramped position, you want to trade a bunch of pieces. That light square bishop on c8, that is not going to be a good piece for the rest of the game unless Black can somehow push more pawns and initiate some trades. I really like this position for Magnus Carlsen. He strikes first, and now Alireza Firouzja, he doesn't have an attack on the queen side. He made later have to be worried about his own king.
Yeah. Especially in this position with these positions with opposite side castling, as we saw Magnus here going to the long side. It's all a race. It's always about time. You cannot waste a single move. So just to point out Tanya's ideas, e5, c5, even taking on this square, throwing these queenside pawns forward. So many options. a6 feels so, I want to say complacent. It feels like Alireza thinks he has all the time in the world, but Magnus's last move reminds him that actually big threat on the board, pawn coming to e5 with a nasty fork on two Black pieces. And just to show the outcome of what we think is about to happen, it is all about this problem child, the bishop on c8. And also reminder of Black's kingside, no defenders around there, big checkmating threats on the cards. White's king is actually, for now, maybe the safer of the two. So, yeah, just one move. It looks like not too much has happened, but actually dramatic stuff in favor of the world number one.
And sometimes it's these kind of defining moments that when you look back, you understand that you made a move like a6, and this just made everything go your opponent's way. And it's Alireza now who does respond with a central break, but just one move before, had he done the same, it would have been initiative Alireza. But now we've got this massive tension on the board. So many pawns can be traded off the center. It's a big decision. Which one would you go for?
Well, I like White's position. I would probably take with the e4 pawn on d5, but I want to give a quick shout to Mickey Adams, who recently won the London Chess Classic. And it's not just about that success. Going through his games over the years, I was wondering, where did his opponents even go wrong? Where were the mistakes? And it's those small moves, like that black pawn push. Alireza pushing his pawn to a6 before. It's not doing things in the needed moment. And I think Mickey Adams, he has made a whole career punishing people for those hesitant decisions. I think Magnus, he was first to pounce in the center. Now it's about to explode, but I do think he's happy that he can start the captures.
Yeah, he will start the captures. White has 3 central pawns, black has 2, often a good sign as well. Firouzja, he's pretty much sacrificing a pawn as far as I can see. White will have a bit more control, white is quicker, but lines will open up, meaning that white's king may be exposed, so an important decision. Meanwhile, okay, for a second I got excited. I saw an evaluation bar shoot off in the Nakamura against Lazavik game, but no, it was just the engine trying to get a handle on that one. Yeah, key moment for Magnus Carlsen, central face-off, central pressure, and I think he should be capturing, as you say, Robert, right now. You don't want to maintain the tension too much longer.
One big problem for Alireza is that bishop on c8. It's stuck behind a knight. If you could put a rook on the c-file, a rook barreling down an open line towards a queen and king, that usually is a recipe for success. And on the other hand, you look at Magnus's rook on d1. There are a lot of pieces in the d-file, but there's going to be some tactical melee in the center here, and I think that rook is perfectly placed against a black queen down the file.
Okay, we do see a trade in the center there. Magnus just wiping some dust off the board very calmly. And yeah, this one we will come back to.
We will come back to this one. And now for Magnus Carlsen, it doesn't matter the result of this match. For Alireza, of course, it matters a lot. The other player who's secured a spot in the survival stage is Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But he's fighting against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's got everything on the line. And the current position that we have, to me, it looks that Nodirbek has channeled his inner Alpha Zero. The H-pawn has landed on h6, so making sure that Black's king side is quite cramped up. The king will be facing a long-time back-rank threats. There are weaknesses along the dark square. Good, full central control, the activity of the pieces. I'm liking Abdusattorov's position here.
I can tell, Tanya, you've played this type of thing before, this type of idea. And this is also the downside. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we've talked about it in the past, less so in the last 12 months, but he's extremely predictable. He's loyal to his first love, the Grunfeld defense, this opening. But it means his opponents can prepare specifically, prepare deeply. And look at this, the evaluation bar shooting up in White's favour after this last move. We're at move 18, but Nodirbek already has a 3-4 minute time advantage. He has a fantastic position. Black's bishop in the corner on h8 is soon going to be locked out in any middle game, end game. Even trading off the queens here, it looks fantastic for White. Pawn centre, control. And look at the speed with which he's playing, Nodirbek. Just fantastic, fantastic confidence here.
Yeah, but the players, they don't get the evaluation bar, so they don't know that it's this much better for White. The big problem is that bishop that's next to the king. It could get locked back there, and you may think there's no attack, there are no queens. That pawn on h6 is a thorn in Black's side because there are all sorts of back-rank checkmate ideas, and I would start maybe with the move bishop to g5 here. I think you attack this rook on d8, and there are going to be some tactics. Watch out for that final rank. White could push that pawn up to e5 next to really shut that bishop in the corner, and I feel like you're having all the fun as Nodirbek. You have to time things correctly, but this position just looks very pleasant for White.
Yeah, this looks strategically almost winning. Maybe we even add kind of kicking back this knight first of all, and now a pawn to e5. And I mean, this bishop is never going to move the rest of the game. Imagine a white knight somehow sneaking in as well. So many weaknesses in the black camp. Not too many positives to speak of. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in big, big trouble.
Big trouble, and if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave loses this match to Nodirbek and Denis Lazavik wins his match against Hikaru Nakamura, there is a situation in which Maxime could be the one who gets eliminated. So Maxime, at the back of his mind, is thinking about this other game that we are going to bring up now. Denis Lazavik with the black pieces. So much on the line at stake for both these players. And you look at the position, the bishop pair that Denis has, pieces centralized, the rooks about to line up on those central lines. To me, it looks like Denis should be happy, pleased with the opening outcome.
You said so much on the line, and there's so much on the E line. Look at that, 3 minor pieces in a row. But the knight on E5, perfectly situated, defended by a pawn and the queen. Bishop F4, it's a good developing move. It doesn't threaten anything. I think that Denis should be really happy with his position, and even more so with his clock management. Denis has struggled with the black pieces when he's been the one in time trouble. Right now, he actually has a lead on the clock. His position is healthy. His king is safe. David, I don't know about you, but I feel like it's hard for me to see where he's going to go wrong.
Yeah, Hikaru is, I think, pretty much at this point forced to try and play a long game. Strategically, black is doing great. Black has the bishop pair. We might well see Hikaru chop off that black knight in the center next turn. At least one positive in the endgame, with black having a isolated pawn in the center. I think he has to try it. He has to hope that 2 white knights can face off against the 2 black bishops. But objectively, I think we're all pretty much in favor here of Lazavik's position. Nakamura, just yet to find that form still. A draw, not the worst result, of course. It's not drastic right now, but okay, he throws his knight in the center first. But yeah, in terms of the start of this game, great for black.
You know that Hikaru really wants to take this game. He doesn't want to chance it in Armageddon. Armageddon has been his worst enemy. He's 0 out of 4, all with the black pieces. Meanwhile, Denis Lazavik, he won a match in Armageddon against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a very nicely played game with the white pieces. Here, for Denis, just keep everything under control, keep steadying the clock, and I just don't even see a threat in the near future that white can go after.
And perhaps Hikaru is trying to create those threats on the king side, looking at a move with that queen landing on either the g3 square or the h4 square. I like g3 more, feels a lot safer, and the rook from a1 can join the attack on that central file. Eventually, threats of the bishop landing up on h6. He's hinting at developments like that. Is this something that Denis needs to keep in mind to start thinking about kingside safety?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And actually, I did find one way to blunder as Denis Lazavik. Loose pieces drop off and black's bishop on e6 is a bit loose. I was trying to reroute that. I was wondering the best square for it. I was thinking, actually, maybe park it on c6. It's a beautiful diagonal. And then I realized after bishop to d7, whoops, I've blundered the black queen, which has no safe squares. The queen would be trapped in the center of the board. So I would have blundered this one away against Nakamura. It does show there are traps, there are pitfalls that need to be avoided. Maybe the bishop can somehow come over to this square on g6, just to show Tania's idea. There are always threats against the black king on the g file, so maybe just parking the bishop back, I'm not sure whether you do it immediately, on g6 would at least keep things nice and safe, offer some stability. This might be my recommendation, but certainly not one-way traffic. Definitely black at the moment has 1 or 2 things to answer before kind of claiming that bishop pair advantage long term.
Denis is committing a lot of time to this moment, and bishop b7, the bishop e3, that was a queen trap that nobody saw coming, but that goes to show there are pitfalls in a position that looks very placid. So this is a situation for Denis. He needs to improve the location of his bishop. I like your bishop f5. We'll see where he goes, but right now he is down about 2 minutes on the clock, and that's been his really big problem in some of these games, the black pieces, is the clock.
Yeah, his only Achilles heel. He's been so impressive, Denis Lazavik. It's just with black in those end games when he has no time. And that's the one thing he has to avoid. Nakamura will have been watching those games with interest, and he will be aiming for that a bit later in the game.
So the quality of his play has been so high, but what you're mentioning right now about his nerves under time pressure, and is that something that comes with experience?
It definitely does. The more Armageddon matches you get into, just the more games you play overall against the elite of the elite chess players, you start to gain confidence. You start to just gain that much-needed practical experience of how do I handle myself in these critical moments. And Denis, he's acquitted himself quite nicely throughout this tournament thus far. But he's got a lot on the line. If he wins this match, he could still make it out of relegation territory, elimination territory, I should say, and fight for the survival stage.
Yeah, we've been talking so much about Nakamura getting himself out of trouble, surviving, clinging on to his participation in the tournament. But Denis Lazavik, to kind of reach this point in the tournament, to still have a chance, that's an achievement in itself. Should be celebrated. He should take a lot of confidence. But, of course, he's not even going to be thinking about that. He wants more. He wants to stay in Toronto. And, yeah, a win for him in this match, as unlikely as it may have seemed before the event, yeah, it would save him potentially if results go his way. So tense position, but 3.5 minutes in the tank does show that maybe the nerves are starting to creep in right now.
It is a tense position, and we're getting help from Toronto as Levy is with Fabi, talking about all the action that's happening on the board.
Thank you, Tanya. Yes, I'm here with Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, what went into the decision to draw with Wesley in about 5 minutes?
Well, I think it was less than 5 minutes, but I really wanted to talk to you, Levy. That's why.
Really?
Yeah, that's the reason.
You wanted to talk to me about my prediction.
Oh, well, we can talk about that later. I don't want to call you out on air. But
yeah, I predicted that. Well, I didn't predict. Okay, listen. In my defense, my lawyer's like standing on the other side of the camera. I'm rooting for a 7-0. You know what it's like to go 7-0.
It's true.
We don't want to reminisce here the whole time about 2014, but that was pretty badass. How's the experience been in Toronto so far this year?
It's been nice. You know, last year I was here doing the commentary, and it's nice to be on the other side of things because I like to compete. I like to play. Yeah, I just you were here the whole time, and we had you commentating. Yeah, which was fun. It was a nice experience, but I do prefer to be on the other side of things. I mean, it's a great format. It's very competitive. There's no draws. You either win or you lose. You go home quickly if you don't play well.
Not you.
Well, hopefully not. But I'm still in danger today, let's say.
Can I ask you your thoughts on things like the survival stage, where like, okay, you make 3rd through 6th, but you don't auto-qualify for anything. You have to fight for your life. Chess is always playing now with these different types of formats. What do you think about all that?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be one winner, and everyone else will be either a little disappointed or perhaps a lot disappointed. And I think that's a good thing, that you have to fight for one spot. I mean, I grew up with first with the Swiss format, but then very often with the round-robin format, which is what chess is usually accustomed to, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. But it also has its critics for, perhaps producing too much safe play or not enough combativeness, or players who are perhaps just looking for the best equity that they have. Maybe that includes taking a draw. And here there's nothing else besides winning or losing. So, every match produces a winner.
Yeah. Speaking of, how are you feeling about Hikaru versus Lazavik? Hikaru overall, the performance is shocking, I would imagine, to you, who has played Hikaru for, 10 or 15 years at this point. But also this match situation where he has to beat Lazavik and then rely on Magnus to beat Alireza.
Yeah, well, I think I might have played Hikaru for even longer than that, because we grew up in New York together, and okay, he's a bit older than me, but we were just kids when we first played the first time. Of course, Hikaru this year has been clearly top 3 in the world in terms of performance. So to see him in bad form like this, it's a surprise, but it does happen. We've all been there. You're in very good form or you're in very bad form. You don't know exactly why. He still has a chance. He's playing really poorly, I have to say, by his standards, but also in general.
Clip that.
Well, I think he would agree with this also. I mean, it's just he's in bad shape. He's really not playing well. I felt it yesterday, even though the match was close. I still feel like in the Armageddon, he was just not his usual self whatsoever. And he still has a chance. That's the good thing for him, that he just has to win this match, and then Alireza has to lose.
Yeah, has to. Speaking of, I mean, I think we've got it up on the screen. I mean, both games are very tense. We have both games up. Any impressions of the Magnus game that we're looking at here?
Well, Magnus in the opening was playing a bit fast and loose, we have to say. Long castle in in some sort of Moran setup. Very unusual. It kind of worked out okay for him. Like, he didn't get a bad position, but okay, his king is always going to be in some sort of danger. So for Alireza, it's a pretty ideal scenario, because if he wins, then he's a big favorite to win this match. And normally, at the start of the match, we would consider him at least somewhat of an underdog, maybe not a huge underdog, but definitely the 2 matches that Hikaru needs to go his way, there is a favorite, and it's Magnus and Hikaru, right? So he can at least look to that for confidence, but Magnus is not trying to play it very cautiously. He's definitely going for a full-fledged fight.
Last question, one-word answer. This type of position between Magnus and Firouzja, whose style does it favor? It's more than one word, Fabi.
Okay.
You give me more than one word.
Alireza. Let's go with
Alireza.
that. Yeah.
Okay. Alireza. You heard it right here from the man himself, Fabiano Caruana. I think we're going to be throwing it back to Oslo. Thank you, Fabi.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Fast and loose is Fabi's verdict on Magnus's opening approach. David called it reckless earlier on. And we see the C file that Fabi was talking about will always give Firouzja the upper hand on getting to the king first. But now that Magnus has managed to create this hook on the king's side, Firouzja has made the move 8-6. There are also ideas of trying to push the G pawn eventually down the board. But how difficult is that to actually achieve?
Well, it's one of these funny positions where white is actually up a pawn, and if we do some quick counting, that d5 pawn, that's an extra one, but perhaps white's best option would be to pick up that pawn and throw it off the board to open up the file for the rook. So this was a sacrifice from Alireza when he decided to strike back in the center. I do agree with Fabi that this position is very much up Alireza's wheelhouse. It's his style completely, but he's down a pawn, so he needs to prove that he has sufficient compensation.
He's down a pawn. He's got half the amount of time as Magnus. It does feel like Alireza, it is his type of position. He normally thrives when it's a bit imbalanced, where he can start kind of attacking the opponent's king without too much worry. But right now, I do worry that he's been a bit negative with his time usage. And, OK, a big decision. Tania, you mentioned throwing the white g-pawn off the board, up the board. You don't even need to anymore. You've opened up the g-file. Alireza's helped you open up the g-file. And, OK, he's got some ideas of his own. White's knight. The remaining knight now is pinned, but, I mean, it's basically someone's going to checkmate someone. It's just about who gets there first. What do we think of this? I must admit, I'm surprised by this last decision.
It's complicated here because both players have pinned knights. That bishop on h4 is pinning the knight to the queen. That knight on c3 is pinned because of that rook on c8. And one really big question is how big of a threat is bishop takes knight on c3? Right now, I don't think it's a game ender. And if I'm white, maybe I try to distract that bishop either by bringing a rook to e1 to attack it directly or throwing away a pawn with pawn f4. I don't care about those double pawns, but I'm going to force the issue. I see the eval bar doesn't react, suggesting my move isn't so bad, but I'm trying to force Alireza to make a big decision. Do I restore material equality by taking the pawn, or do I take the knight to shatter the structure in front of the white king?
Yeah, and if you do take the knight, you mentioned it might not be such a threat because white's king does have a safe hiding spot in the corner. And for now, due to the fact this is pinned, black's knight cannot come and grab the vital d5 pawn. He goes for the other option you mentioned, Robert. So same idea. He's just asking a decision of this bishop. And in practical terms, I like the fact Magnus played that quickly. He's saying, OK, onus is on you. It's your decision. Burn more time on the clock, please. And still anyone's game now.
And the one thing you never want to do is capture that h-pawn. Besides the fact that you open additional files, you also probably end up getting that bishop in some trouble and allowing white to really break through on the king side. And I could understand the hesitation that Fabi had when he was talking about the style of the position, because Magnus is such a universal player, but I really want to get straight to this one. We've been talking about Denis Lazavik's style, positional, strategic, technical. This is none of that. He's going for blood here.
I've said it every single day. We talk about these matches almost as if Denis Lazavik doesn't exist. As if he's just the player that maybe someone will beat, or otherwise they might go to Armageddon. Denis Lazavik, he means serious business. He is a rising star, just 17 years old. And in this position, he says, take my pawn on a7. I don't care about that pawn over there. I sacrifice that for an attack. And that white king, it doesn't really have many pieces shielding it. That g5 pawn may go down to g4, rumble all the way to g3. There could be checkmating attacks soon to meet the white king.
Yeah, this is scary. And Hikaru is going for something that normally I would say don't try it at home. This is too risky. Disconnecting your queen so far from your own king means that any attack against His Majesty there in the corner might just be decisive. And the queen is simply offside. I don't see why Hikaru is doing this. It's not a must-win situation yet, but it feels like he's going all in.
This is a very critical position, and we're going to deep dive into it. But while Hikaru is having to think, David, let's just use a couple of seconds to actually do a quick action replay to see how we got here. Because Denis has sacrificed a pawn for all the initiative on the king side. How did he manage to create this?
Yeah, we last left the position around here after a trade of dark-squared bishops. An attack now against this white knight forced the knight to retreat. And Denis said, OK, f for forward. Hikaru threw his f-pawn forward earlier. Now it is Lazavik pushing on the side he's stronger. Black has 3 pawns on the king side. White only has 2. White's king lacking a bit of shelter, therefore. White's queen dropped back, and now the black knight coming in. The dream square is an outpost on e3, anchored, supported by a pawn. And Hikaru said, OK, after offering this knight trade, after it was rejected, why not? You might as well suffer for something. He went and took this pawn, but this pawn is irrelevant until the endgame. Who cares if white has a 4 versus 2 majority on the queen side? And look at this last move. Pawn to g5. Yeah, this is just so scary. Tania, you mentioned a threat just to throw this pawn down the board. And, I mean, I don't see any natural moves for white. That is the problem. If, for example, you put a knight on an outpost in the center, what could be more natural? The pawn simply steps forward again. And here there's all... I mean, here I blundered a pawn, but here there's all sorts of tactics. The black queen is coming in, the black pawn is coming forward, white's king is... Wow, we're heading in this direction, actually. White's king, I was going to say, it's not long for this world.
Yeah, this looks very pleasant for Denis, and if colors were reversed, if Hikaru had the black pieces, we'd all be talking about, oh, Hikaru's going to crush him. Now, Hikaru is a tenacious, resourceful defender. He, instead of going back, jumps forward, though that knight, it might get trapped over there. If the bishop slides out of the way and that pawn push goes to h6, your knight no longer has any free squares to go to. Give me that piece. So bishop d5, it might induce c4. We're getting really into some concrete lines here. Bishop takes knight on e4, knight takes knight on e4. In this kind of circumstance, will the attack lead to a checkmate for black? Or will white say, haha, I'm still up a pawn. You haven't proven anything.
Yeah, and I think Denis, he's about to make a decision. He might even fall back with the bishop because the knight that you pointed out is actually very precarious. He goes for the idea of bishop d5. Hikaru has to push the c-pawn to force a trade on e4. He's reaching out for this one. If Denis wins this, I mean, we're looking at a very big scenario of him having a real shot at qualification.
Massive opportunity for Denis Lazavik. He won't get a better position than this against Hikaru with black. And yeah, we have reached the position we did predict from a while off. And now the big question is which pawn to push. You have to throw something towards the white king. Do you lift your rook across, go for the king this direction? So many tempting moves. But the window of opportunity is closing because white's queen will soon come back to the center combined with her knight. He needs to strike now or never, Denis Lazavik.
One defensive resource that Hikaru might rely on. Let's say you go queen h4, just something like that. White may sacrifice the exchange. Rook takes pawn, allowing your rook to be captured, but that queen, which is offside, now comes back to the center. Queen takes knight on e3. Suddenly, white has 2 pawns and a knight for a rook. That's an even material balance. The position remains chaotic, but this could be Hikaru's best chance to survive.
Only chance, yeah. And this is very likely to happen. But Denis, his clock is ticking down, and now playing on instinct in a position that's full of calculation, full of tricks and traps. That's going to be a hurdle. That's going to be a tough one. He needs to speed up. Hikaru looking pretty confident still, despite the fact his position is hanging by a thread.
And I think that confidence stems from the situation in the clock. When you got seconds on to play with, it all becomes about intuition. But this is a position that has to be based on calculation. You have to figure out the resources, like the one that you pointed out, where white sacrifices the rook, gives up material, but neutralizes the pressure. And Denis needs to make a move. He does it. He does make a committal choice of pushing the g-pawn. The eval bar doesn't like it. Hikaru adjusts pieces, but it does pose direct questions of how do you respond on the king side. Does white have time to actually capture this g3 pawn?
I think the answer is no. If white's king's shelter disappears, the black queen will come in within the next few moves. There will be a checkmate. I think we have to show this. There might only be 1 or 2 moves to survive here for Hikaru, and it might be based on what Robert mentioned, a sacrifice of the rook, because right now, pawn takes pawn would backfire seriously. Black simply recaptures, and who cares after, for example, a rook trade if the knight drops, because it's all about the black queen coming in and delivering the kiss of death. This would end in a nasty checkmate. The queen, pawn, and rook cutting off the king's escape would be decisive. So right now, Hikaru has to go for that. The idea we mentioned earlier, rook takes pawn, and coming back with his queen when it's anyone's game. He has 2 pawns, maybe even a 3rd pawn in the near future, because this is a double attack. Let's check back in. Denis, he's going for the attack, but Hikaru should be able to fend it off.
Wow, big moment and big moment here. Magnus Carlsen, has he just made a big blunder? I see the evaluation bar. I see the bishop on e5 is hanging. Black's knight on d5 cannot be picked up. White's king looks absolutely in the open. White's pawn structure destroyed. Big advantage, Alireza.
Winning advantage for Alireza. This actually reminds me of the game where Fabi had the white pieces against Magnus, where some of his pieces were up in that corner and others were over here. That's what's happening. There is not a coordination, no harmony between white's pieces. The king is open, and then knight on d5, it looks loose, looks like it can be captured 2 different ways, but you can't get away with it because your rook on e1 is in sight of the queen on a5, and you can't take with the pawn because your queen is lost. Magnus knows he's in trouble.
He's shaking his head. He knows that this has gone all down. And do you think this comes down to that reckless opening play that you were talking about earlier, David?
Yeah, it's who the style of position favours, and that is Alireza. Magnus did have an advantage as recently as 2-3 moves ago, maybe even a decisive advantage, but he wasn't comfortable. You can tell that on the clock times Magnus down to just a few seconds now, and he did play a tactic in the wrong order, now dropping back with his bishop. This was an erroneous check, actually. The black king's safer in the corner, and suddenly Firouzja, look at the evaluation bar, he has a winning move.
But I will say, we have the evaluation bar. It's winning for black objectively. It doesn't look that clear. There is no immediate knockout. I think some of the more obvious choices have some counters. For example, if the knight jumps forward, leaping into white's position, I think that bishop on e5, which is under attack in multiple ways, it will slide back to create a pin, and then we will have some chaos on the board. So I do think that there's a lot more in this position than meets the eye.
Oh, this would be a really nice resource. Easy to miss, Robert. This pin allowing a queen trade, and white would actually be doing pretty well in the endgame if queens disappear. So black has to go for checkmate. I'm not sure what that entails, but it's all about keeping pieces on and going for the white king.
And now Alireza, under a minute on the clock. Is he also considering just grabbing that bishop on e5? Because notice, and he doesn't do it. He goes for a more direct line. He hits the queen. We see the eval bar shoot up. Has Alireza lost all his advantage?
It looks that way. Suddenly, white, with this counterattack against the loose black queen, is keeping things together. No time to take this white rook on d1 because of the queen tension here. And maybe he was relying upon a check, but now the white bishop saves itself. And in this position, notice how this black bishop lacking squares, white's bishop on the long diagonal targeting the black king. Suddenly, things are turning. Suddenly, it's chaos yet again. And both players under 20 seconds now. Wow, the stakes are high in all of these games.
Yes. And it looks like Magnus Carlsen is out of big trouble for now. So we will check in with Hikaru Nakamura, who was also in trouble. And Hikaru has taken the decision that you were pointing at. He has sacrificed his exchange, picked up that big stallion on e3. But Denis, doubling up on the f-file, there's a big threat, a back rank mate.
Back rank mate, Hikaru has avoided that. He's given the white king some breathing space. One safe square now. So it's queen and rook versus queen and knight, but white has 3 extra pawns. Big threat of checkmate, black's queen coming to the h-file. Hikaru stops that. Any check to the white king will be deadly, but for now it's impossible. I think Hikaru actually has survived the worst.
He definitely has survived the worst. And Denis, he keeps sliding his pieces in ways that confuse the DGT board, but he is not confused. He brings his rook back. He's trying to help shield his king. That rook can slide over with the check. I think that with black's pieces so nicely centralized, he's doing fine. But white does have, it appears, 3 pawns and a knight for a rook. It's actually extra material for white.
Extra material for white. And big moment, Hikaru is in check now. If he brings his king back to the h-file, we might see the position almost repeat itself. Denis Lazavik trying to ask for this repetition now, but Hikaru says no draw for you. He doesn't put his king back on g1, repeating the position. He's pushing forward, going for black's rook there, pushing again. Knight check, threatened. Wow, Hikaru showing his ambition, and I do like white's position. White's knight is just as strong as the black rook.
But that rook, if it slides forward and gets to the h-file, there could still be checkmating ideas. Or if you get that rook to the final rank, Denis giving check, he probably will bring his queen back. It feels hard for Denis to lose just because his king is quite safe. Yeah.
The king is safe, but Hikaru Nakamura cannot be feeling safe because Alireza Firouzja takes down Magnus Carlsen in their game 1. Hikaru has to win this match to keep his road in Toronto going. This is a big moment. He is getting ambitious. He does feel the momentum has shifted. But is it going to be enough? The knight and 3 pawns versus the rook.
Oof, that's the big question. Hikaru keeps avoiding these repetitions, keeps avoiding the draw, but you cannot push too hard. That's happened to Hikaru so many times already this tournament. He's pushed for a win when the position demands safety, and he's got to be careful. Now he's going for an attack against the black king. White's queen trying to come up to the h6 square to deliver a check. Denis guards some squares. Nice defensive move. The black king will actually hide safely in the corner. And Hikaru comes back with his queen. This is so tense. It feels like someone is about to make a mistake, but Hikaru, for now, keeping control. The white king needs to move.
Both players down to about 5 seconds, so a blunder could happen at any turn. Here's checks against the white king. It's only a single check. You can't get that rook in the game quickly enough, but I like how Denis, he backtracks, he retreats. He knows he needs to keep his king sheltered.
Offering the trade of queens as well. White has a lot of pawns, so trading the queens should be fine, but the rook versus the knight, still, that's the main dynamic.
Yeah, and that knight on e4 is what that rook. It is taking away so many key squares, defending that g5 pawn. Black's rook struggling to create counterplay, to create threats against white's pawns. And it's the knight that jumps forward, picks up the b7 pawn. The queenside pawns are going to start marching up the board right now. This practically has to be advantage Hikaru.
Definitely an advantage for Hikaru without the queens on the board. But the good news for Denis is that the white king can't easily join the action because that g3 pawn, if that one is given up, black still has a rook pawn to create as a passer. So here comes Denis's king into the center, but apparently that was a mistake.
Wow, the black king.
Oh, he walks into a knight fork.
Oh my goodness. And Denis was defending so well, but Hikaru, he kept up the pressure.
Oh my God. And Hikaru gets the dub in. Alireza wins against Magnus. Hikaru beats Denis Lazavik. What an end to that game. And there's one more still on as Abdusattorov is fighting against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Opposite color bishop, a repetition. Abdusattorov declines.
Yeah, here white is a pawn to the good, but the problem is with opposite color bishops, the drawish tendency is high. Black, if he can trade off enough pawns, if he can prevent white from creating another pass pawn, should be safe here. And I just don't think it's quite enough. Actually, it's level pawns now, and yeah, this one should be a fortress for black. Still some care needed, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is going to guide this game towards safety. He's been in trouble the whole time, but Abdusattorov unable to land the killer blow.
Nodirbek would need to teleport his king from d4 all the way over to g7, win that h7 pawn. Not going to happen. You see the coordination of black's pieces, cutting off the white king from moving forward. The king and bishop do a perfect job together. Opposite colored bishops mean you can't contest it. It looks like it should be a solid draw here for Maxime.
Nodirbek keeps trying, but it's not going to be enough. The white bishop stops the a-pawn from advancing, black's king and bishop enough. And there we see handshakes. Their first battle ends in a draw. A relief for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but there's no relief for Hikaru Nakamura. If Alireza draws the next game against Magnus Carlsen, it's the end of the road for Hikaru, while Maxime's chances still stay alive. There is, of course, a big game 2 coming up. What a dramatic round 1, Robert.
Yeah, so much has been said about Magnus's accuracy, his lack of blunders. Pretty sure he blundered pretty badly, and it couldn't have come at a worse time for Hikaru Nakamura, because Hikaru, he needs to win his match and get some help. He's winning his match, but not getting the help.
And this is where we are. One more. The final game, rapid game of the round robin is coming up. Denis Lazavik has to win to force an Armageddon. Wesley, so Fabiano Caruana. I think this one's going straight into Armageddon. We can expect a second quick draw between these two. Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces takes down Magnus Carlsen in a crazy, crazy game. Meanwhile, Abdusattorov, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also ends peacefully. David, what was the standout moment out of all the action that we witnessed?
Well, one of the standout moments was that final move with Nakamura and Lazavik. The knight fork blundered in the end by Lazavik, but we didn't see the end to Carlsen against Firouzja, so I'm going to show you that right now. It was a blunder from Magnus Carlsen, very uncharacteristic, and it was actually after he'd survived a really difficult position. He'd got the queens off. White here has an extra pawn. White also has the bishop pair, active rooks, but Magnus Carlsen retreated his bishop to d3. This was a mistake because the bishop can simply be captured, and at the very end, black brings his rook across. Too much pressure now on this pinned bishop. It fell off the board, and Magnus very shortly resigned. Instead, if Magnus had played a move like rook b7, guarding against that idea, covering the b-file, then likely Magnus would have won, and Hikaru would have been much safer in the tournament. This is based on the fact that if the black rook moves away, then a nasty check, another check, and we would have seen a back rank checkmate. Magnus Carlsen went from winning to losing in one move.
We left right as that was happening, and for Alireza Firouzja, it's how success happens when you are putting pressure on the clock. There's pressure on the king, there's pressure on the clock, and we typically think of Magnus' king, but the king was toppled by Alireza Firouzja.
What a game, and that means that Alireza needs only a draw to secure his chances and ruin Hikaru's dreams of staying in the tournament. While the heavyweights fight it out, we've got some really cool lightweight posters for you guys to decorate your life with these incredible, incredible displays from chess.com. Loving the one in the middle. And you are getting a very cool 33% discount by using the code CHESS on displate.com/chess. That's where you can find all of these cool, very cool displays. For now, we're going to go into a very short break. But on the other side, we've got Hikaru Nakamura fighting for his tournament life as he faces Denis Lazavik. His fate not in his hands. Subscribers, stay with us. There's some cool behind the scenes just for you.
Everyone has a lucky mascot, right?
You guys? or just me? I don't know.
No, that's just you.
What is your Poke mascot, David?
I don't have it here with me in Norway, actually, but I have a Pikachu, like a big cuddly Pikachu.
Really?
That's been at the end of my bed in England for like 15 years.
Nice.
Shouldn't be admitting these things.
Pokemon fan.
Yeah.
Pikachu, I choose you. Pikachu.
No.
Even though I'm not that nerdy, Kaya.
How about a chess set with only Pokemons? That would be super cool. Who would be the king and the queen?
Professor Oak.
Professor Oak would be... would he be the king? Maybe. Misty would be my queen. Anyway,
All right.
back to the chess.
What is your favorite Pokemon?
Psyduck.
Oh, same with me. Yay. Good one, Magnus. Now,
Can Hikaru hold the draw? That's the question now. Fabiano cannot lose this game. He's a pawn up.
10 seconds, David.
Yeah, 2 pawns up. Wow.
But a horrible pawn structure.
Yeah, but it's all about the white D pawn. If he keeps the central pawn alive, he might win.
Oh my god!
You said they don't blunder checkmate in one, and then Hikaru immediately does. You commentator's curse.
A one
made,
move
bro.
checkmate, and that
made.
is going to cost Hikaru the whole match.
Armageddon is coming up. And let's reveal the bids from Hikaru and Magnus. Look at that! Hikaru has been 8 minutes and 59 seconds, beaten by 1 second. Magnus Carlsen bidding 8 minutes and 58 seconds. And this is Hikaru's reaction when that bid came in.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
CCL Spring 2024 registrations are now open. Register your school to stake your claim at the $25,000 prize fund. Visit our website go.chess.com for more information. And this is where it's happening. The skies are gray, the action is black and white. The big question, what is going on in Magnus Carlsen's mind right now? And we've got Kaya on the ground asking the big question.
Eventually a loss for Magnus Carlsen, but what a game. What did you think about that?
Yeah, obviously it was too complicated, at least for me, to play with so little time. I think I was doing well for quite a while, and then I miscalculated, and I was definitely worse to losing. But then it turned around again, and I was better, but we both have very little time. And then I just panicked with a few seconds left. So that was a bit of unfortunate for sure.
What do you think about Alireza's play in this game?
No, I think he plays like he often does, uncompromising chess, not always completely correct, but very, very challenging. Yeah, I mean that's the way he plays in general.
I think many people wondering your motivation, your mentality heading into this match with Alireza. Definitely ambition in the start of the game there. Can you sort of reveal to us what is your mentality in this match?
Yeah, I asked Peter for advice before the round, like what should I do in such a situation, and he said that he'd recently heard from Ramesh that what you should do in general is to challenge yourself, do what makes you the most uncomfortable. And I thought the most uncomfortable I could be was playing a very sharp position against Alireza. So I thought that would be very, very useful training for me.
Very cool. And game 2 will be must win to take it to Armageddon. What can we expect?
I mean, I'll try to push, of course. And yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate to lose the first game, but I can't do anything about that now.
We look forward to game 2. Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. Magnus will push in game 2. Let's see what happens. Back to you guys.
It's definitely energetic, combative play there between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja. David, what do you make of that advice to challenge yourself?
Challenge yourself, yes, but to make yourself feel uncomfortable in one of the biggest tournaments of the year, I'm going to question that one. Normally stick to what you know best.
Well, it did backfire in this one. Magnus Carlsen has to win on demand to take it to the Armageddon. And Hikaru Nakamura is definitely rooting for Magnus here. Hikaru needs a draw. Is he going to be distracted with what's happening on the Magnus board?
Well, it's hard when fate's out of your control. So for Hikaru Nakamura, he's had a bad event. Now he doesn't control his own destiny. But he can only focus on the game in front of him. What happens between Magnus and Alireza is up to those two players. So be it.
It is a big final rapid game coming up. And Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja are ready to go. Firouzja with the white pieces. But when you're in a must-win situation, playing against Alireza at least gives you the hope that there are big chances of getting a dynamic position. You know he's not going to have a solid approach.
He never does. Have you ever seen him play a solid game, David?
I can count maybe on one hand how many times I've seen Alireza play for a draw. Alireza normally plays principled chess, aggressive chess, and creative chess, and that's why he has so many fans out there. Magnus, meanwhile, not looking the most energized I've ever seen, but he will be trying to cook up a strategy to create winning chances with black.
This is a big game for more than just the two players in front of our screens right now. And of course, the other big fight also between Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Sorry, I stand corrected, against Wesley. So now for these two players, they've already made it through. Wesley will go into semi-finals at pole position. For Fabi, he does make it to third, fourth spot. And Robert, that's also very important. Talk us through that.
Yeah, if you're finishing third or fourth place, you play against each other, and that gives you 2 lives in the survival stage. The loser of 3 versus 4 plays the winner of 5 versus 6. It's kind of like the NBA play-in tournament for those of you who are basketball fans out there. And for Denis Lazavik, I mean, he can't even think that far. He's just saying, can I win this one game with the white pieces and give myself a fighting chance?
And Denis, with the white pieces, needs that fighting chance. And of course, Abdusattorov will take on Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave. For Maxime, also a very, very critical matchup. He needs to get the dub in. He needs to get the victory for his shot at the survival stage. So much on the line for these players. What is going on in their minds right now in these just seconds before first moves?
Yeah, normally the top players, they approach nerves in one of 2 ways. Either they just sit there, try to will themselves to focus, try to block out all the noise. Or, as we saw with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave before he took his chair, they walk around, they joke, they have a chat, distract themselves completely. So we will shortly see the games begin, but nerves are definitely jangling in that playing hall.
Nerves are on, tensions on. We can feel it all the way across in Oslo. And we're still waiting for Hikaru Nakamura to arrive on his board. But the other players, they are ready to go. It is time to get the first moves in. Where is Hikaru?
It's a mystery. Where is Hikaru Nakamura? And here we see the arbiter, Judith, there saying, Dennis, you should start the clock. The games have commenced. Hikaru is late.
It's the first time all event we've seen someone late to the round, so I have no idea where he is, but I'm sure there's a good reason.
Oh my gosh, I haven't seen that happen before, and it's a rapid game. It's 15 minutes with 3-second increment. And Dennis did not want to start the clock. He wanted to wait for Hikaru to be on his seat.
I never enjoy pressing the clock when my opponent's not there. Some people are like, yes, I get extra time. I'll beat them on the clock now. It's uncomfortable for me to start a game without an opponent.
Too nice, Robert. You're too much of a sportsman. Here, though, Dennis has been asked to start the clock, and the clock is ticking. Hikaru nowhere in sight.
Awkward moment, but I'm going to ask. I mean, does Hikaru's absence have anything to do with what happened in Magnus's game?
I don't think so, and I feel like people are playing up this notion that Magnus wants to eliminate Hikaru, but by eliminating Hikaru, he accepts Alireza in the field. And I know Hikaru has the big audience. There's so many people out there cheering for him. He's this huge Twitch presence. But is Alireza any weaker than Hikaru Nakamura in this format? I don't really think so. It's kind of a coin toss. So Magnus, I don't believe, is actually rooting for Hikaru to exit this field because that means Alireza's inclusion.
Yeah, Magnus wants to win. Magnus will play that next game. Nakamura, he can be angry that Magnus blundered. He can be frustrated, disappointed, but he's got to focus on his own game. He has to get the job done here to have any chance. Where is he?
He has to show up. Hikaru.
He's preparing for Armageddon. You know, he's just saying, oh, I'll spot some time, get ready in case of an Armageddon match.
Oh, my goodness. And what is that? That's got to be over a minute now.
Yeah. Time does fly, and yeah, we want to see moves. We want to see chess. Denis Lazavik wants a proper game as well. He won't want to win like this. Where is Hikaru Nakamura? I don't think there's a default time. What you see on the clock is what he has left Hikaru to get a move down to get into the tournament hall.
And this is so uncomfortable for Dennis as well, just sitting and waiting for his opponent.
It's unfortunate. You just want to play the game. And so he's just sitting there, enjoying his lead on the clock, but waiting for Hikaru Nakamura to show up and the game to really begin.
Yeah, it might be mind games. We do know great world champions of the past, including Garry Kasparov and others.
You see him.
Like to appear late, and here we see Hikaru. He does enter fashionably late. Just a couple of minutes, disappeared. He's basically playing Armageddon now.
Yes, I think we're all relieved and happy to see Hikaru is on the board and immediately sits down and makes his move. He starts with knight to f6 and blitzes out his second move as well with a head shake. What's going on? And it's hard to tell, but what do you think is happening to Hikaru right now? What's going on in his mind?
Well, he'll be trying to focus now. Hopefully we get a word from the ground out there in Toronto a bit later on about why Hikaru was delayed to the game, but a fast start. He knows his opening theory, and he did spot a couple of minutes to Dennis, but not terminal, nothing too dramatic. So at least we have chess.
We do have chess, and we have a central break on the board. This is the Nimzo Indian, and Hikaru strikes with the dynamic c5, and another break in the center. It is all theoretical so far.
It is, yeah. So for Hikaru, all he needs to do is make a draw with the black pieces. He would be okay with that, but he's really just caring about that game between Magnus and Alireza. It doesn't matter if Hikaru wins his match if Alireza does the same, because he will not make it through to the survival stage. So you ask the question, what's Hikaru thinking about? Where has he been? His head, his heart has been with that other match that's out of his control.
Yeah. Well, and he continues to play out, so perhaps also preparing mentally for this one as he blitzes out his first few moves, also gains some seconds on the clock. Meanwhile, our first result is already in. No surprises there. Wesley Fabiano Caruana ends in a super duper cooper quick draw and goes into Armageddon.
Yeah, I think you said enough, Tanya. The less said, the better about that clash between Wesley and Fabi right now. It's rare, I actually should mention, to see Fabiano agree such quick draws, but Armageddon guarantees some drama, at least for later, and helps us to focus on the key matches, which will decide who stays in Toronto. Meanwhile, this opening still very balanced, still well-known stuff. We're now around move 10, and Hikaru, he's catching up on the clock. He's got a very solid position. It's going to be tough for Dennis to break this one down. Dennis has accepted the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn, so he will try to attack the black king later on, but he has to figure out how. He has to break those defenses. Not an easy task.
And we know that Denis likes having the isolated queen pawn. He's done it in several games in this event. So it's a position he's comfortable in. And for Hikaru, you see he's looking behind him. He's like, what's going on in that game between Magnus and Alireza? Can Magnus do me a huge solid?
Yeah, and we will check in on that one shortly. Magnus has played quite a combative opening over there. But yeah, Hikaru, he should be going to check later. Focus on this game. Wow, just as I say that, he gets up. But I was going to say focus on this game first. And he goes to check out the other board, and maybe we should too, as Denis Lazavik takes the first real think of this game.
Let's do it. Let's head over to where Hikaru has just headed over to, and it is this game. Magnus Carlsen needs a win to take it to Armageddon and to offer a helping hand to his good friend, his good rival, Hikaru Nakamura. Now, there have been trades in the center. Perhaps we can, it looks like a non-standard Sicilian to me, David. We can back up and see how we got here.
Yeah, let's backtrack. We're only at move 9 in this one. Magnus has been playing super quickly up to this point. Let's go from the start. Quick action replay here. It was the Sicilian defense, one of the openings that is most widely employed at the top level in a must-win situation. It leads to fighting chess. No forced draws, no solid lines here for white. Maybe apart from this one, a bishop b5 check. This is giving black a few options, but not declaring any action in the center yet. And I just want to mention this move. After a pawn pushing forward, asking the bishop to take this knight, Magnus plays queen takes bishop. And I last saw this in a game with Magnus Carlsen. He played it as black in a must-win situation against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave years ago on the Grand Chess Tour. He employs it again. And he was not successful in that game winning with black. But look at this. It's imbalanced. Black does have a backward pawn, and the square in front of it is a nice juicy outpost for white's knight. But black has the bishop pair. A bit of a threat on the board as well, a skewer, hitting the queen, hitting the rook, which Alireza needs to deal with. And at least there's enough imbalance here to give Magnus long-term hope.
Yeah, so Alireza, he slid his rook on over to d1 to avoid that threat. But I'm totally with you. As far as being in a must-win situation, this is pretty much an ideal start to a game. 10 moves in, you have the bishop pair. There's no clarity. There's no easy way to liquidate, to simplify, trade everything off. So I think that Magnus has done the right thing. And I'm also looking at the clock. The clock was not his ally in that first game against Alireza. He said to Kaya, well, I struggled with just seconds on my clock. It was too much to calculate for a blitz scramble. And here, he's ahead by 3 minutes. He has a healthy position. He has the experience that Alireza may not. And we know that Alireza, he's 2,800 at his peak, but he also just isn't as old as Magnus. He can't possibly have the experience that the former world champion does.
Yeah, I like black's options as well. If you get time to put a pawn on h6, bring the knight out to f6, push your pawns on the b file, push the pawns on the queen side. Great chances long term. So Alireza has to act fast. He's not acting fast on the clock, and Magnus will be gaining in confidence every second that ticks away. Maybe Hikaru taking a peek at this one, feeling a bit more optimistic as we see Alireza prevent any queenside pawn advances, but this does give Magnus time to develop his pieces. And once he gets castled, we'll see a fighting middle game.
And that's the big aim right now for Magnus, to get those kingside pieces into the game. Meanwhile, these Sicilians have always understood that the fight is around that d5 square. If white is able to plant a piece there in a nice, comfortable way, white is better. If black is able to get the d5 break in, black is absolutely fine. Which makes me think that there can be long-term plans for Alireza here to try and reroute that knight from f3 to find a good way to arrive to d5. One of the ways that you can do it, that I see, David, is to go d2, f1, e3. It looks like a lot of time spent on it, but given the fact that Magnus is behind in development on the king side, is this a plan that could be on Alireza's radar?
I think so for sure, and that's why if I'm Magnus, I might not waste the time with h6. I understand that white likes to play bishop g5, and knight f6 was just played by Magnus, but after bishop g5, I'm removing my knight from the attack. I'm going knight d7. Let's reroute that pony. Maybe it's knight c5, maybe it's knight b6 up to c4, just to ask some important questions on the queen side, and I can kick your bishop out of there. Remember, this is a must-win game. If Magnus loses or he draws, it's the same match result. Play h6, play g5, throw some pawns forward. This really is the type of game you want when you're in must-win territory.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen using all of his experience to guarantee this fighting imbalanced position, and he's looking very relaxed right now. Up on the clock as well. Good news for Hikaru Nakamura.
All right, let's do a quick check-in with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Speaking of knights arriving on good squares, I really like how Maxime has planted his knight on c4. Yes, Nodirbek has got the bishop pair, but it's really not the most ideal bishop pair. The position isn't as open to see the activity. Meanwhile, we also talk about pawn breaks. It looks like if anyone can break in the center, it's got to be Maxime. And once he gets a successful e5 in, it would perhaps potentially lead to structural weaknesses for Nodirbek.
I played this opening from the black side my entire childhood, all the way up to becoming a grandmaster, and I can't tell you the number of times that a position just like this and how bad it is. It's not fun to play from the black side. Your bishop pair is not really an advantage in the position. White has such firm control over the center and controls the pawn breaks, like you said.
All right, well, we will get back to this. It looks like Maxime is in driver's seat so far out of the opening. Let's head back to our big matchup for the round-robin standings to see who gets eliminated. And there have been a lot of trades, symmetrical pawn structure, heading for a draw, David?
Good news and bad news for Hikaru. Yes, he's closer to the draw. Objectively, he should be fine. The bad news is it's not going to be much fun. And White is maybe on the better side of this equal position due to the fact White's bishop has more potential. White's bishop eyes the black pawn in the centre. Both sides have isolated queen's pawns this time on the d file. And White's knight might do some hopping around, but ultimately, Tania, I think your instincts are correct. No real weaknesses to speak of. Once black drops his bishop back to f7, kind of challenging that diagonal. And yes, it's up Denis Lazavik's alley, this type of slow manoeuvring strategic game, but it's hard to imagine Nakamura losing this one.
It is a nice slight advantage for White. No risk in the position. Rook c1 going to an open file. That rook can jump all the way forward to c5 to attack that weakness on d5. So I like the way that Denis is handling it. It's going to be a long, grinded out battle, and it's going to revolve around, can he actually put enough pressure on that d5 pawn, or will black be able to stabilize, trade off the pieces, and then for sure we would see a draw.
Yeah, I think he needs to maybe throw his h-pawn forward later on if he wants to win this game. He needs to do something a bit spicy because if Hikaru is able to put rooks on the open files, trade off all the rooks, I think those are the key pieces. If rooks disappear or queens disappear, it's going to be a draw. He needs to keep the heavy pieces on and apply some pressure. But we're talking about small margins here, and this game has been fairly balanced up to this point. Talking of something else that's fair, great air quality out there in Toronto right now. Shout out to Airthings for their device. But yeah, it's not as hot on this board as the stakes are, potentially. Not as hot as the Magnus Carlsen game is looking right now. And either way, both players will be hoping to maneuver that to their advantage. Nice knight dodge there. I think bishop for knight trade would have been great for Lazavik. So Nakamura keeping the right pieces on the board.
Yes, he is keeping the piece that can put potentially the pressure on White's central d-pawn. And it's the kind of position that Denis would be very proud of and pleased about. But given the match situation, he needs more. So this looks like it's going to go Hikaru's way. The other match, all eyes on Alireza Firouzja right now, who needs a draw to seal the deal for himself and also mark the end of the road for Hikaru Nakamura. And some moves have been made on the board. The knight has arrived on f6, so keeping that control on d5. And I do see White is going for the plan that we mentioned earlier.
Yes, although the white bishop on e3 kind of gets in the way of that maneuver that you mentioned, Tania. I loved your kind of knight dance. Kind of, you got to go back to go forward sometimes in life, in chess. And that white knight now on d2 is a bit stuck. And, OK, he secures his center. White's e4 pawn was slightly vulnerable in certain positions. But I just don't see what White does next. For black, it's simple. You get the bishop out, you castle the king, you bring rooks to the center, maybe try and open the position for your pair of bishops. But, yeah, for Alireza, the plans are far less clear.
And I think that the time is going to play an important factor because Alireza, he's down about 5 minutes here. Black can break open center right now with pawn to d5. I'm actually not sure I would go for that. If this were round one of a long tournament, maybe. But Magnus needs to win the game, and d5, it does start off trading pieces in the middle. I wonder if he's better suited to play bishop e7, castles king, and play around that square. Just give him long-term chances to make Alireza's decisions much more difficult, so he'll burn his clock.
Yeah, but it's that moment, right? Objectively, and this is what we were talking about earlier as well. Black wants to try and get a successful d5 break in Sicilians. That is the big Sicilian dream. And now Magnus has that opportunity. Objectively, it might be the best, but as Robert's pointing out, it leads to a lot of trades in the center. But it could potentially lead to an endgame where anyone playing for advantage perhaps could be Magnus with the bishop pair. Do you think he's going to go for this at this point, David? It's on the board, by the way. He answers it before David does.
Yeah, I was going to say, once Magnus spots a way to a path towards a long-term advantage, here he's most likely to take with the queen. He always goes for this. I was lucky enough to film this chessable course and make this book with Magnus about grinding out these small long-term advantages, and it's one of those grindy positions, queen takes knight on the board. Normally, trading off pieces, we assume leads closer to a draw, but if you have enough imbalances here, and I see 2 of them, then you can create winning chances. It's all about whether black's bishops are long-term better than white's bishop and knight, and it's all about whether what black's kingside majority, the 4 versus 3 on the king side, whether that can be turned into a pass pawn. In the meantime, white does have 3 versus 2 on the other flank, but harder to push those little soldiers over there. Okay, a decision. Alireza pausing. I don't really see any way to keep the queens on the board. There's also pressure on this pawn, so you cannot really run away from this trade. But yeah, I like Magnus's position. It's not much, but it's something.
And it's Magnus' style and not Alireza's. Fabiano was asked this question by Levy in game 1. Whose style was that tactical position? It was more up Alireza's alley, he said. I think everyone in the world would agree, including Alireza. This is much more a Magnus position. He can grind like a grandmaster. David, shout out to you. And he's got this position that he can't really lose unless he blunders horribly. He has a nice 4-on-3 as you're pointing. Pawn pushes, king can stay in the center. You have to love that bishop dominating the knight. I always say a pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates it. A bishop 3 squares away from a knight dominates it even more, taking away all of its forward jumps.
Yeah. A small but stable advantage for Magnus Carlsen. And if we see Hikaru come and take a look again at this board a bit later on, Hikaru might be filled with hope. And look at the clock times as well. He's got double the amount of time, Magnus Carlsen. He's got a small advantage. And okay, Alireza brings the knight into the center. This will not avoid a queen trade. And still, yeah, I think he's just done everything right. Momentum, black.
But this is an interesting decision by Alireza, because if Magnus was to now go in for that queen trade, to me it looks like it's forcing a structural change. Because after queen takes queen, rook takes queen, you actually see the pawn is hanging on the open file. So Alireza would be forced to recapture the queen with his own pawn. And how would you assess that structural change going into the endgame?
It's not aesthetically pleasing, but I think that after you take with the pawn, you're going to push that pawn 1 square up to trade it in the center. That's what Alireza is banking on. I'm not quite sure if he gets away with it, because black can play f5. That was the start of one of David's plans, just gaining space where you have an extra pawn. That knight has to drop back to a square like f2. And white is not going to lose the game in the next few moves, but you are worse, you are passive, and we have seen the queen trade. We actually have the position. I'm wondering if Magnus will strike with f5 or if he's going to play with a steadier hand and perhaps develop his pieces.
Yeah, it just looks so beautiful for black f5 on the board. No hesitation there. The white knight actually chooses c3. But, I mean, look at what a beautiful post this will be for black's bishop. An outpost, keeping an eye on this weak pawn on a4. You can just move your king out, get developed with the other bishop as well to b4. It feels like one-way traffic. It's just about whether it's enough. If d4 ever happens, if a bunch more trades happen, maybe Alireza can hold an endgame, but it's certainly Magnus having all the enjoyment right now. Yeah, it's knight c3. It's sad. This is definitely Alireza playing for the match rather than playing the position. It feels like he's just begging for a draw. And normally against the top guys, that just doesn't work, that approach.
Yeah, and that's often the worst way to play for a draw is to play for a draw. You've got to try to play the position as much as it is difficult psychologically, and especially against a guy like Magnus. You give him even the slightest chance, the slightest hope, it might not even be a real chance in the endgame, and he's going to try to grind that one down till the very end. A very different position than the fight that we saw in game 1 between these two. Do you think Magnus is feeling confident about his chances in this endgame right now?
Absolutely, because playing for a result isn't playing chess. Chess is an objective game. As soon as you inject that subjectivity, I just need a draw, let me play this quietly because I need a draw, you're not actually thinking about the board as clearly. Of course, Alireza, he's been in situations where all he needed was a draw, or maybe he needed a win, but king f7, David's plan, step 1, the dark square bishop will develop, that hole on b3 for that light square bishop, and Magnus is having all the fun, and there's very little Alireza can do besides hope that Magnus will fail to convert.
Yeah, it was interesting, Magnus's interview with Kaya a bit earlier. He dropped in this kind of advice from Ramesh: make yourself uncomfortable, kind of step out your comfort zone, challenge yourself. He's gone back to basics here, Magnus. This is Magnus from 2009, 2010, when he was kind of breaking into the kind of scene, becoming world #1, grinding down his older opponents, just seeking these long-term small advantages in the endgame. This is the Magnus I knew and that we all love.
It's like he took your advice for game 2. Just go back to what you know best and what you do best, Magnus. Gone into an endgame, he's got the bishop pair. How do we see him actually increase the pressure in these positions? We often talk about bishop pair, great position, open position. You know, you can bring your rooks to the center. But what I want to ask and understand is, what are the pieces that you're actually looking at trading and increasing your advantage here?
Black doesn't really want to trade anything just yet, because white's pieces, while they look nice, the knight on c3, bishop on d4, and he goes bishop b6, you can't necessarily improve that easily. And what black can do is go for an attack. A lot of people think that when the queens are off the board, there's no attacking chances. But if black starts throwing those pawns on the king side forward, opening up some files, you do have a bishop pair. Bishops have open diagonals, but I do think that Alireza, he's holding in tough for now.
In fact, not trade so much that he didn't even take the extra pawn that was being offered on c3 on that knight. Bishop pair, more important. David, are you expecting this strategy to just advance on the king side pawns and at the right moment strike and create more weaknesses on one side of the board?
Yeah, I think for now, Magnus is prioritizing kind of stabilization. He's just put his rooks on nice squares, the bishops on nice squares. At the right moment, his plan of improvement is to create a second front. Right now, black is dominant on the queen side. Black's pieces control a bunch of squares, some pressure on the white knight. Suddenly he'll try, as Robert said, switch tension. I saw this interview with Magnus Carlsen, Pep Guardiola. It was fantastic hearing about the kind of two geniuses discuss strategies. And Magnus, he's going to kind of overload on one side and then switch the ball, switch attention to the other flank. And I'm not saying it's winning. I'm not saying it's even that big an advantage. But in practical terms, it's, so unpleasant for white to defend. King f2, not really achieving much. And now I think we'll see your plan, Robert. Push those pawns.
It's why we have to keep talking about the clock. Right now, Alireza down under 4 minutes. Magnus still 7.5 minutes on his. And also, white doesn't have very clear plans. Black's pieces are perfect squares. And Tania asks a very important question, because many of us would have taken that knight on c3, which can be captured right now. That does net black a pawn. But then you can't make any other progress because of the presence of opposite colored bishops. So bishop takes c3, I think, would be a massive mistake in terms of your practical chances. The eval bar right in the middle. Where is your extra pawn? It's on b7. Can it move? No, because the bishop is sitting on b6 protected by a pawn. So taking on c3 would be a big mistake. If that knight is going to leave the board, it's going to be for the light square bishop. I think that Magnus would prefer to have bishops of the same color. And that a5 pawn, it's a strength right now for white. It's defending the bishop and defended by it. But in some positions, you're kind of tethered to it, so you have to be quite defensive.
Yeah. I totally agree, Robert. You don't want to cash in too soon. You don't want to sell this beautiful bishop for less than it's worth. And this white knight is not going anywhere anytime soon. It's got to stay on c3, plugging the c file. So don't commit too early. That option will be available later on. So often in chess, we say just kind of keep the obvious moves for later. First, improve, build up. And that's what Magnus is doing. Rook on c4 looks across the board. Soon we'll see these pawns fly forward. Again, it's an endgame. We're going to be here for a long time. It's a marathon day. For us, it's a marathon game.
Well, what a beautiful idea there, too, because he brought his rook to an active square so that when he trades bishops on the c5 square, his second rook will join. So Magnus is showing us, I mean, I know it sounds like a joke because of the chess book course in the book, but he really is showing us how to grind in a position like this. I mean, this is really good stuff. He's making sure that white's pieces are passive. And look at those rooks. That one can slide to the square next to it on b4, attack some pawns. I like his chances.
All right, classy technique on display here by Magnus. We'll see if it's enough or not to get going into the Armageddon. We're going to do a quick check-in with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's a materially imbalanced position. We see black's got the queen for rook and a bishop. And how many pawns is that? 2 pawns. So we do the quick math, and it looks like white's the one who's got, well, 1 pawn extra.
Yeah, good maths, Tania.
Really
that was much quicker counting. I was struggling. I was like, wait, that's doubled pawns. Do they count as one? But we also have to maybe just show one tactic that did arise. It was Vachier-Lagrave who sacrificed his queen. Watch out for some back rank checkmates. Black gives the king some breathing space. We won't linger here too long. I think objectively it's still balanced because white's pieces are so perfectly centralized, but a queen is a queen. But it's just one tactic to show off here. And I will just backtrack very, very quickly. It was this position. Black landed a nice check on the white king. And Maxime said, OK, I don't want to shuffle into the corner where I'm actually a big target for the queen and bishop piercing from afar. The knight could come in now with tactics on the diagonal. Instead, he just gave up his queen. Knight takes, and this is how we saw the material imbalance arise. So a level position ultimately, and yeah, one that we will discuss a bit later.
We will do a deep dive into this later, and we'll move on to Hikaru Nakamura's board. For Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he needs to win his match to secure his spot into survival stage. And Maxime, their first game was a draw. Nodirbek is already into survival, so a lot on the line in that one as well. And here we've got Denis Lazavik. He has to win his game, but with the rooks been traded off, David, it's a point you made a long time ago. Major pieces come off the board. You get closer to a draw. Is Hikaru not going to need an Armageddon in this one?
I think he's a big favourite to win the match by holding this game, drawing this game. Again, it's still white with the better side of equality, the better side of the draw, but it's hard to imagine anything wrong happening here for black. Simply, you have control over all the squares, too symmetrical, and yeah, no real play.
It's a good check-in here because some may think this is the last we'll see of Hikaru, and that will be true if Alireza can hold a draw, but doesn't look likely as the current position that I'm seeing, Tanya. It seems like it's getting worse and worse for Alireza.
And we're going to jump straight into that one. Some great technique on display by Magnus, trading off his bishop advantage at the right moment, tying down white's one rook on the A-line, defending the A5 pawn. Also, the mobility of the white knight. You're always looking for outposts and good squares to land into, but this knight just feels dominated right now.
I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'll say it always. That bishop 3 squares away from a knight completely controls it. There are no forward options. Speaking of forward, look at those pawns. David, you were clamoring for this for so long, and now it's here.
Yeah, Magnus biding his time, not rushing. That's tip 101 in Grind Like a Grandmaster in our book. Just don't rush. Just enjoy the moment, massage the advantage, torture your opponent as long as possible. The longer you torture them, the more likely it is that they'll crack. And Magnus, the pawns are rolling now. Again, no concrete threat, but it's just unpleasant. You see your opponents coming towards you, you see their army advancing, and you're just stuck. You just have to stay still. Look at that white rook. It's just kind of yo-yoing back and forth on the A file because white's weakness, the pawn on A5 that Robert mentioned earlier. White's knight stuck, plugging the C file, and no clear plan of action for white. Black, meanwhile, improving every move.
David, you make it sound so easy to grind like a grandmaster. When I try to grind like an international master, I just often find my opponent breaking free and getting this counterplay, and I'm the one getting tortured at the end. How do you keep control in these kind of positions?
Well, it's, I mean, it helps when you're Magnus Carlsen, when you've seen everything a mile away. But yeah, number one kind of rule, other than just being patient, is to look for your opponent's threats. And here, luckily, Magnus doesn't even have to look out for any counterplay.
And there's one major, really thorn in white's side. He goes G3, he's trying to get some counterplay here, but that rook in the corner for white is stuck there because that pawn on A5, it's wandered too far. If you could actually bring that A5 pawn back a couple squares, then white would say, it's not so bad for me because that rook is free to go. That rook is stuck in the corner, it's protecting a pawn. Meanwhile, black's rooks are free to shuffle back and forth for them. Look at Magnus, he didn't trade on the king side, he pushed his pawn forward. He may think about that pawn promoting later in this game.
Yeah. Theory of 2 weaknesses. White has 1 weakness on A5, maybe on H2 as well. Big, big weakness there. If you could ever trick white, if you can ever sneak a black rook behind on the first rank to come and grab this pawn, it's game over. And this is a trademark of Alpha Zero, of Magnus Carlsen. Push pawns as close to promotion as possible. Any race, Magnus will win later.
Is there an idea here if black plays rook to B4, and white plays rook A1, can I play rook takes B2? I've been wondering about this. Can I sacrifice an exchange? Not yet, but the point still exists that there could be an exchange sacrifice for some pawns, and Magnus is doing that grinding thing where he's slowly improving his position move by move, piece by piece, but watch out for ideas just like that.
Yeah, it's a really nice thing that you pointed out, but what Magnus is doing, right, he's also playing on the clock. He'll take those critical decisions of changing the dynamics in the position when Alireza is down to his seconds, which makes it that much harder to actually control the position. A check's been given on the board, and you're pointing out the squares that are on Magnus's radar. And also, Alireza, with the last few moves, it's clear that he thinks that there's nothing better he can do in the position. He's just shuffling around with the rook, and that makes it so much easier for Magnus to improve his position.
Yeah, the hardest thing in chess is to actually do nothing, and that's what Alireza is having to do right now. Most likely he'll bring his rook back. He might get tempted to swing his rook across. I was going to say go for that slightly detached black H-pawn, but no, he does adopt this defensive formation. And now Magnus, we know he doesn't believe in fortresses. Can he break white's fortress?
It's a good question, and it doesn't look very easy. That exchange sacrifice will be in the back of his mind, but we saw the eval bar say not in that position. The big problem for white is your rooks are stuck. The rook on a3, protecting the pawn on a5. The rook on the second rank is shielding the king and protecting that b2 pawn. So has Magnus maximized? That's the question. A fortress would be a really big dream come true for Alireza, where it looks terrible. He can just shuffle a little bit back and forth here and there. And Magnus saying, oh, big decision time. Can you trade me? Or is that black king coming in too quickly?
Wow. Big question to ask as well. No easy answers. Alireza feels obliged to trade off the rooks. But now black's king can start sidestepping, slide to the left, and go for that weak white a5 pawn. I'm really surprised Magnus has rushed into this. Normally, I would say kind of wait, only if you're 100% sure. But it does look mightily scary for white still.
And Magnus has to be sure that after sliding the king, if there's a trade of rooks on c5, that his king is fast enough to gobble the queenside pawns, and Alireza will not be able to create counterplay against the kingside pawns, but Alireza prefers to keep the rooks on the board. But now this h3 pawn, the alpha 0, the alpha Magnus pawn that we're talking about, in many positions, that can be a big weakness, and white's knight or the king can start targeting it.
It definitely can be a weakness, but after Magnus slides his king over, there are second rank ideas for him. He has so many options here, and I think for Alireza, give him 3 more minutes. He might have traded rooks in that position. Any rook check could have forced the rook trade, and perhaps that was a draw, but when you have 50 seconds, you can't calculate 20 moves down the line, which is what you need to do to ensure that you're not giving away a half point.
Yeah, really difficult position. Firouzja's done a kind of admirable job here of defending. Really fantastic, stoic defense. But now it's kind of the calculation part of the game where it's very concrete. It's no more about those strategic, kind of theoretical things we were talking about where you can just trust your judgment and play on feel instinct alone. Now it's pure calculation. That's why Magnus has slowed down 2 minutes against just under 1 minute. I'm expecting the black king to move on over as well. That's the consistent kind of final act of the plan. But suddenly it's all about the king side. Can black stabilize on that flank? And suddenly counterplay for the first time in a long time.
Amazing defense from Alireza. We keep talking about Magnus' ability to grind. Alireza's ability to defend is top-notch. He's proving it in this game. But will he be able to sustain this? He's got 52 seconds left. Magnus, he's pausing for now, but you know he's going to rapid fire, just spit out a few moves in a row, and then Alireza will have to keep defending while being down to just seconds.
A big decision for Magnus. Does he allow Alireza to trade off the rooks, or will he slide with his king? Magnus with a big think, almost a 2-minute think at this point. So really the clocks are getting more and more leveled right now. It's going to be a race for Magnus to get on the queen side. Alireza trying to get to the pawns on the king side to create his own passer. Meanwhile, we do see the evaluation bar go in Hikaru's favor in his fight against Denis Lazavik, but it all really comes down to this game for Hikaru as well. And we're seeing it being played out. The king, as you said, moves towards the a5 pawn, the knight jumping into attack right now. Can Magnus just pick up the a5 pawn?
Oh, some calculation is needed. Maybe he'll want to avoid a pure rook endgame. So white's knight is threatening to take the black bishop, and white's rook, notice on the 3rd rank, is going to pick up that straggler, the pawn on h3. Magnus, I think, needs to keep some imbalance alive. He puts his bishop on g2. Nice active square defending the pawn. I didn't even see that was possible.
Me neither. I was shocked. But it defends the h3 pawn and the b7 pawn. This shows why bishops often dominate knights.
Yeah, and at least now, is there still a threat of taking on a5? You've got to be a bit careful. The white knight is jumping, so some source of counterplay. But 20 seconds to hold this when it looks like your kind of palace, your castle is just collapsing in front of you. The foundations, including that a5 pawn, dropping.
And so is the eval bar. The eval bar is dropping in black's favor bit by bit. This is a nerve-wracking moment here for Alireza.
Ooh, rook takes pawn, possible or not? That's the big question. But first, Magnus gives a check, still in control.
Magnus is in control, and Hikaru Nakamura is in control of his position. We'll do a quick check on this one as Denis is playing with just 4 seconds. Hikaru can wrap up his match. He's got 2 extra pawns on the other side of the board. It looks like it's busted, completely busted for white, despite having the d pawn. Black's king is super near white's passer.
Yeah, Denis, he had to take some risks. He had to win this game. A draw and a loss, the same result. Essentially, he took a risk too many, and Nakamura's pawns are just rolling now. As you say, Tanya, white's d-pawn is not going anywhere. It's been locked down now, and it's all about those 3 connected passes on the queen side. 3 connected pawns is too many, and white's knight is just unable to play. Nakamura is going to wrap this up any moment now.
And he's going to win this game. It'll be Denis Lazavik's first loss. The handshakes are there. But Hikaru's tournament might not be over. He is relying on Magnus Carlsen. And look at this. Magnus Carlsen, you see the eval bar is going all the way down. He's up a pawn. His rook is active. And now it's about converting this into a win.
And we mentioned it about 25 moves ago, Robert. White's H-pawn was a target. He locked it down, fixed a weakness, and now it's dropped off the board. Magnus has now created the most powerful of passed pawns. Harry, the H-pawn's going to become a queen. That H-pawn is only 2 squares away from touchdown. Magnus is going to take this. He's got passed pawns potentially on both flanks. White's knight is a short-range piece. The bishop is so clearly superior here. It drops back. The black rook will move out the way.
And Alireza, with 1 second, made that move. He's got no time, and now he loses another pawn.
Yeah, but what he's hoping for is if he can trade rooks and give up his knight for the b7 pawn. Bishop and a pawn versus king, if that king can run to the corner, will be a hole. So watch out. Know your theoretically drawn endgames. I don't think Magnus is going to blunder into that, but he needs to keep an eye out.
And he moves his king, but he's walking into a knight fork. Be careful. Big threat on the board. Knight back to d3. Check would be a nasty fork on the king and rook. Magnus, I think he just chose the wrong square.
And now he's got to be careful because that knight check also forces the king to lose connection with that a5 pawn. You can't give a check right now, or can he? Because there's rook to c5 if he would have stepped over
that
with
would
the
have
king.
been checkmate.
Oh
White would have won the
gosh.
game had he stepped in the other direction. He still has 2 passed pawns. I think the engine evaluation, it says equal, but it's going to be difficult for Alireza to prove that with 7 seconds. He's doing a great job thus far.
Wow, Alireza so resourceful. He's setting up all the traps, that tricky knight jumps, and he's got a passed pawn of his own. The white g-pawn is the best of all of them.
Yeah, and
3 squares away.
And all of black's pieces are on one side of the board. They're sort of getting in each other's ways. The pawns can't move forward while white's pawn is just advancing further and further. He does attack the rook. He will move back, not giving any tempo. Does he push g6?
Why not? Have a pass pawn, push a pass pawn, but that bishop is coming around to b3 with check. And once the king slides out of the way, oh, you see Alireza, he was unsure, but he's taking a square away from the black king. The black king needs to move and the pawn needs to run.
Oh my gosh, and this is so important for not just Magnus Carlsen, but Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus needs to win, and this is getting closer to a draw.
Ever closer. If white sacrifices the knight for black's pawn, we'll see the infamous rook and bishop versus rook endgame, which is objectively a draw, but so tough to defend with only a few seconds on the clock.
He can do it now.
He should take that pawn in the next few moves. It's not running away yet, but he wants to avoid that endgame as long as possible, Firouzja.
And the one thing Alireza has to avoid is bringing his king forward to a6. It looks like the best move, but you're walking into a pin, so that would free up the black king. I don't know how Magnus makes progress anymore. He can't move his king without losing his a-pawn.
Oh, he's blocking out the white rook. This is really clever. Maybe forcing that sacrifice in the next few turns. But he's going behind Alireza, and the moment of truth, he does sacrifice. It's rook and bishop versus rook. Start your counters. It's the 50-move rule kicking in.
And did you see Magnus's reaction there? He says, okay, I'm ready for this one now. This is going to be a fight. It is rook bishop versus rook, a theoretical draw, but can Alireza hold for the next 50 moves?
And what you often want to do is keep your king and rook on the other color of that bishop. That's a great move by Magnus. He's trying to restrict the scope of that rook, but you need to bring your king closer. Magnus starts on the right path.
Magnus needs to force the white king onto one of the 4 sides of the board, and only then will there be checkmating ideas, but that's going to take a while. Alireza cutting off the black king. I'm pretty sure he studied this for hours and hours throughout his career. The top players spend a lot of time on this, but it's all about the nerves, whether he cracks. Only a few seconds left.
And I'm sure Magnus has studied this completely as well. So he knows how to try to get the white king to the edge of the board, the way to create the best chance. And it'll come down to those final moments. Does Alireza know those critical defenses when the king is in the last rank or the corner?
Alireza's nervous. He's down under 5 seconds. You could see him hesitating with his king move. That black king can now go to the center. That white king is being pushed to the edge of the board, but he can use the Cochrane defense, pin the bishop from a distance. He does that, so it's clear that Alireza knows what he's doing.
And now you've got to be really careful. You don't want to commit. The white king is ready to do a bit of a dance here. If black's king later goes one way, the white king will go the other. Now we'll see the white king go up the board, surely, in the next move or two. Ooh, Alireza, he's doing everything right so far, but still big nervous moments ahead.
It's Magnus Carlsen who's got less time on the clock than Alireza. The clocks are now absolutely level, and a hesitancy there by Alireza. He finally decides to go to 8-6 with his king.
And that black king is inching closer because white wants to put that rook on the g-file and trade the rooks off. Not allowed here. If that bishop, it snakes back, here it comes. If it gets to f5, that white king could be in a mating net.
Oh, and there it is. Back. He's losing now. Yep. He's in the net.
He's in the net. He walked right into the net. Bishop can even...
And they know it. They know it.
This is a well-known winning position. Black's rook will come round now and deliver a killer blow. The white king has no escape squares. Any check on the h-file will be decisive. Magnus goes the long way round, and white is stuck.
Alireza with a smile. He knows this is all over. He's gotten his king at the wrong side. There's a mate in one being threatened that you cannot fight against. Magnus Carlsen gets the job done, takes it to Armageddon. Alireza is disappointed. He had this one. A draw would have seen him through. And the other man who is very relieved with this result is Hikaru Nakamura.
You can defend for a long time, but you have to defend forever when Magnus Carlsen is grinding against you. The eval bar went to the center, but looks can be deceiving, and Alireza Firouzja, he couldn't hold in that rook and bishop versus rook ending.
We've got an Armageddon coming up. The bids are being written right now as Magnus Carlsen strikes back.
Wow, what classy play from the world number one. What great defense from Alireza Firouzja in the end. In practical terms, it was too difficult. It was one step too far. But yeah, that just shows Magnus, he's a sportsman. He doesn't care about other results. He just wants to win his own games.
And such a different game from what we saw from Magnus in game one. This was Magnus in his true style.
This is Magnus at his best. Those type of games where he doesn't force the issue, he doesn't castle queenside unnecessarily. And I'm curious what their bids will be, because strategy has changed game after game for Magnus. He bid 15 minutes to get white one game, then he bid as low as 8 minutes and 53 seconds another. I'm curious.
What do you think? For Magnus, will he aim for the white pieces? Alireza, how low will he go if he wants black?
Oof, it's tough. I think Magnus would take either color right now. He's feeling so confident. Alireza needs to recover, so he might well want black and draw odds. But these are the results, Tanya.
And these are the results, which means we've got 3 Armageddons coming up. That seems to be the tradition right now, minimum of 3. And we've got 2-0 for Hikaru Nakamura. He's got the job done. And while the games were over, take a look at what was happening backstage. They had their eyes on Magnus versus Alireza Firouzja.
You're asking for 5 people to watch a game. It's like the strongest 5 you could ask for. There are a few people missing, of course, but that's awesome to see them tuned in, locked in. And Hikaru, he now has a chance.
Yeah, some more tense than others in that group of 5 people that we saw as the action continues. And one man who's going to continue watching Magnus in action will be Hikaru. David, what a round. We're going to 3 Armageddons. What have you got for us? What was the highlight?
Well, I'm going to go back and study rook and bishop versus rook after this day is over, that's for sure. It's the trickiest endgame to hold. Theoretically a draw, but as we saw, Magnus, he knows all the maneuvers, the winning plans, and Alireza, unfortunately, just didn't have enough time on the clock. It was here, just deep into the endgame, where the final mistake occurred. He defended so well for so long, but pushing his king back to h5, where it does get trapped, was the error. Instead, he could have played a move such as dropping his rook back, getting ready to give the black king a little nudge, a little check from the front. Multiple moves draw. You could even have waited. You could even just keep your rook on a5. It's difficult. It's unpleasant. In the end, king h5 was a mistake because now the cage is closed. And as we saw, the black king now safe, guarded from checks, the white king with no escape squares. And the reason he resigned in a few moves' time was simply because there's no way now to stop this checkmate. The white rook is stuck, unable to land a block, and game over. A great win for Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen gets the win in taking it into the Armageddon. And we've got the bids that are about to be revealed. And look at this, Robert. This has been the storyline so far. What do you make of this?
Yeah, the average bid to get the black piece has been 9 minutes and 25 seconds. So if the players have been studying and their opponents, the fellow competitors, they would know to bid maybe around that range if they want black. But the lowest black bid has gone to both Magnus and Alireza. 8 minutes, 53 seconds. How low will they go? We know Magnus once went 15 minutes. I think he was trolling, just trying to mix things up. But I do think these two are willing to go that low in this matchup against one another.
Yeah, it's hard to predict at this point. Magnus' momentum is on his side, but with Armageddon, it is a bit random. It's just about who's faster, who is cleverer with their bids.
Yeah. And Magnus Carlsen has been clever enough to not be predictable in this tournament. He's been really mixing it up, and it'll all come down to who wants the white pieces and how much are you really willing to put on the line? How much time are you willing to put on the line for those black pieces? And of course, this is where it's all happening. And the action continues as you got 3 big Armageddons coming up. And once again, subscribers, good news. You get some really cool stuff, so don't go anywhere.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, a rising star in the chess world, won Division 2 in the Chessable Masters to qualify for Division 1 in the Chess Kid Cup, and he immediately rose to the challenge.
Nodirbek is not going to miss this. He solves these for breakfast. He solved these for breakfast 7 years ago.
And it's on the board.
Goodbye. It's resignable.
Really just clinical play here.
And there we have it. Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the match against Jordan van Foreest.
Another great move. Knight d6 there was rook d7, just integrating the tactics perfectly, and he's about to win a third pawn. That might trigger resignation.
Black Knight, no good squares for it to use, and I think Fabi, you can tell body language there, he leaned back. Has he resigned? He has. Abdusattorov takes the match.
In the grand final, he plays Caruana yet again, and with another impressive match win, Abdusattorov emerges victorious in the Chess Kid Cup to qualify directly for the Tour Finals.
Queen d2, is that the winning move? And that's it. We have a winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov wins the Chess Kid Cup.
With an impressive performance throughout the season, Abdusattorov has earned a total of 325 tour points, the same as Caruana in second place on the standings. The 19-year-old is definitely someone to look out for in Toronto.
Of our seats as the action is happening in the beautiful city of Toronto, but we can feel the tension all the way in Oslo. Hikaru or Alireza, only one will make it to survival stage. We've got 3 big Armageddons coming up, the biggest of them all, Alireza versus Magnus. The question right now, what is Armageddon? Take a look.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White starts with 15 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. The lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
It's all mind games right now. What will the players bid? And I'm really excited to find out as Kaya is with Wesley and Fabi revealing their bids.
They finished even before Hikaru Nakamura made it to the board here in the second games, and it's gonna be Armageddon. So you guys, go ahead, turn your boards. Let's see. Oh, all right, you want the white pieces. 1459 for Fabi, 903. You will play with the black pieces. What was the thought here, Wesley?
Yeah, I remember Fabi bid yesterday 959, so I thought, and then Hikaru bid with 910, and he won, so I thought I'd bid somewhere around that. But I should have bid higher.
And you are eager to get the perfect score here, I bet, to win all your matches in the round robin.
Well, I'm looking forward to the, to the semifinals, because I guess because of tiebreak it's not a big difference. So
nope, not at all. Well, Fabi, I bet you're going to be happy to play with the white pieces. Watching your bid here, what was the thought here?
Yeah, so I actually had a dream last night that I was playing Armageddon against Wesley, and I bid 15 minutes, and then he outsmarted me and he bid 16 minutes. So I decided to play it even smarter and bid 1459, because I thought this is like the safe. In case he bids 15, for example, then I'm in good shape. And in case he bids lower, then I'm also in good shape. So that's my reasoning behind this.
Very cool, very cool.
Nice. You remember your dreams, and that's a very good sign.
I don't remember the result, though, of the dream, so we'll see.
Okay, so that's yet to see, you guys. So how did Fabi's dream end? We're going to see when the Armageddon starts. Back to you guys.
1459 and circling the black pieces. What is in Toronto's air with the nicest guys on the circuit trolling each other? What's going on there, Danny?
What Fabi didn't say is apparently how his dream ended was he was pissed that we allowed Wesley to bid 16 minutes. Oh. And he freaked out. He was mad at the organizers because we allowed Wesley to bid more time than is legally allowed. So I think Fabi needs to relax a little bit.
Dreams aren't real. Dreams aren't real.
Dreams aren't real.
Dreams aren't real.
You know what is real?
What is real?
Armageddon.
Armageddon is real.
And Magnus is now Harry Potter.
Yeah,
he saved Malfoy from the floor.
That was. By the way, is Fabiano Caruana one of the funniest and most normal top chess player?
He might be. It's well, I mean, okay. There's a lot to unpack about that. You should watch the White Elephant video. Have you seen it yet?
Not yet. You should watch the White Elephant video if you haven't seen it yet.
Okay, we got to talk about Armageddon.
Yeah.
So we have Magnus and Firouzja, Fabi and So, MVL Nodirbek. Obviously, the main focus is Magnus and Firouzja.
Not just the main focus. Wesley So literally does not matter.
It does not matter.
They literally could not show up.
Yeah, and same with Nodirbek and MVL almost.
Well, they're
now that Lazavik has lost to Nakamura, it actually doesn't matter.
Yes.
So really, we're all about Magnus and Firouzja. Your thoughts on who's got the edge going into that right now?
I mean, obviously Magnus. Momentum aside, right? You're gonna take Magnus in a match. We're gonna get their Armageddon bids in a second, I imagine. And that was a crazy game to win. I mean, that literally could not have come down any closer than the way it did. That was Harry swooping in, saving Malfoy in the room of requirement.
Yeah.
Rook and Bishop versus Rook, a theoretically drawn endgame, and he finds a way to win. That's
I was blown away, just like everyone else. We've got, I guess, the players heading to their board, so we're probably going to send it back to the studio. Tanya, I wish I had more to banter about. We're just all hype here in Toronto. Literally, people were on the edge of their seats out there. I can't wait till people see the edit of Hikaru Nakamura watching in real time as far as what happened.
Yeah.
But you had everybody crowded around, and the drama was insane. And here we go. It's Armageddon. It's all we got.
It is go time really, really soon. I'm just upset about you guys saying that dreams aren't real. What are you talking about? I mean, say that to Wesley. He's having the dream run that anyone can hope for with his performance, but he's got an Armageddon to play, and these two are ready to go.
Do we even know what the bids were for these two?
Not yet, but we will find out as Kaya's got the bids, and we'll be revealing them really soon. But look at Alireza. He is ready to go. Is he still thinking about what just happened? Or is he thinking about the Armageddon that's coming up? And just moments ago, Kaya was with the players and their bids.
Major drama, this one going to Armageddon. We're going to see the bids. You guys go ahead and turn your boards. 942 for Magnus, 9. That means you're going to play with the black pieces. The thought here, Alireza.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy at least it's Armageddon. I have another chance, but not happy with my play.
This Armageddon will decide Hikaru Nakamura's fate as well. What are you thinking right now, Magnus?
I'm not thinking so much about that, but I'm happy that I managed to come back, even though the game was a mess.
Quite high bid from you here. We'll play with the white pieces now. How do you feel about that?
It's okay.
Wow, this will be an exciting one. Best of luck, you guys. Thank you. We're going to have Armageddon. Back to you guys.
Alireza wins the bid with 9 minutes, gets the black pieces, and we will have the first move soon. Magnus saying that he isn't thinking about Hikaru, but right now, Hikaru Nakamura literally cares.
Oh, Hikaru is begging Magnus to win, something you typically don't hear, but Magnus needs to win for Hikaru to stay alive.
Yes. And we will have the moves of the Armageddon in just a few moments as Wesley and Fabiano Caruana have taken it down to the wire, and they are ready. We've got 3 big ones coming up. And first to go underway is Fabi with the English opening.
The opening of dreams, the English opening. Shout out. Thank you, Fabi. The English opening does show fighting intentions. It does keep White's options open, guarantees a long fight. Fewer forcing lines than in the King's Pawn opening and Queen's Gambits and others. Meanwhile, Fabi does open the centre. And he does, remember, have a 6-minute time advantage to start this game. A fast beginning here as Wesley tries to clarify the centre. As mentioned earlier, this one less important for the standings, but of course both players want to win, and Wesley wants that magnificent 7.
And they can't forget that there's $1,000 up for grab. Every match winner gets a cool grand. So there is quite a lot at stake. And I think that at one point, one of these players has to turn it on. They've just been sailing, coasting to those draws. And we're going to get a sharper position now that Fabi developed his bishop out to G5.
Definitely things to fight for here. It's the money that you're talking on the line, but also for Wesley, the dream of just having the dream run going into the going into his semifinals. He will enter it at pole position regardless of what happens for Fabi as well. He's made it into survival stage. While it's a short day in office for Wesley, Fabi still has a lot of chess to be played.
Yeah, he still has a lot of chess to play. He knows he'll be in that survival stage. Wesley, meanwhile, going for a fast start here, and we'll check back in later.
We will, and we've got a lot of Armageddons to be played as our next fight of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Nodirbek Abdusattorov is also about to get underway, as this one just in its opening stages, just getting started. It is still a theoretical battle. As we can see, the players are blitzing out their moves. And very often in these openings, White delays the development of the light squared bishop. You simply don't want to waste a move if Black was to capture on c4. So kind of just bring out all the other pieces into their ideal situation before you develop that bishop on f1. And Fabi, not wanting to waste time, takes the decision to liquidate the center.
It's an isolated queen pawn. Some people enjoy playing with it, but I think in blitz, it's super hard to cover that pawn, especially without time on your clock. You don't know when it's okay to sacrifice it for the compensation in terms of activity or when you need to put all your forces defending it. So good opening choice from Fabiano, I'll say. And you look at Wesley. He's down to 7 minutes, about to be 45 seconds. It's ticking down. We're only on move 11. It's not going to be an easy game for him.
And we spoke about this earlier, right? For Fabi, he's got a big part of the tournament coming up right after this match. He's got to fight in the survival stage. How important is that in terms of, was he preparing for that? Fatigue, stamina? How much effort is Fabi actually putting into this game?
I think he's putting in enough. Of course, he would prefer a shorter game. He doesn't want a 100-move grind with pieces flying where it comes down to a race against the clock. He doesn't want his nerves jangling because he has bigger fish to fry, bigger matches to come. But yeah, for now, it's balanced and both players just taking a chill.
Well, this is a balanced Armageddon, but it is one which is not going to be balanced at all, is Magnus Carlsen with his handshakes with Alireza Firouzja. This is the big one. It all comes down to this. Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura. Only one will survive and go into the next stage. And it is going to be about this Armageddon, and it's a crazy opening.
Love the choice from Magnus Carlsen. When your opponent does not have time to calculate, why not play something that is not mainline repertoire? And f3, the point is clear. Let me push my e4 oh, it's not there yet, pawn to e4. Or why don't I throw my g-pawn up the board and get a kingside attack? I really think this is a brilliant choice in an Armageddon game where Alireza, he's now the first to really think and spend his time.
Wow, a 30-second think there pretty much from Alireza at this early stage, as early as move 4, move 5. That's not a good sign on the clock. But what is Magnus's idea? A pawn on f3. It's very, very rare to see the top players land a pawn there. It takes away squares from knights. It means the white king is not entirely safe, loosens up the white position. So Magnus better have something special prepared. I'm slightly skeptical, I've got to say. I think it's very much tailored to this match situation. But yeah, it depends on what Magnus chooses now. He needs to act quickly, throw pawns forward, develop quickly before Alireza gets fully organized.
Well, Magnus has got to make some big decisions. And what about from a psychological point of view? We will leave psychology aside for right now because a big committal decision on the board. Magnus going all out with Gary the G-pawn. G4 on the board.
Harry the H-pawn should be next. Why not? Throw all your pawns forward. It's not easy to meet a pawn storm when you are down on the clock like Alireza started this Armageddon match. But this position is solid. He's done nothing wrong. He can continue his development. But I think for Magnus, he's trying to determine, do I jump my queen out to b3? Do I keep pushing pawns on the king side? He's trying to come up with the trajectory of the game that suits him best.
Is this a new position already, David? Because I am not familiar with this one at all.
I don't have a database in front of me, but I can safely say out of the tens of thousands of games I've seen in my chess career, this one is brand new. A trade of bishops now. I guess the themes in this opening, which was the Slav defense, are often similar. Black's problem piece is normally the light squared bishop, so the fact that it has been traded off now is good news for Firouzja, but White has gained some time, gained some tempi in the process, especially those pawn pushes are committal. It really reminds me of a Jabava London, the Jar Jar Binks London, shout out James Canty, and White having this extra space gives him more options. A trade of pawns there. I'm slightly surprised Magnus rushed.
And are we going to see Magnus go with another game with a queenside castle by his king? Once you push g4, you really don't want your king on the king side. So Magnus pausing, he's going all out in this one. There's no stopping Magnus.
This game is even safer for his king on the queen side. He can castle queen side, slide the king on over to b1. It's safe over there. Where's the black king going? Especially after b5, it's clear that it's either staying in the center or eventually, when White runs out of firepower, castling to the king side. But Magnus says, my king is safe, you don't have any attackers. I have to say, big advantage for White.
Yeah, at least it looks more fun to play right now. I'm going to revise my opinion. I was very skeptical, but suddenly, maybe again, it's those slow pawn pushes. I was a bit critical of Alireza in the first black game that he ended up winning with this move a6. It feels like he's kind of committed to an attack on the queen side, but he was seeing ghosts. Magnus King just ends up on the other flank. That must be so frustrating. He's essentially wasted his own time, taken away the queen side as a safe haven for Black's own king, and Magnus is so far ahead in this race, this attacking race. Wow, Alireza is now forced to plug the advance of those white kingside pawns with his own knight, but that knight is stranded offside long term. And Magnus, he's fighting in the center too. The speed, the confidence, the courage to play like this, it's impressive.
I would throw the eval bar out the window because I look at this position. It doesn't matter if it's up a little bit for White or down a little bit for Black. It's right near the middle, but it's super complicated. We're on move 15. Alireza, he's got 7 minutes plus on his clock, and now the center is opening, but it's just the start of what will be a very hectic game.
And it is a decision for Magnus. He can recapture it in 3 different ways. Does he take it with the pawn to try to get the center? But it could lead to an open position for his own king. The f-file opening up eventually. Perhaps get a piece instead on the center of the board. Capture it with the knight on e4. You win a tempo. But the downside of that would be that Black's knight can eventually find itself on a nice post on d5. I like the decision Magnus has taken with knight takes pawn. But I'm expecting Alireza to get his own knight to that nice central spot on d5.
He needs to race, he needs to be quick. He actually drops his bishop back. I liked your idea there, Tanya, because right now, Black is really passive. Black has 1 knight stranded on the rim, on the edge of the board. Black's other pieces are pretty much encamped within their own first 2 ranks. Magnus has all the freedom. Wow, playing on this flank, opening up a second front, just as he did in that endgame. He's been focusing on the king side, suddenly maybe learning from Pep Guardiola, switching the attack to the other side of the pitch.
He's certainly causing confusion here because Alireza is probably looking at that tension of pawns over there on the king side, and now you have to switch flanks and worry about the queen side. And it's not easy to choose between pushing that pawn, which may stick out and become stranded, or to capture, but that leaves the a6 pawn as a weakness. These are difficult decisions in classical chess, much more so when you're down to 6.5 minutes and Magnus is over 12.
And we've been talking about Nakamura staying alive in this tournament. Alireza is also fighting for his own life. And this type of position, when you want to stabilize, you know a draw is enough in an Armageddon. I mean, it's wild. It's just crazy. Magnus is throwing pawns at you left, right, and center, literally in this position. It must be so tough having all of those emotions in your head after that previous defeat and now facing this. I mean, it's so tough.
Yeah, he's also fighting this inner battle, this inner game right now, right? He wins the first game, Alireza, and he does it convincingly after Magnus is rash in the openings. Oh, and then the second game, also a lot in control in that rook-bishop versus rook, where he could have actually just wrapped up the match at that point. But he went on to lose that one, a very difficult one to defend in seconds. Does that shift the momentum to favor Magnus coming into it with the comeback, with the Armageddon, getting the white pieces, and this position on the board?
This position is completely in white's control. That black king is in the center. It's not safe there. Can't castle kingside. That's going to be ripped open. And I think this match has been topsy-turvy in a very uncomfortable way for Alireza. Even in game one, he had a winning position, and then all of a sudden it turned in Magnus' favor. And then Magnus, under the duress of the time pressure, he blundered. Alireza took that game. In game two, Alireza should have held after being much worse at some points and then couldn't. So I think it's been an uncomfortable match for Alireza, and this position is no less uncomfortable.
Yeah, just the switch up in styles from Magnus. He's really confirming the fact he is a universal player. Grindy endgame followed by chaos on the board. And right now, look at the clock times. Look at the difference as well. He started with 6 extra minutes, Magnus. It's way more. And F5, it smacks of panic. Just lashing out here, trying to open up lines around the white king. But this could backfire. White is not obliged to take. En passant is not obligatory. And white's knight, if it simply moves, I think this is going to leave black with even more severe weaknesses.
Even though white's king is the one on f2, it feels like black's king is the one that's feeling more heat in this position. That e6 pawn, which will be a long-term weakness. At some point, the b5 pawn will be a weakness as well. If the dark squared bishops get off the board, there are so many holes, nice posts for the white knight to jump to. But where are you going with your knight? You said en passant is not what you want to do right now. Do you go forward? Do you retreat? What would be your choice here?
My first instinct, at least, was to plonk the knight into c5, a nice outpost. That being said, OK, first you could trade bishops, and Magnus does go for that. I was going to say, actually, you don't even need to move your knight. You could, for example, have taken this pawn, undermining the black knight, but instead we did see a quick capture from Magnus Carlsen, and he does land the knight on a beautiful outpost. This was essentially my idea. It is this e6 pawn, which is now backward, a big target. Still, black is reluctant to castle kingside. It was just important, if we backtrack for that one moment, not to capture en passant, because suddenly the black knight is no longer offside. If black does now eventually castle, look at this, the white king will be left on a open file or a semi-open file here. So Magnus has kept control, and it's the dance of knights now. Only knights remaining on the board of the minor pieces, but too many threats. Pawn takes pawn, the most major of them all.
That is a big threat on the board. And can Alireza actually waste time right now trying to defend that threat with the king in the center? And we have got results on the Armageddon between MVL and Abdusattorov, and Abdusattorov takes the win.
He didn't just take the win, he crushed Maxime in that game, and he has secured a top 4 placement. That means he gets 2 lives in the survival stage. But look at this. This might be Alireza Firouzja on his last life, because he is now down a pawn. His knight on h5, it's on the rim and is looking dim. His chances are dimming here, and for all of a sudden, for all the fans out there, Hikaru Nakamura, his chances are suddenly great.
Are Hikaru fans right now Magnus fans?
Definitely. I think the happiest man in Toronto is Hikaru Nakamura. He's probably watching that screen with the rest of the players right now, cheering it on, cheering Magnus on, and simply a pawn up now. Magnus has transformed his advantage from something positional, from the dynamic kind of attack he was going from early on, to a simple mathematical advantage. Extra pawn, watch out for that white b pawn to throw itself down the board later on.
And he was really playing on all sides of the board, right? He starts with those g4, h4 advances on the king side, then strikes on a4, creates a weakness on the queen side. Feels very clinically done by Magnus. Puts the king on f2 once Alireza committed the weakness of overexpanding on the queen side, then strikes there. Now he's up a pawn, places the rook on the g line. And it just looks, despite Alireza getting the king to the corner of the board, it's still under fire.
I will say, and I'm doing this for David's benefit, it's good for black that the queens has been hoovered off the board. White is up a pawn, but there's not much remaining, and black was scrambling to defend everything. Now everything's covered. I see the evaluation bar is quite high in Magnus' favor. He's got a huge advantage. I'm not denying that. But the good news for Alireza is he can concentrate only on one flank, and that white king on f2, it's safely tucked away, but perhaps there will be tactics in front of it that Alireza, he's one of the best on the planet. If he can drum them up, it could scare Magnus.
And right now, the other one of the best on the planet, Wesley against Fabiano Caruana. And this one ended. Fabi puts a stop to Wesley's dream run. The first to take down Wesley. Fabi will go into survival stage, high in spirits after that win.
High in spirits, the third seed, pocket another $1,000. What's not to love if you're a Fabiano Caruana fan? But all eyes now on this one. The other two Armageddon games are done. And in this game, it looks like Magnus, he does have the upper hand. He's the one who's been dictating the action. But I see the eval bar, David, it's not that high in White's favor.
Yeah, it feels like Magnus has been playing for the clock as well. Magnus may be getting excited, rightly so, about his position. I really don't like this last move, simply because it's trading off one of Black's bad pieces. Black's knight on h5 has been a bystander. It's just been watching the action from afar, not participating. And now Magnus is trading it off. And maybe it's just the fact that less material will be on the board, increasing Black's drawing chances. Maybe the white king will suddenly become a bit weaker. Either way, Magnus still bossing this position, still with 7 extra minutes. Maybe that's the key factor, and still with the extra pawn. So still good for white, but maybe not as clinical, as decisive as it could have been.
But is it surprising how long Firouzja is taking to make this decision? The knight's been challenged. It's a knight that you want to trade. You don't want to fall back on the board with that knight, allowing white's other knight to jump further onto the center of the board to that nice knight e5 square. After thinking for almost over a minute, he makes the move that perhaps you make in seconds.
And I thought he was going to follow it up quickly. I really thought he was considering his second move in that sequence, but no, he has not played yet. And we have to remind everybody that once they reach move 60, the players get a 1-second bonus with every move. So you can avoid flagging, losing on time if you get to move 60. And I think Alireza, his position is improving. If Magnus takes with the rook, that black knight can step backwards towards f7, and that white king on f2, it's been sitting there for a long time. It's not sitting so safely after this turn of events because the pawn on h4 is loose.
Yeah, big moment. Alireza found the key moves, but it took him so much time. Will 1 minute 42 be enough to get to the end of this game? Magnus could not go for that. He took with the pawn instead, but your idea, Robert, still persists. Knight takes pawn is incoming. Watch out for this black queen to slide as well across to the diagonal. The white king not entirely safe. Of course, the black king a bit vulnerable as well, but at this point, Alireza, it's step one, randomize the position, and he has achieved that. He's clinging on, he's fighting hard, and we suddenly see Magnus's body language. He realizes he needs to focus. He has let it slip slightly.
He seemed pretty upset there. The way he just gave a grimace. He's understanding that a lot of his advantage was in that dynamic play. There aren't so many dynamics here. Black is only 1 pawn down, and if that g5 pawn is lost, you'll be no material down. The black king, it's on an open line. A rook can give it a check. It's only 1 check. Tania, I don't see mates, and I think that Magnus, he's realizing that this position is much more difficult than perhaps he realized.
And even if white was to achieve the dream of getting the queen and the rook lined up on the h5, black will simply slide over with his own rook and everything's guarded. And suddenly it's Magnus's king that has to watch out. The material balance has been restored. Are there any threats of actually taking on g6? I'm trying to do the calculation. Help me out here. Knight takes pawn. Is that on the radar here?
Wow, let's check it out, because that's either very strong or it has a flaw that would allow Firouzja to escape. Knight takes pawn here, super tempting, unleashing an attack now against this knight, a double attack. Black's king pretty much obliged to take this knight, the black queen as well threatened. And your idea, Tania, would be to play f4, attacking this knight. And I think the answer is yes, you do regain the material. You will be an extra pawn up, but maybe the answer is simply you don't want to trade knights. This idea is stronger than the actual execution. Black's queen now could come in, for example. Watch out, some backdoor action here with the king.
And if we just pause on this position as the rook takes g5 and the king moves back to f7, if the queens get traded, this looks like a drawn rook endgame. So that's the problem, is it's only 1 extra pawn. I know we joke all rook endgames are drawn. This one, without the queens on the board, would likely be a draw. So Magnus has to be careful here, because Alireza, he beat Magnus in the Bullet Chess Championship on chess.com several months ago. He has what it takes to make all those moves in a scramble.
Yeah, and I think whether or not this position is strong, it would be a practical decision with so much extra time on the clock not to kind of clear the air here, not to resolve the tension. Maybe it's just about keeping things going, push on the other side of the board, just kind of move around with your queen, wait, because black is actually in a bit of a pin, in a bit of a pickle, actually, on the g-file. And, yeah, right now, I do not advise clarifying that. Even with flashy tactics, it's better to sit and wait. Magnus Carlsen, key moment for him, 7 minutes against 1.5. What's he going for? It does look like he's going to... OK, I was going to say going for that tactic, but he plants the queen on e5. Big, big threat. White's rook, if it slides, shifts, that would be a deadly check. But Firouzja retreats, and Magnus, he looks up in the air, looks off to the left. Has he blundered? What has he missed?
He missed that move, I guess, that it attacks the queen and defends the checkmate. The attack will rage on. The black king has to step back here. I don't think that Alireza feels safe, but at least he is making some progress.
So much tension, the nerves are high, absolute chaos on the board. And if you're looking for some chill in your life, we've got some good news for you, because there is a chess.com and Lo-Fi Girl giveaway. We're giving away a signed vinyl record copy, and it'll be signed by the winner of the Champions Chess Tour Final. Check out our social media channels for all the details, and we need to get into further details about this position. We've been having some great music, all the lo-fi chill stuff, but this position is anything but chill.
Yeah, no longer chill for Magnus Carlsen, who really looks disappointed with himself there. He's let it slip. His material advantage is gone. He still has his time advantage, but suddenly the black is defending. Black is holding everything. Alireza Firouzja, he's built this comfort zone for the black king. And, suddenly a look off at the clock there for Alireza, maybe not realizing how dramatic it is on the clock. 1 minute left. I actually prefer black's position now in practical terms. It looks like black's got everything covered. Motoring forward now. Wow, this is asking the white knight to leap forward with a check, but black's king is super safe. 3 pawns for shelter. Alireza doing everything right on the board, but it will be the clock that decides this one.
This is courage on the chessboard, pushing pawns in front of your own king while you're under attack. But he understands that white doesn't have too many attackers. So many pieces have been traded off. 56 seconds for black. It's moved 37. He's got less than about 2 seconds per move, it would seem, and he needs to play quickly. Their knight forks in the air.
Yeah, and it's still 22 moves to go before they get that 1 second increment going. And this kind of a position, it's hard to imagine it's surviving for the next 20 moves. Anything can happen, but it looks like it is advantage Alireza, because he needs only a draw to wrap up the match, while it's on Magnus to find winning chances in the position. I love how Alireza's knight on f7 controls so many key squares near the king, and he's going for liquidation here.
And Alireza shaking his head. He's miscalculated. He pushed a pawn trying to clear the tension, but suddenly the black queen's attacked. The black rook is vulnerable. He cannot take this pawn back. It is poisoned. He needs to move the black queen away. He needs to make it fast. He's got under 30 seconds.
He's got 20 moves to make, so he's about to have a second per move. Queen h8 is a great move by Alireza. That queen is about to jump into the white camp on h2, but the rook trade is offered. Alireza's thinking he needs to move.
Gives a check.
Check. Is he going to find a perpetual? Can he repeat with checks right now? He delays picking up the rook. He does it now. For Alireza, this is so important. It could very well be the last few moments in his race to win the championship.
19 seconds for 18 moves. That's physically almost impossible over the board, at least. And white still has an extra pawn. Objectively, he's fine. White's king is too weak. Black can give a bunch of checks, but look at this. He's pausing. He's frozen.
And look at him. He makes the best move. He auto recapture. You gotta go.
Oh, God,
his hand speed is not quick enough. He's nervous.
There are no pre-moves here. You've got to make the moves. How do you make so many moves in just 12 seconds on the clock? And he's not fast enough.
Magnus can just surprise him, play some odd moves, some checks here right now, and I don't think he's going to be able to make the move 60. He won't have enough time, simply. The pawn pushes forward. Objectively now as well, it's getting difficult. He drops his queen back. White can now just move forward with the king, keep pushing. Looks winning for Magnus suddenly as well on the board.
These are the last few moments, it looks like, for Alireza's race in the Champions Chess Tour Final. Magnus Carlsen winning on the clock, on the board right now. Alireza needs a miracle to survive this one. He's got 10 seconds, 14 moves to get that 1 second increment, but I don't think that's going to help him given the position on the board.
He's also completely lost over the board, so Magnus way too much time. He's just trying to calculate, can I trade those queens? The answer should be yes. I think if he trades the queens, he's still in a winning position. And for Alireza, it might have been too low of a bid. 9 minutes to start the game against Magnus Carlsen. He'll be regretting that, I think, more than anything.
He really created his chances. He was so resilient in handling the attack and creating counterplay. Well, there is this f-pawn. You need to stop it from moving to f2. So Magnus going to retreat with the knight, or will he continue pushing the e-pawn? He retreats, no risk.
Yep, no risk, no reason to risk. And look at the clock. Alireza's time in this tournament is running out.
1 second, and Alireza is flagged. Magnus Carlsen gets the win. Alireza Firouzja eliminated.
What a devastating way to go. Winning game one, but Magnus Carlsen shows why he has been the best player in the world for well over a decade. He's just there when it counts. In those big moments, he's able to outlast his opposition. And for Alireza, he gave the #1 player all he could handle, but it was too little at the end.
A heartbreaking moment for Alireza Firouzja. So close after getting that first game win in this matchup, but Magnus Carlsen makes his comeback in second game and then takes it in a roller coaster of an Armageddon. And Magnus isn't the only one who's happy about it. Hikaru Nakamura books his spot into survival with that win by Magnus Carlsen. Fabi, the first player to take down Wesley. And it was Nodirbek Abdusattorov who beat Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave. What an Armageddon, David. An absolute roller coaster.
A roller coaster, great news for Hikaru Nakamura, but heartbreak for Alireza Firouzja. And it was in this position where he'd done everything right. He'd fought back so well that things started to go wrong. Pawn to e5, already a miscalculation because of the clock here, and he panicked after pawn takes pawn due to pressure against the black rook. Black simply cannot take back on e5. He did drop his queen back, though, finding the best moves time and time again after a rook trade. Again, a check, best move. Again, taking the rook, best move. Again, g4, but ultimately he didn't have enough time on the clock, and now he started to go wrong, giving checks to the white king when instead taking this pawn would have maybe secured a draw, but simply it was the clock, the decisive factor. Magnus Carlsen too quick in the end.
He checked the king. The king actually was used as a weapon in the endgame. And this was a really heartbreaking moment for Alireza, but Magnus, he fought to the very end. He didn't give up like some people thought that he might, just to eliminate Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru Nakamura lives on. Unfortunately for Alireza, he is sent home.
So what an Armageddon that was, and so much on the line. It means it's the end of the road for Denis Lazavik and Alireza Firouzja, while Hikaru gets in. And these are our final standings. Wesley Magnus Carlsen get the rest of the day off. We will be back with more. Subscribers, don't go anywhere, because we've got a really, really cool interview of Magnus Carlsen and Manchester City's Pep Guardiola talking chess and football. The full interview is also on, but check this out, subscribers.
I feel good. I was ready to play more.
How does 7.5 hours on the touchline sound to you?
No way.
Today, thanks to Puma, we're bringing two geniuses together from the world of football and the world of chess. We are joined by Pep Guardiola and Magnus Carlsen. Thank you for joining us. We're going to take a look at your greatest moves. And let's start with a clip that many City fans will probably remember.
Yeah, I remember, because it's this season. It's close, and everyone, you see the image, and everyone is in his position. And yeah, sometimes, you know, like Magnus said, you are in the left side, you know, and now attack the right side. He had to be quicker. So now you need these kind of situations, you know, actions 1 against 1, be patient, in the right moment, punish them. How is the moment? He go, them left, movement in the right, runs in behind, and finish.
46 passes in that move, Magnus. That's very, very impressive. How important is patience in chess as well? Because Pep just spoke about the patience and the build-up and stuff like that as well.
That's often what happens in chess. You maneuver, try to find weaknesses, and then a crack appears, and then it all, you know, goes very, very quickly. But once you mentioned that it's Foden against Forest, I remembered the goal, and I was really looking forward to the last move, because it's really beautiful.
Another display of attacking mastery. What do you remember about this, Magnus?
This was like a typical counter-attack. Like, I was being pressured most of the game. Then he made one mistake, 4 or 5 quick moves, you know, was checkmate on the other side.
It was indeed, but you actually played a game against Ian which lasted so long, 7.5 hours, 136 moves. First things first, how were you feeling after that marathon when you played against him?
I feel good. I was ready to play more. Yeah. Because that was the key breakthrough. That was the moment I've been waiting for the first 6 games of that match. And I remember, like, I was so calm, so focused for the last 2.5 hours. I was playing with very little time on my clock, but I knew, like, this is my chance. like if I win this game, I'm probably winning another world championship. So I knew that was my moment, and I was ready to go like 3 more hours if I needed to. I was going to get that win.
Pep, how does 7.5 hours on the touchline sound to you?
No way. No way. No way.
Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, multiple-time world champion and winner of the previous 2 editions of the Champions Chess Tour. Magnus has played every opening under the sun. He even has a variation of the Sicilian named after him. So after e4, c5, Magnus started playing knight c3 a few years ago with the idea that he could open the center immediately by playing d4, actually going against conventional chess wisdom of developing the white queen very early. But the whole idea here is that after the queen gets kicked away, she's happy to step back. And for example, if black continues to develop normally, white just creates a fianchetto, gets the bishop to a nice diagonal, and later castles on the queen side. Actually a very aggressive opening, not technically part of Magnus's style. Magnus's real recipe for success is that he adopts his strategy according to the opponent. He's able to do anything with a very universal style, and if you get him in the endgame, there's no chance. He's perhaps the best endgame player of all time, and you can go and check out some of his ideas, some of his thoughts on the endgame in his chessball courses.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
Toronto is the place to be. Toronto is where the drama is real. I feel like I'm opening into some sort of, I wish I could freestyle rap monologue, but I can't. But I don't even know how to unpack what we just saw, guys. My heart is still in my chest.
I mean, I would hope so. Where else?
We've got so much to unpack. Let's make sure we don't keep anyone waiting who might be tuning in right now and show you where we sit. We officially know who's still dancing in Toronto, who's going home. This is the survival stage. Caruana, Abdusattorov, Vachier-Lagrave, and Nakamura in some of the most dramatic moments we've ever had in professional chess that we're going to unpack. But those are the matchups, boys. We're going to preview those in a second. But okay, let's back this thing up and talk about what just happened. Levy, I'm going to start with you. We're watching it on 1.5 million different monitors. No matter where you go, you can't escape that the drama was just insane. Firouzja goes home. Magnus saves Hikaru.
Yeah.
What do you got?
This is rigged. It's all rigged.
It's all rigged.
All rigged.
Scripted.
All rigged for ratings. All rigged. We know everybody wants to watch. Magnus literally saves Hikaru in the most dramatic way possible, which is he loses the first rapid game. Then he wins the second rapid game with black. They go to an Armageddon, and he botches the attack, but Firouzja just goes into the tank, and he has too many moves to make with too little time, and Magnus saves Hikaru. It could have been
a movie. In fact, as he mentioned before with the Harry Potter thing, he saved him. Like, you know what, I hate you, but I'll save you anyway, little buddy. And he saved him here, of course, as Nakamura's still in. Firouzja goes home. It was crazy. It was scripted because Firouzja, I'm like, oh, he swung, he hit him. Like Magnus, oh, psych, you know, a little blood there. Oh, and then he wins the game, right? And he wins the whole match, as always.
Levy called it. I mean, you literally couldn't have written a more dramatic way to have every single person in this building. You can just hear the sound of Hikaru Nakamura squeezing the pillow in his hotel room up there, watching as Magnus Carlsen delivers and keeps his championship chess tour, the finals here alive. But Magnus was the guy who saved the day for Hikaru when he caught up with Kaya right after the game.
Magnus Carlsen wins the match, saves Hikaru Nakamura. How are you right now, Magnus?
No, I'm good. I thought I did everything right for a long time, and then I don't know. I think I just relaxed a bit too early because I thought that I'm completely winning, and then he started to fight back, and yeah, I gave away all my edge, and at that point I was just trying to find a way to keep the game going, I always had it going for me that it was a long way till move 61, so I thought as long as there's some hope on the board, then I can maybe flag him, but yeah, it was a mess.
It has looked like a good round stage for you anyhow. The only loss against Wesley. So how will you sum it up now, heading into semifinals for you tomorrow?
Yeah, again, today was more a day of practice than anything else. But yeah, I'm very happy with 6 out of 7, of course. I'll be following the survival stage with as a fan, which I think is a lot more pleasant than playing it.
Do you have any hope for who you will play in the semifinals? Wesley so obviously gets that pick.
No, I haven't thought about that. No, not really.
So what will be on the top of your wish list for Christmas from Hikaru Nakamura?
No, I don't know. I think yeah, he's done his job today, winning a couple of games. So I'm sure he feels really good about his second chance in the tournament. And if he can make it to the semifinals, he's certainly a dangerous opponent.
You said yesterday you wouldn't mind Hikaru being knocked out, but for the fans, do you agree that it is cool to have Hikaru there for the rest of the tournament, or semifinals at least?
Yeah, having Alireza would have been fun as well. But there is no doubt that Hikaru has the skills, has the potential to be a very difficult opponent now for anybody from now on.
So what will you do rest of the day now when you have the day off?
I don't know. I think I'll watch a bit of football. I guess I'm right in time for that. The United Bayern game sounds very enticing. So I'll just relax, enjoy.
Manchester United have to win. Will you be rooting for them? No.
No.
All right, Magnus, thank you. Congrats on your win here.
Thank you.
All right. He wins 6 matches here. Magnus Carlsen ready for semifinals. Back to you guys.
The GOAT goes full Magnus Carlsen and gets the job done versus Alireza Firouzja. Canty, there's our full page breakdown of the stats of this matchup. Your thoughts?
Yeah, in fact, the thought that I don't like the most is, well, he was under 90%. What is that, Magnus? That's a failure, right? Of course, under 90%. What is he doing? No, I'm kidding. At the same time, shows that it was very close there. Firouzja just wasn't able to get it done. But Magnus did, even with 89% accuracy, under 90, which is what he's been doing all day.
It just seemed like a bit of a nervy match, right? For both of them to have 89 and 88. For Firouzja, it was a huge moment because you couldn't have started in a better way. To win with black, and all you have to do is then end the match with the white pieces, which is actually, even guys like Fabiano Caruana have said, being up 1-0 and playing white is actually a lot harder than it seems because you want to play a game, but you don't want to play a game. The second you get a game on the board, there's a chance that you might actually lose. So that's all I really took away from that. But I think experience prevailed there.
Yeah. I've got one big question here.
Okay.
Does Magnus come to regret Hikaru Nakamura still being in this tournament?
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can't he? You called it scripted.
Yeah.
We're going to see what happens here.
Nakamura.
We're going to see what happens when you go full Nakamura.
Yeah.
Oh man, we've got a lot ahead. Of course, 2 more matches still today, so don't go anywhere. But Kaya also caught up with one of the other winners of the Armageddon battles that just took place.
Here with one of the happiest guys in the venue right now, Abdusattorov, making it top 4 to play on the winners bracket. How are you feeling about that right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Yeah, very glad to get this winners bracket because it's very important. It's you have to play less games and probably you save energy. So yeah, that was really important for me.
Before I ask you more questions, so what's going to happen later today? This Armageddon game was just crushing from you. Take us through what happened here.
Yeah, I played Rui Lopez, and one of the reasons that I played because you get to play more moves that because opening is so deep, and in Armageddon it makes sense to just to play long lines because it gets you closer to the move 61. So yeah, and it went well for me, and I think I got quite a decent position out the opening, and when he played f4, I thought, okay, that should be not good, and I already had some ideas with c4, but when he played king h2, then okay, knight g4 is kind of asking for knight g4. So yeah, it's after knight g4, king g3, I just thought rook d3 and something should work out because his king is so weak, and yeah, it worked well.
It definitely did. Now, we have to talk about what's going to happen later. So you're entering now survival stage. We'll play on the winner's bracket to face Fabiano Caruana. So how do you see your chances now of going through to the semifinals?
Oh, is it clear that I play Fabiano?
Yes.
Then okay. Yeah, it's going to be, of course, very tough match. Although I beat him 2-0 in this tournament, in this round robin stage, it doesn't mean anything. So yeah, we'll get a new game and new fight.
What does it mean to have 2 lives now for the rest of the day here?
Oh, it's very back in your mind, you have a feeling that you have still one more chance even if you lose. So it's kind of tricky because it might get you to to play bit relaxed, but no, I mean that should not be the case, and you have to be fully focused.
Fully focused. Good luck in the survival stage, Nodirbek, and congrats on your Armageddon win.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. All right, he's going to face Fabiano Caruana later today. Back to you guys.
I thought we might see a full game breakdown there by Nordy going over all the lines in his head, but here's our full game review. Levy, your thoughts on what pops out?
Nodirbek has been on fire, 96% accuracy, detonating against MVL, but this is a very different set of circumstances. I feel as though if you play in a matchup where it's just, we both make it no matter what, it's a little bit hard to maybe get in the zone as much, but this is the survival stage. So yes, they have one lifeline, potentially, right? Like they have to be a little bit careful, but what my major takeaway is I was wrong earlier today, and Nodirbek is like he's out to get him.
Yeah,
I think he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. I thought MVL would show up, the experience would prevail, but yeah, Nodirbek was a beast.
Monster. I think he's doing some chess boxing. In fact, I mean, the way that he was swinging on MVL, bro, y'all know this is a family channel, right? Yeah. Like this is on family, kids watching,
at home.
You know what I'm saying? Look, that was very brutal.
Yeah.
What he did to MVL there. He's also up now in their head-to-head. It's like 6-2 now, which
7-2.
7-2. Yeah, that's crazy. He's just going off. So this is a new Nodirbek that we're seeing. This survival stage is going to tell a lot about the rest of the tournaments.
Yep. Let's remind everybody of where we sit. We've talked about the matches. If you're just tuning in, this is official. The survival stage is set. Fabiano Caruana will take on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will play Hikaru Nakamura. And remember, the winner of the 5-6 match plays the loser of the 3-4 match. So as we said, it's NBA tournament playing style for those who are National Basketball Association fans. Caruana and Abdusattorov have a second life. So your thoughts on any of those 4 players who has the most momentum? I feel like so many of them are there because they had very real ups and downs here in the initial round robin stage. But give me your player to watch.
Oh, player, I mean, I gotta say Hikaru, right? I mean, second chance in the event, didn't even control his own destiny, really. I mean, who controlled Hikaru's destiny more in the last round? Was it the matchup Magnus Firouzja, or was it Hikaru himself? He did his job, and he was in good spirits. We saw him out in the playing hall, but I would argue that that matchup really controlled his fate a little bit more, and it was really topsy-turvy, but he must be feeling rejuvenated. And I mean, if you're comparing Magnus or MVL just, right, like he had, he lost, but whatever, he was already in, so he might be a little bit relaxed while Hikaru is going to be a, breath of fresh air. But, I mean, I'm not to take everybody's names out of your mouth, but like Fabiano Caruana just took down the guy who was winning the event 6-0. So like, we can watch everybody, and we will watch everybody.
Yeah, I was actually into Hikaru myself too as well. That's what I was gonna pick. I was like, Hikaru, it's a new Hikaru. It's like, all right, cool. All that is in the past. Literally every game now is in the past. I mean, if we check the graphic here, 96.5 there. He was ready. He felt better. 96%, right? Most accurate match of the tournament so far.
You were right, maybe, that the late night blitz last night on chess.com was working out. And I said I didn't think it was all frustration. I think he was trying to rev his own engines up, and he did so. He's got 96% there in that match. And I mean, okay, it's hard to say Hikaru's maybe not the player to watch, but I'm going to say Nodirbek as well. I mean, this kid just ran a train wreck, and he's the highest seed, or I guess with Caruana, either way, whoever wins that match directly seeded. So, of course, so much chess to be played, and we're going to have all the action here. But, oh, man. I'm still just a little.
Breathe. Just
my heart's a little bit.
Yeah, that was crazy.
A little bit, palpitations here. But this is insanely exciting, and the format continues to roll on. The format continues to deliver. Let's remind everybody with our new explainer kind of breakdown of where we sit, what we have here for the remaining days in Toronto.
With the completion of the round-robin stage, our top 2 finishers, Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, advance directly to the semifinals, while Alireza Firouzja and Denis Lazavik have been eliminated. The remaining 4 players will do battle in a double elimination survival bracket. Again, the top 2 players advance, while the bottom 2 players will be eliminated. The final 4 champions are headed to a single elimination bracket. The winner will be crowned our champion of champions.
This is insane. This is exciting. I don't know that the players have ever felt this much pressure, except for maybe one other time.
Yeah, that's right.
One other time, which was before the tournament kicked off, and we played a little game of White Elephant, our holiday party. The pressure, the calculation, outsmarting your opponent to make sure you really got the gift you wanted.
Chess players in a social setting.
Chess players in a social setting. Things were awkward. Things were weird. Things got real. And if you haven't seen this video yet, you're going to enjoy it. And we'll be back on the other side to get set for the first round of the survival stage. Enjoy. Welcome, everyone, to the first ever Chess.com holiday party. We're here with the 7 of the Champions Chess Tour finalists. One of them is not here, but lucky for us, as Santa, I already knew that one of the gifts might come in real handy. So what we've got here is a gift that keeps on giving. For some lucky lady out there, right there. We're gonna put Magnus right here in between Maxime and Hikaru. But let me explain the rules real quick. We have 8 numbers in here. Everyone here is gonna pick a number to decide the order in which they go to choose the presents in front. The present can be stolen. If you like what someone else gets, you don't even have to pick a present. You can just steal their present from them. But once a present has been stolen twice, it is officially frozen. You can never steal that present again. At the end of the game, whichever one of you gets the number 1 gets to choose whether to keep your present or make one final steal to get the gift you want. So I'm gonna go around here. I'm going to take the last number. A lot like our fair play, judge, jury, and executioner over here, right? Hey, there you go, insert joke. Who's number 1? Okay, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave starts us off. Let's do it.
I guess this one, I guess.
Look at that. I know what you guys thought. You guys thought you were showing up and every gift was going to be a joke.
No, it's not.
That's a Nintendo Switch.
Maxime plays that every day.
I'm number 2.
Okay.
I have the best number. The worst number.
Worst number.
Oh, is that worse than 8?
Oh, 8 is the second best.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because 8 you get to have all the information.
Oh,
no choice.
Thank you.
I got a box.
Okay. What's in the box?
I have a smaller box. I got AirPods.
Wow.
Number 3. Okay, number 3. Here we go. Are you stealing?
No, I'm picking this big. Oh, sweater.
Every white elephant has to have an ugly Christmas sweater, and you're the one who got it. Okay. All right, who's 4? Okay. Show it to the camera.
You can cook tonight.
That's it. What is it?
You can bring it back to France.
Dennis, here we go. Okay.
Is that Magnus?
Collectible. Show it to the camera. The proud owner. Here we go. All right, Hikaru is shaking. Shaking big, or is he stealing?
Who did that? It's Danny.
That was not my idea.
All right, so
I'm gonna have to use this one here. I don't know what it is, but I feel like Magnus might want it. Certificate of Disposition and Proclamation, Lord of the Bong Cloud opening. Okay, I'm a Lord of the Bong Cloud.
Okay.
Here we go, Wesley.
I'm gonna steal, yeah?
Yeah.
It's hard to choose. I'll steal Fabi's AirPods.
Okay,
there we go.
That's fair. Okay, AirPods have been stolen. It's official, game on.
Wait, what happens if I steal his gift? Who gets to go after that? Does Maxime?
Maxime gets to go, and he can't steal it right back. He has to steal something else.
Well, he'll take the AirPods.
Arguing with you don't know that.
You don't
know that.
Maybe he wants the maple.
So we have to keep the game going, so I'm taking your...
All right. Okay, now this is your chance. You steal a niche. Okay, he's rolling the dice. He loves a niche that much. Okay, Dennis, you've been set free.
So are you really gonna keep that in your flat, or are you gonna give it to Annie? Or I'll figure it out. You put it by your bedroom, yeah?
All right, Dennis, what do you think?
Oh, you got the Switch.
Okay, Denis Lazavik officially owns the Switch.
Party in his room tonight.
I guess I'm taking these.
He's taking the AirPods are off the table, which means Wesley, you have the power to choose a new gift, steal the Anish.
Yeah, I'll open a gift. I mean,
I actually don't know what this one is.
oh my gosh.
What is it?
Are you kidding?
Oh, yeah.
Daylight with Daddy. You're paying, right?
Yeah, that's
you're
the coupon.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, good. I'm good. Thank you.
And in fact, he is kind of the unofficial CEO of chess.com.
He is. It goes for a lot.
I'll keep it.
Okay, there we go. That's it. And that, everyone, was our first ever White Elephant, brought to you by chess.com and Anish Giri. Thank you, CEO of chess.com, right there. We really appreciate it.
I couldn't let him down.
I'm so excited that Anish was willing to sign that for us. Gave us the gift personally for this White Elephant. But Levy, anything you would have wanted out of all that?
No, that was everything I could have ever imagined. Maybe just Magnus and the gift wrap in the corner. Something like that.
With that Geary photo and the date night with Danny, you know.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know half those gifts were coming, but it was good stuff. And I'm glad that we don't need to see those socks anymore. You know, the socks are put away. So, all right, it's time for us to throw this thing away across the pond to Tania, Robert, and David, who are going to have the call as we get set for the first matches in our survival stage. We get to go back to being fans. Tania, take it away.
Hey guys, we want our gifts as well. I mean, that was really cool. I want a set of AirPods.
I was just on my phone texting, why didn't I get a gift? Like, they sent me out to freezing Oslo. You don't give me a gift, Danny, I'm mad at you.
Oh, what about you, David? If you could pick any one of them. I've taken the AirPods.
Oh, the photo, Anish.
Aww.
We all love him.
Yes, we do. And right now we're loving the chess action that we're getting as well. And it continues. We go into survival stage. 4 players are in it. 2 will be eliminated. But there is a difference between finishing 3rd, 4th, and 5th and 6th. Robert, talk us through that.
Yeah, if you're third or fourth, that's Nodirbek and Fabiano, you get 2 lives. So if you lose in that match, you get to play the winner of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Hikaru Nakamura. Whereas MVL and Hikaru, they just have 1 life. You lose the match, you're gone.
That's big stress on Maxime and Hikaru. They are on their last life. One of the two will be eliminated. At the end of the day, we'll have 2 more players who will be packing up their bags. Hikaru Nakamura did make it into survival after Alireza went down to Magnus Carlsen. But I also want to take a moment to just talk about Denis Lazavik. Yes, he doesn't make it into survival stage, but excellent effort by him.
Well, Denis Lazavik is a really strong player. If a couple matches had gone a little bit differently, we might be talking about him in the survival stage. I do think he took a premature draw against Alireza Firouzja. That second game of the match, he was better with the white piece he could have pressed. He didn't, and he ends up going home.
Yeah, small margins at this level, and here we see a handshake between third and fourth place in the round-robin stage. Caruana and Abdusattorov, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is one with just 1 life now. And he needs to play a bit better, a bit faster, a bit stronger than he has been doing so far this tournament.
Let's remind everyone that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did beat Hikaru in the round-robin stage. Meanwhile, Nodirbek took down Fabiano Caruana as well in the round-robin stage. So for Hikaru and Fabi, also a grudge match.
Yeah, they need to change things up, especially Fabiano, who lost to Nodirbek Abdusattorov twice in the Chess Kid Cup and the Olympiad last year. There's history there, and these two have so much history playing each other in all formats, all time controls, online, in person, you name it, they've done it.
Is Hikaru wearing the Danny socks? What do we know about that?
He's wearing his lucky sweater, that's for sure. And I think we'll be seeing a beginning to this game very shortly. How will Nakamura react to being given a second lease of life? That's the big question.
That is the big question right now, and chess will be underway as the players are ready to go. For Maxime and Hikaru, this is their last life. It is a best of 2. If tied, it goes into Armageddon. One of these 2 will be eliminated.
You hear the arbiter just telling the rules, so why don't we listen in as well?
Did you say 60 minutes?
60 seconds.
Oh,
sorry about that. Sorry about that. Thank you.
And it's go time. 1e4.
1e4, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's trademark move and a Sicilian defense. We'll get that live board working, catching up with the games. There we are. And, wow, déjà vu. Nakamura has had this position multiple times so far at this tournament, including just yesterday against Fabiano Caruana. And this is the bishop b5 variation of the Sicilian. Nothing open yet, nothing aggressive about it. But we'll see their intentions just on the next few turns.
It's a different Hikaru, though, because if we talk about emotions, and we knew Hikaru was really upset coming today, he didn't control his own fate. Now he does. If he takes down Maxime and then the loser of Nodirbek against Fabiano, he'll make his way through to the Final Four, the semifinals. So for Hikaru, I think he can breathe a sigh of relief. It doesn't get easier. You're playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but at least he can control what happens next.
Yep. Nakamura, normally in these tournament situations, these kind of great sporting moments in history, we see people somehow survive, somehow qualify last minute by the skin of their teeth. They suddenly get inspired. So we'll see how Nakamura reacts.
And while we wait for that, we will jump over to our other survival match. And this is between Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek. They are in the winner's bracket of the survival stage, which means that they've got 2 lives. And for Fabi, he starts with the King's Pawn opening. Whoever wins this match goes straight into semifinals. So definitely looking at securing that spot, because at this stage of the tournament, you want to play as less number of games as possible. It's only going to get more tough from tomorrow. Energy is vital right now.
But Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he has all the energy in the world. Let's not forget that he was stuck on his travels here. He was stuck for over a week in Germany. He came here, said, no problem. He lost the first 2 matches he played in. He stormed back. He's been playing really good chess in the round-robin stage. He should continue that here in the survival.
Yeah, it feels like he has the upper hand psychologically. Abdusattorov, he's just been playing so well. Robert mentioned their track record, their history. This season, he's beaten Fabiano in 2 matches. He won 2-0 in the round robin. He's beaten him so many times historically. And look how fast they're playing up to this point. We now have already 15 moves on the board. And neither side has really paused for thought. Actually, looking at the clock, they've gained a bunch of time. This is how well they know each other by this point. This is how well they've researched this opening, the Spanish opening, Roy Lopez, one of the most classical openings out there in chess, one of the most historic. And all pieces on the board, all pawns locked now in the center. This is promising a really, really tense fight ahead.
But Fabi's got to be feeling good after taking down Wesley So in that last round of the round-robin stage. He has to be feeling the confidence. But look at that body language. Both players playing some top level chess, and it's Fabi who goes into the first thing. And Nodirbek has managed to really expand on the queen side. He's already managed to get the play going. Very often in these positions, White has to look out for breaks. The breaks could come from D5, C5, or B4 on the board. Meanwhile, Fabi, a little cagey play, just waiting for Nodirbek to take one of those decisions?
There is some activity on the queen side for Nodirbek, but his bishops are not really doing anything. They're staring into their own pawns. These decisions will not be easy for either player. Which pawn break is the accepted one? Which one keeps the status quo in terms of the evaluation? But I think Fabi has all of his pieces on perfect squares. Now it's time to stop caring about the aesthetics and find a legitimate plan.
Yeah, he's occupied the center with his pawns. He's done everything right, maneuvered his pieces. I'm liking that line on the third rank of White's minor pieces. But what to do next, as Robert says, that's always the biggest question. So we will see play start to slow down now. We've reached the end of both players' knowledge in terms of the opening, or at least Fabiano's knowledge. And it's all about maneuvering, all about when to pull the trigger, when to break out in the center, trade stuff off for the first time. I think we'll see a very cagey battle, as Tania put it, continue.
Well, I'm expecting Nodirbek at some point to force Fabi to take a decision in the center with a move like the C pawn moving forward to C5. But for now, until there's a break, things are even, and this one is developing. We will move on to our other battle, which is in the loser's bracket of the survival stage. Both players, only one will make it through after this match, and Hikaru Nakamura with that last move. Whenever the queen and the bishop lines up like this, to me, it's you've got to get those spidey senses going that, you know, bishop takes pawn on the king side, always in the air.
Yeah, the good thing for Maxime is he does have that side of the board under his control, but you do need to watch out for a sacrifice on the h3 square. And this game resembles the other game in the sense that there haven't been any trades. We have all pieces still on the board. David, what are these players doing? When are the trades going to start?
Yeah, I'm hoping soon, because this is too complicated. There's too much to handle. I certainly prefer simplified positions, but these players are saying they trust themselves. And trades could start when, for example, one side decides to go for the center of the board. For example, White can push forward himself with d4 in the next few turns. Black may try to do the same by pushing a pawn himself. Maxime says, no trades for you. Yes, these bishops are staring at each other, but they want to trade on their own terms. Maxime goes back with his knight. He's cleared a path for the White queen to come forward. Watch out for the White's knight to leap to g4. Very typical ideas here. White wants to be playing on the king side. Black, meanwhile, needs to decide when, maybe even now, to break out in the center. Flank attack versus central play.
And I like the control of that d5 square that both players are fighting for. And something important to note is that knight on c6 isn't really doing all that much. That pawn on c3, it limits its access up the board. So I do think that I would prefer to have the white side, your queen f3, knight g4 ideas. They feel very standard and obvious. And for black, that d5 push, it can either be a good choice, expanding the center, or it can be very consequential. White can still play queen f3. There's going to be a knight coming to g4, knight coming to f5. It has the brewings of an attack.
Yeah, Black's central edifice here is a bit vulnerable. It is a bit loose. You need to decide whether to close it, allow White a free hand on the king side, or whether to open things up. But actually, this level of symmetry still gives promising chances to the first player, to White, due to the access to these holes. So that's why Hikaru Nakamura is pausing, thinking right now. He wants to clarify the tension. He wants to solve his issues by forcing the issue here and offering a trade, trying to persuade White to part with the beautiful light squared bishop. I think Maxime will say no after knight to a5. He can't just drop back if he wants to keep that balance, all the pieces on the board.
I would agree with that. You don't want to give up that light squared bishop, and it's also such a useful piece once you get the d-pawn moving forward. The positions are extremely strategic, slow play by the players right now. We're going to head to Toronto, where you got the internet's favorite teacher with us to tell us more about the action, the tension, all of that that's coming on from Toronto. Levy, what's up?
Hey, Tanya. I'm not sure I'm the most qualified to discuss closed strategic positions, but I'm definitely very curious about this matchup. It's a tale of 2 days. It's Hikaru on using his 2nd out of 9 lives, and it's MVL, who obviously just lost to Nodirbek in a really, really convincing match from Nodirbek's side. So how have you all been enjoying the action, and who do you think has the advantage in this matchup?
Well, Levy, it's funny because I was about to ask you, so much has been said about Hikaru's struggles. MVL really has not been that much better, at least by his own standards. So I think that in this matchup, both players, they have their fair shot. But I'm just curious, have you noticed anything from Maxime? Has he been upset at all with his results?
No, Maxime is like the most chill, relaxed guy ever. Yesterday we shook hands. We've never actually had an opportunity to meet in person. I feel like over the last 3 years, this is a very common phenomenon. You have all these online Zoom meetings and Microsoft Teams, and then you realize, wait a minute, we've never actually had an opportunity to talk face to face. So he's very nice. He's having a great time, but it's probably not feeling as good in the playing hall at the moment, which is why it's called the survival stage. But he's in a very, very tense match. I think he played an opening. He doesn't play all that much. I mean, you guys have the opening database, but is MVL a Rossalimo essayer? Or he's normally going for the open positions. He's happy to play into the Berlin, but it seems as though he's trying to maybe get into an unfamiliar battle with Hikaru, who I will say, I don't know if this has been brought up anywhere, Hikaru has gained something like 15 to 20 rapid rating points. He lost 4 matches in Armageddon. So he's actually had a pretty good event, but he was still on the verge of elimination, which is something to be said for the format. I did find that pretty interesting.
And Levy, we've been talking about the chess. You obviously missed the first couple of days due to COVID, but now you're on site hanging out with the players. What's been the highlight for you so far?
Oh, I love it here. I was here last year as well. It was a slightly more relaxed atmosphere. The best example of that I can give you is like after every day, you know, Anish Giri and I would go to dinner and we would all have some Robert was here. I mean, it was I think Robert was here unless my memory is failing me, but it was a very, very kind of chill, relaxed atmosphere last year. And this year, there's a little bit of that, but it's pretty cutthroat. I mean, you got the top 3 players in the world by classical rating. There's a lot of money up for grabs. The production looks incredible. So I've had a great time, and maybe next year we'll have all of you in Toronto as well. I don't know. It'll be a lot of fun.
Sorry, go ahead, Tanya.
It would be a lot of fun, and hope we can be there as well. And I wanted to check in with you. We saw, you know, when Magnus Alireza game was on, Hikaru with all the other players, they were all watching it. Could you feel that for Hikaru it was a big moment, and even though he looked chill on camera, it was he was stressed about that matchup?
Yeah, I imagine it was pretty stressful. Like I said in the game break, I didn't quite know what % of that situation depended on Hikaru and what % of it depended on the matchup Magnus Firouzja, like which one was actually more influential. Of course, Hikaru was the favorite in his matchup against Lazavik, and he took care of business. Hikaru was in much better spirits here in the playing hall. He was chatting and he was analyzing and everything a little bit more than normal because he won his match and he did everything that he could. But even then, he came out and he looked unhappy, and I wondered why, and it was because he had a better way to win game 1 against Lazavik. So you got to have a level of perfectionism where even if you win, you are not fully happy, which I suppose is a better, you know, description of chess in general. And I found that quite funny. But now he's back in there, right? I mean, you just go right back and back to battle.
He is back to battle, and he looks very determined right now. And we've got the other matchup that we're going to bring up, Fabi versus Nodirbek. Levi, did you manage to meet either of these two guys? You mentioned that Maxime you'd never met before, but I'm guessing Fabi and you've hung out. What about Nodirbek? Did you manage to chill with him a little bit?
Well, yeah, I was away, and I was supposed to do a little bit of filming with all of the players. I'm still hoping to get that in before the event ends. And I've got some fun questions I want to ask everybody, but Nodirbek is completely locked in. First of all, I'm not even sure Nodirbek knows who I am. Like, I walked by and I was like, what's up? And I think he thought I worked at the hotel. You know, I said like, oh, hey, like, you know, good luck. And he's just razor focused. And to his credit, he does have a chance to be the 3rd seed if he beats Fabiano right now. And Nodirbek is giving amazing interviews behind the scenes, I'm hearing, and he's got a level of confidence that his play backs up, and for good reason. This guy has very, very big dreams, and he's been on fire. He's excellent in every single format, and he is the only player in this event, not named Magnus Carlsen, to hold the title of World Rapid Champion, which he now has an opportunity to go win again in his home country of Uzbekistan in just a couple of weeks. So, super cool guy and amazing competitor, and it's really cool to see. We have 17 to 36 here, right? We have like 3 or 4 generations of chess, all you know, in one building, all competing in this very unique format. So hopefully you have all been as excited about all the action as I am.
And Levy, I'm going to be a bit mean and put you on the spot here. Which of these 4 players do you want to see join Wesley and Magnus in the semi-finals?
Oh, that's mean. And I've got the games here in the studio. What is the best matchup of 4? Oh man, I mean, obviously we gotta root for the Hikaru comeback story. And I just gave all that hype to Nodirbek. And he's playing against Fabiano. Oh, this is mean, y'all. I mean, look, I'm just going to come out and say it. I think it's got to, if we want the highest level of rapid chess currently being played and like the top players in the world, I don't think it gets any better than Magnus, Fabiano, Hikaru, and Wesley So, because you have the top 3 players in the world by classical chess. You also have probably the top 3 players in the world by performance overall in 2023. And you have Wesley So, who in Toronto is the greatest player of all time. So that's a nasty combination of 4, and that would be a crazy semifinal.
Yeah, I think we're spoiled for choice. No matter who makes it through, we will have a good Final Four. But Levy, in this position, the one that we have between Fabiano and Nodirbek, this is looking quite quiet for now, but wild in the future. I mean, we could see the makings of some kind of sacrifices, black's pieces aimed at the white king. There's also a play in the center. So what are you making of this dynamic?
It's a really interesting position because basically Nodirbek has to strike. We saw Fabiano come under a very similar type of attack in his game against Firouzja, where Firouzja put a knight on f4, which is exactly where black's knight is currently headed, or it's going to sacrifice against the g3 pawn. But it also sort of feels like if Nodirbek doesn't get a decisive attack, white does have certain advantages in the position. White will open up the d file. White can target the c5 pawn. I'm not sure who I prefer here. I mean, I look at the position and I don't exactly see black's attack. But then chess in 2023 is like, you think you know something about a position, and then Stockfish is like telling you an evaluation, so you're made to think another way. I don't know if you all experience the same emotion. Sometimes I'm sitting here looking at the games going, I'm thinking something of the position, but Stockfish says it's minus 0.7, so am I stupid? And the answer is yes, unequivocally. But I like white's position. I don't see black's attack developing that fast.
All right, Levy, you like white's position. I'm going to push back on that. I do like that the black pawns have moved forward and there's play on the left side of the board as well as control with the queen and knight on the other side, but it's still a long way to go. I actually have a non-chess question for you right now. Earlier on, we saw this Christmas party where it was Wesley who ended up with a dinner date with Dani. If out of these players you could hang out for dinner with any one of them, who'd you go with? Totally putting you on a spot everywhere.
Oh, wow, that is a good question. If I could have a dinner date with any of these players, probably Fabiano. Like Fabiano is, but that's an easy one because I think he's just super cool, like super cool guy. That's like the comfort question. That's like the comfort answer, and I feel like maybe Nodirbek just to get to know the guy. Right, that's a little bit more edgy and dangerous because you don't know somebody at all, so you have to make conversation, which is not always easy. But we have to be brave. I think all of us are introverts at heart. Once we get off the broadcast, we'll just go in our rooms and scroll on our phones and are terrified of social settings. But probably Nodirbek because I don't know much about the guy. He's like total mystery, and that's the beautiful thing about getting everybody in one building. Is that you have an opportunity to get to know these players better, which I find to be a lot of fun. So those are my 2 answers. Magnus would say no, which is why I didn't say Magnus. He'd be off somewhere doing his own thing.
And Levy, I want to ask you, being on site in person, up close with these players versus sitting at home streaming, any preference?
Any preference? Well, okay, look. I think streamers leave the house. I think that's a common misconception that perhaps they don't. We actually have evidence of that in 2 forms here, Hikaru and myself. He's definitely much more of a streamer than I am. I take the YouTuber title now. I don't do a whole lot of streaming. But no, I mean it's all great. It's all great. I'm probably saying that because the flight here was about an hour. And if it was like 8 hours, or if I had to go to Samarkand, then that might be a little bit difficult. But it's great fun, and it's very interesting to watch chess in this type of format, broadcasting to a mass audience. Like we have this crazy production behind the scenes that I'm sure you're all aware of as well over there, and the scale it's really cool to see because this is just the beginning. And formats are evolving, commentary is evolving, behind the scenes is evolving. So we definitely need this. I don't think chess can grow as much as if everybody just sits at home and plays on their computers. But you guys, you know, the young generation, we spoke to Firouzja before the event, and Firouzja was like, why did we travel all this way to play this game? Like, we could just sit at home, play on a computer. It was very funny. Like, so, I don't know. Everybody's got a little bit of a different thought about the whole thing.
Lavi, thanks so much. It's so cool that you're feeling better and you're with us in Toronto right now, and we'll catch up with you later and throughout the week. And right now we've got so many developments that have happened on the position as well. Lavi said he did prefer White's position when we checked in last, but a lot of moves have taken place, and we see the kingside pawns of White, they've stepped up ahead. Pawns don't move backwards. Is that too committal, and can that backfire for White?
Well, Black just heard you and said, I'm going to push some pawns of my own, and now we have a locked queenside. So there's only one open file. Black is ready to double rooks on it. I've actually been waiting for an exchange sacrifice. For those of you who may be classically trained chess players and you read about your great predecessors, you look at those d4 and d5 squares. If Black throws a rook on d4, can White afford to take it, or does that open up some lines for the Black pieces? In this position, it says maybe not the best option. And if White could clear the d file, maybe there's a moment where if the rooks are in a stare down, you put your own rook on d5 and say, please go and take me there. You'll open up some lines. So the position is so closed that it might even be worth giving up a rook for a minor piece just to open up a new file and create some new threats.
Yeah. Really instructive stuff there, Robert. It's all about squares right now, and it's about who is able to control those squares over the next few turns. It feels like a critical moment has been brewing, and Abdusattorov visibly nervous there. He's unsure about the evaluation, just as we are.
He is, and he's taking his time. As you said, that is very instructive. He knows he's managed to do maximum on the queen side. It's blocked now. Where is the breakthrough coming from? But he's got to be careful, and on the clock as well. That's classic Abdusattorov stare we just saw right there. We will go back to the other game while Nodirbek has a think, and this one I think is clearer because White's got this monstrous bishop on d5, and it's the kind of bishop that you can get rid of, but you only help White because then there'll be a pawn that'll take its place and become a huge passer. I'm really liking White's position despite a backwards d pawn, which is weak, but it's impossible to get to it.
Yeah. Robert, you were talking about exchange sacrifices on the d5 square. Why sacrifice the exchange when you could just plant a beautiful bishop like this in the heart of your opponent's camp and supported by two pawns? Yeah, this looks like strategic, I won't say dominance yet, but strategic mastery from Vachier-Lagrave. He's achieved everything he wants, but still some hard work to be done to turn that advantage into something else to increase it.
There was that Denis Lazavik game against Hikaru Nakamura. We're talking about rerouting a bishop, and here that's what I'm looking at for Maxime, who's on the clock. His bishop, his dark square bishop, is in line with that black rook. I'm a little bit nervous about some exchanges there. I would actually step back with my bishop to d2 and then put it on the c3 square. Let's get a nice long diagonal for that piece and start creating threats. I'm actually surprised the advantage is only slightly in White's favor. This looks like Black could actually be lost if you make one wrong turn.
Yeah, Black is really stuck. And just to emphasize, this bishop, super strong. If you ever capture, I mean, here, there are tactical problems perhaps on this diagonal, but this is just too strong a protected pass pawn. Combined with the e-pawn, these pawns will decide the game. So you cannot really touch the center after bishop d2, which I love, I've got to say, because I wanted to slide the black king into the corner on h8. Suddenly, I wouldn't feel so comfortable about that. After bishop to d2, Hikaru has to perhaps rely on tricks. Could he, for example, at some point, trade off White's beautiful knight, sacrifice a rook for it, and try to open up the white king? Vachier-Lagrave, wow, he's parted with his beautiful bishop. Why would you do that? Yes, he's won a pawn here in the corner, but suddenly Black has some more control, opposite color bishops, tricks in the air. I guess he wants to take back with the rook, defending the white bishop that you mentioned, but it's hanging by a thread suddenly for White this time.
Wow, and his queen is almost trapped because my first instinct is, can I really get away with stealing a rook pawn? The queen doesn't really have many escapes except for a6 right now, but if the rook goes to a8, taking away the a6 square, the queen can slide to c7. The bishop and queen line up there. It's protected, and this would actually lead to a favorable endgame for White. So greed sometimes is good, sometimes it completely backfires. I don't know what to make of this decision by Maxime. He stole a pawn, and now he's forcing Hikaru to prove that he has sufficient compensation.
Yeah, maybe not bad, but it just feels like it was selling the position a bit short. So we'll see whether Hikaru can punish Maxime's greed. A pawn up, though, for white, and he gets up very confidently from the board.
Yeah, definitely that bishop felt way more worth than the a7 pawn, which has been picked up. And I think his decision has taken Hikaru by surprise as well. It's not something that he was expecting because he pretty much walked into it. He wanted to allow it to ease out that pressure on the center. Maxime gets up. He's back on the board, looking very relaxed about the decision. Now, in these kind of situations, you know, very often you pick up the material and then you ask your opponent, prove your sacrifice, prove your compensation here. And that's not an easy task for Hikaru right now, especially touching the under 5-minute mark.
I love openings in quicker time controls where you steal material, where your king isn't unsafe, but at best your opponent plays accurate moves and makes a draw. It's this type of position where I don't feel like Maxime is in any danger whatsoever. He stole a clean pawn, and now it's up to Hikaru to prove that he can hold it. I don't think Hikaru is playing for dynamics. He's not playing for any tactical ideas. He just wants to say, all right, I lost one pawn. It's not the end of the world. So many pieces remain on the board. I'll do okay.
Yeah, Hikaru here, he would love to, for example, trade off queens and somehow destabilize white's central pawn chain. You see the white pawns on c4, d3, e4 on the light squares, vulnerable to attacks from black's bishop. So if you can somehow simplify the equation, trade things off, yes, you're a pawn down, but get active pieces in return, you might be able to draw. But as Roberts mentions, a draw might well be the best Hikaru's hoping for right now, as he appears very interested. He might be calculating something, actually. This feels like another critical moment.
And because of that, I think we need to deep dive a little bit into this position. I mean, we can tell from Hikaru's expression, he's totally into the game with a lot of lines running through his head. And David, my feeling as a player here would be that I want to calculate pawn takes pawn first. I'm hitting your bishop, I'm clarifying the center. What are the consequences of it?
Yeah, white would have to recapture. So this is the first tactic. You do defend your bishop, so black's rook can no longer capture on this square. And talking of lines running through the head, there's so much, Tanya. Firstly, this queen almost trapped, but always one escape square, so she can slide back. If the rook attacks it, then maybe now queen to c7, and Hikaru could be thinking of tactics, for example, after a trade. My first instinct was bishop to f5, trying to come to a better diagonal, trying to put some pressure on this d3 pawn, but I suddenly realized you can take on h3 as well. So this would be a very forcing line, undermining the defender of this white knight. And if Hikaru's calculating, I'm not sure what face number that is, then it could be this variation. Pawn takes bishop, for example, would be met by rook takes knight, a fair trade, but you have to calculate the consequences. These pawns are hanging, and you have to do a lot of counting here to ensure you're not losing material.
He needs to make a decision. He's taken almost 4 minutes at this point on this move.
But if this liquidation is to happen after that best sequence, and if white is forced to do it, he may understand if he's calculating correctly, it should be a hold with best play. So that I think it's a very forcing line, it's concrete, and that's why he's investing all this time.
And he does reach out for a piece. He doesn't trade on e4, hits the queen first. We might be still seeing the position that David was talking about with the trade on e4. We will, of course, keep an eye on this one, but let's also check in with Fabi against Nodirbek. A close battle, as you're talking. And it's all about the d5 square right now between both the players. We saw a bishop on d5. Now there's a knight on d5.
I was offering a rook on that square, but somehow Fabi got a knight there. This is the best possible outcome from the queen side is closed. When Nodirbek pushed all his pawns there, there's no tension. You can't create any tension, so that flank is closed. And the play on the king side may decide this game, and it's Fabi who can push his pawns. Maybe to f4, maybe to g4, and you're not taking that knight on d5. If you open up that bishop on c2, which is sitting behind the white pawn, you're going to be asking for trouble. So I love Fabi's chances right now.
Yeah, it feels like he's teleported magically somehow, that white knight, to its ideal square. And I'm looking at the black queen. What is she doing out there on a5? She was previously beautiful, glorious on the king side, putting some pressure on, controlling everything. Suddenly the black queen's on the wrong flank, and he does take this knight, Robert. Maybe he just didn't want to suffer any longer, looking at that stallion in the center. But this could backfire.
Too much tension to have that knight on d5, and Fabi immediately takes the decision of recapturing with the c-pawn. I like it. I think taking with the other central pawn would allow black to get a lot of counterplay on the king side by starting to push his own pawns eventually. So c takes d5 and immediately a blockade on d6. Is Fabi trying to get his bishop on the square that has just been vacated by the pawn?
And he can put his rooks on that line too. That c5 pawn, that could be a target. So unfortunately for Nodirbek, as white gets shift rooks over, it looks like he's trying desperately ability to cling on to that pawn. But white can play on the king side. You could say to Nodirbek, use all your forces, go to the queen side. But as soon as you do, as soon as you lose sight of where your king is, I'm going to start pushing pawns on that flank. This looks really dangerous still for Nodirbek.
Yeah, really dangerous. Combine that theory of two weaknesses as Magnus did so well earlier today. First, I think we're likely to see maximum pressure applied to this pawn. We do indeed see this occur, and all of black's pieces are tied down now. These two black rooks, the bishop, the queen, are all fixed defending this sorry backward pawn. So the time might be right very shortly as Fabiano puts pressure on the king side, and soon we will see Robert's idea. Pawn to f4. We could even see the bishop sliding in later to some beautiful squares. This is one-sided traffic right now. And look at Nodirbek's pieces. They're all so passive. He's had to go back to f8 with his bishop to defend h6. This has all gone wrong. And as soon as white improves this piece, I think he'll be ready to throw his pawns forward. Pawn to f4. Look at this. He's coming in with his bishop to some beautiful outposts. White dominates the light squares.
Really nicely played. The concept of two weaknesses, right? You've got the c5 pawn that's weak, and you've got the h6 pawn that's weak, and he's playing against both of them. You pointed out one square for the bishop. The bishop can also land on a6 and start targeting that defender on c8. Nodirbek, it's extremely passive, but at some moment, Fabi has to break. He's maximized the pressure. Where do you see the break coming from? And Fabi shows it.
I was going to say, we've been waiting for it in f4. Push that pawn forward. If black takes it, you take with your bishop, hitting that rook on c7. I feel like black's position really is about to fall apart. You can then put your e-pawn as white. e5, e6, uses a battering ram, and the bishop on d3. It can go in either direction. It can go up to a6. It can hit the king towards h7. I mean, this is just overwhelming initiative for white.
Yeah, F for forward, F for Fabi, F for fabulous. This is just a beautiful play. And oof, Abdusattorov's bishop goes back to its original fianchetto square, and now you're spoilt for choice. I'm loving all those bishop moves you mentioned, Robert. Looks super promising for white right now. Very minimum. You can keep motoring forward with your f-pawn, just lock down the king side, create targets there, but he's being greedy, and rightly so, Fabiano. He's just looking at all the pawns now. The white queen, dark square bishop, rooks, all staring at that one black weakness that we highlighted on c5. The f-file about to open as well. This is torture for black.
He's going to do Hikaru. Takes. And unfortunately for Nodirbek, white has more pieces attacking that pawn than he has pieces defending. And he can't defend it anymore. This is going to be at least a pawn to the good for Fabiano Caruana. And there's still going to be the attack raging on. So he brings his knight out to d6. Knights are the best blockaders against passed pawns. But what's wrong with just takes? I think
we're going to see it, Robert. This pawn is dropping. Let's focus on Fabi now as he starts to clean up, starts to count the extra material. And what is Nodirbek thinking about here? Is he just going to drop the queen back? If you trade off rooks, white has won a pawn. White activates the pieces. Black's knight, as soon as it's kicked away, the remaining blockading piece, that will spell the end of the game. And, OK, Fabiano now, what is the cleanest way to do it? What's the most professional way to kill all counterplay? Do you trade rooks? Do you just keep the status quo?
That's it.
Bishop c5.
Aren't you winning a second pawn? You hit the knight, you hit the pawn on b4.
And that's what happens when you lose the base of a pawn chain. The b4 pawn is next. I think he can even slide his queen on over if he would like. I'm sure there are other options, but that b4 pawn, it's gone too far, and you can't bring other pieces to defend it.
Yeah, just start picking off those weaknesses now. Just looks so simple. Fabi's making it look simple. And Nodirbek, ever since that white knight landed on d5, he hasn't had a single chance.
And queen takes pawn here. I think that knight is pinned to the queen. Black will have to backtrack with the bishop. f7 will fall. I think this is almost resignable.
He plays it. Winning advantage. That black knight is doomed.
Fabiano Caruana in complete control, up material, and probably going to win some more. This one looks like it's in the bag, and we will head over to our other Armageddon. Hikaru Nakamura, is he in some trouble here? It is a pawn down for him. He's down a pawn in this position. White's got the bishop, controlling all the squares of the knight. But right now, Hikaru's managed to make White's rook passive. And just as I say it, he said, what passive rook? I'm coming in for counterattack.
It's the black rook that's passive now. The black b6 pawn next to the black rook is the only glue holding together black's whole structure. We were talking about it earlier, Robert. Bishop versus knight. If you control the knight's squares, you often control the game. And that's why the black knight has had to move away looking for fresher pastures. I think it's uncomfortable, Nakamura, but it doesn't look over yet. And wow, pawn sacrifice from Vachier-Lagrave. He's allowing the black pawn to push, and look at this race. Black's pawn 2 squares away from touchdown.
But white has 2 pawns, so he wanted connected passers, while that bishop, it can go back into the corner to block that pawn. And meanwhile, Hikaru's 27 seconds. This gives me hints of that game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in Armageddon, where Nodirbek had the bishop, Hikaru the knight, and his play on both sides of the board. And I will say one more thing. The knights have an advantage over bishops, and they can go from color complex to color complex. That knight can go to the light squares. The bishop can't control light squares, and if rook trade is offered, is that a good decision?
Oh, it's a brave decision, committal decision, and I think the fact is that Nakamura now needs to accept this. He needs to trade rooks to keep the black a-pawn alive. That's your ace card. That's what's going to save you the game. And yes, white has 2 connected pawns in the center, but black's knight is coming round. Black's knight is now going to jump to b4 into c2 and support the pawn's promotion. Meanwhile, Vachier-Lagrave has to try and win on the king side or in the center with his own pawns. It is a race again in this endgame.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will eventually have to give up his bishop for this a-pawn, and it will all come down to how quickly he can push those central pawns, combine that with getting his king to the king side pawns, and also try to pick those up. It's a game that's for all 3 results right now.
Well, I think that if Maxime, if he wants to ensure that he can't lose, he can push his pawn to f5, trade off some pawns on the king side over there, and then bring his king around. But he's getting a bit low on the clock. Before it was a huge lead, and now look at Hikaru. He's sacrificing the knight, but you can't take it because oh, wow, he might try to trap the knight in the corner, though.
Oh, really clever move, forcing a head shake from Nakamura. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is going to try and trap that black knight if it came in, if it came forward. And Nakamura forced to lose time. He's lost 2 tempi. He's gone back where he came from with that knight.
And I think he realized that perhaps he could have jumped in with the knight to the other square, forcing a better sequence of moves. Hikaru falls back with the knight, and now Maxime isn't forced to give up the bishop anymore for the pawn.
And look at that move. Bishop e5, making sure the black king cannot step forward, and the bishop still covers that passed pawn in the corner. Now the white king can slide back towards the pawn and go and win it.
He's winning, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's even going in with his king. He doesn't even care about that a-pawn. The white bishop will always keep a watchful gaze over it, and white's pawns in the center are going to decide this game. Nakamura lost 3 full tempi with his knight maneuvers earlier. He's panicking. Look at the clock as well. No time to defend.
Don't play king c4 if you're Maxime. That allows knight e3 check, and you drop your central d5 pawn. You do not want to allow that to happen. So he gives a check, he pushes his pawn, but now where does the king go? Up it goes because c5 is carved out for it.
Yeah, beautiful. Nakamura here in trouble. Meanwhile, Vachier-Lagrave finding all the right moves. The coordination between white's pawns and dark square bishop should be over now. White just has to be careful where he puts his king. The only trick is to not walk into a knight fork.
Tensed moments there, and Maxime is going for that big pawn. And he does take it, but there are some complications. I mean, it just looks like Maxime's pawns have moved way too ahead on the board.
That's right. The knight could have stolen that pawn, but the king and pawn game would have been losing because that g5 pawn would have been falling as well. So it's 2 extra pawns for Maxime, and he just needs to be a bit careful not to allow Hikaru to trade off, and that's a connected pass pawn 1 square away from promotion.
Hikaru Nakamura, 14 seconds. He is panicking. He tries to create a mess on the board. The h-pawn relying all hopes on that, but white's bishop, it's got to find a defensive square. Does he just move all the way to b8 right now so that the f5 can come in with a check?
As long as he stays on this diagonal that the bishop sits on, you called it, Tania, there we go, then he is X-ray vision guarding the h2 square. The black pawn can no longer push. It will be captured within a couple of turns. Pawn to f5 next is guaranteed. And now there's no more hope. Black's other rook's pawn, both of them were just kept under guard by this bishop, and it's now simply over. The bishop will come back and check this black king out of the blockading square sooner or later. 4 pawns against 1.
You can push the G-pawn now. You have 4 passed pawns to just 1 for black. And you can see Hikaru, he resigns. He throws in the towel. Great finish there from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Incredible endgame play there on seconds by Maxime. And he takes the lead. And again, this is just a best of 2, which means Hikaru has to win the next game to take it to Armageddon. He managed to survive the elimination in the round robin, but he faces it one more time. And on our other matchup, we saw Fabiano Caruana. As expected, he converted that flawlessly.
First move advantage led to a win. Both Fabiano and Maxime, they were able to win their opening games. They will have black in game 2, so Hikaru and Nodirbek respectively have their chances. But what a start for Maxime and for Fabi.
Incredible play by both with the white pieces, and it started as a strategic battle out of the opening, playing for this important central square, and then eventually we saw the complications favor white.
Yeah, in both games, actually a mirror image almost of each other, those two battles we saw in the survival stage. And I just want to highlight where it went wrong for Hikaru Nakamura against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And it was in this position. Yes, black is a pawn down. Yes, it's a difficult defense. But here he went wrong. If you look at the black knight and its journey now, it came forward to c6. And after white pushed a pawn, it tried to come into a5, attacking a pawn, ideally coming in as well to b3 to help promotion. But this is where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with a nice king retreat, did clinch a decisive advantage. If black had come in now, then the king simply continues retreating. If you promote to a new queen, then a capture and the knight is caught in the corner. Knights in the corner are the worst. But look at what Nakamura had to do. He instead dropped his knight back to c6, back where it came from, and back to e7, losing 3 full moves in the process, and the pawns became too strong in the race.
The bishop simply dominated the knight. That even if you won the bishop, the knight in the corner was trapped. I love that bishop e5 move as well, making sure the king couldn't touch those pawns. Great endgame technique on display from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Tempos are everything in endgames, and the one player who's keeping the tempo up is Fabiano Caruana with his win against Nodirbek. Kaya caught up with him after that game.
Here with Fabiano Caruana, and you must be very happy right now.
Yeah, it was a really tough game. I mean, very, very complicated. All the pieces were on the board. There was a lot of tension. But I think in the middle game, I outplayed him. And I don't know how the quality was, but I feel like I was in control for most of it. And yeah, of course, I struggled with Nodirbek in this tournament, so I lost the first match to him. So hopefully, second one will go a bit better.
And you're now getting very close to a semi-final. Is that something that will be on your mind in the next game?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, for sure. Of course, getting to the semis is the first goal, and then I don't know who I'll play. I guess it's my fate is not in my hands in terms of who I play. It's either Magnus or Wesley, but it's Wesley's choice if I get there. But yes, still, first things first. I mean, Nodirbek is a big fighter, so before I think about that, I still have to hold my game against him.
Now, a little bit of coughing there. I haven't seen you with a big cup of tea for most of the day here. How are you feeling?
Well, on the second day, actually on the first day even, when my match against Alireza, this second game I started to feel a bit strange. And yeah, I came down with something. I don't think it's too serious, but it's not too pleasant. But okay, I'm starting to recover. I think I should be better soon.
I can barely get out of bed if I'm feeling a little bit sick. What is it like to play chess, long days, when you are a little bit under the weather?
Actually, I don't mind because I have a distraction. So I don't have to think about it too much. And if I'm staying and doing nothing, let's say staying at home, then all I'm thinking about is how I don't feel well. And so I'd actually, of course, I'd prefer not to be sick when I'm playing, but it's not so bad.
Okay. More guys should be like you, Fabiano, I'm telling you. All right, thank you for joining us. Good luck in the next game.
Thank you.
All right, Fabiano Caruana. He is not playing like he is sick. Definitely not.
I completely agree with you, Kaya, there. Just fantastic play by Fabiano, not just so far in this tournament, but the whole year. He has been on the biggest form, the biggest shape of his life. And we've got the second big round coming up between the 2021 World Rapid Champion, and he will be taking on the reigning US champion, world number 2, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Has to win to take it to Armageddon.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had not played in a single Division 1 event until the last one.
He went through the play-ins to qualify for the AI Cup, but was not a favourite to take the last spot in the Tour Finals.
This is crazy. The Black King is hiding behind enemy lines. It's even taking pawns.
Whoa.
And Black is actually going to be the one delivering checkmate. The checks are going to dry up, and White's King is at the enemy's mercy. Checks dry up. It's game over. And Jan loses on time. Maxime progresses.
He had to win the AI Cup to get the ticket.
Maxime, meanwhile, going forward with his king.
Wow.
Look at this. If he pushes his pawn, will he get mated, Magnus Carlsen, on the edge of the board? We all know queen versus rook, how hopeless that is. Magnus allows a checkmate on the board. And we have Armageddon.
Look at that. He's giving away another rook. Checks to follow. There we go. It's a draw, and that means we are heading to a grand final reset. Magnus Carlsen loses the match here in the grand final against MVL. He is on fire, the Frenchman.
Maxime played fantastic chess, taking down some big names, and finally won the AI Cup, securing a spot in the Tour Finals.
Checkmate is guaranteed. There's nothing to do. Black cannot defend this position.
Will we see Magnus hit the resign button? And MVL is starting to let the emotions come to him. He is starting to realize he is the winner. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman, he wins the AI Cup. He banks the ticket to Toronto. He is going to the Tour Finals. He does the impossible. He beats Magnus Carlsen in 2 matches.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
If you've been inspired by all the play in Toronto and want to up your game, we've got some great news for you. The Chessable Pro Week is on through December 15th. There's a 20% off all courses. Use the Command Pro in chat and transform your game. And the one player who needs to transform his game right now, it has to be Hikaru Nakamura. As he faces Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru has survived elimination once today. Can he do it again? He is in a must-win game to take it to Armageddon. And this is where we are on the survival stage right now. Fabi, Maxime, both incredibly impressive with their wins, Robert.
Yeah, Fabiano Caruana is just a draw away from the semifinals. He's in that upper bracket. And for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, of course, he's in the driver's seat. But Hikaru Nakamura has shown so many times over the years he's capable of roaring back.
Yeah, if anyone can, Nakamura can. Abdusattorov as well has shown that he can fight back too. Two players who, yes, had a bad first game, but they did have black. Now with white, if they can match how well their opponents played with the white pieces, definitely a chance. I'm not predicting anything. It's not over. Far from it.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov was the comeback kid against Hikaru Nakamura. Can he do it again this time against Fabiano Caruana at the big game 2 coming up? The pressure is on the players. Only 2 will make it into the semi-finals. And there we see Nodirbek, he's ready to go. He starts with white. Fabi walking around there. What was your pre-game? What is your pre-game ritual like, David? Do you like to come a little early?
I'm always turning up 2-3 minutes after the clock has started because I'm disorganized, less professional than these players. I have noticed that Fabiano is a pacer. I've played him several times myself. He's always pacing up and down. I think that's just how he gets in the zone, how he gets focused. While Abdusattorov, we see him there. He's all about the death stare. Whether it's his opponent, the chessboard, he is always focused.
Always focus, and that's what he needs to do. Only focus on the next move. And it's the same story for Hikaru. It's handshakes. Games are underway, and we start with a Sicilian. Are we going to see a knight off? No, we're not. What is that? It's the Mora Gambit.
Wow, I must admit I am shocked. Not just because he's giving up a pawn with this gambit, but also because it does allow a transposition back into the Alapin Sicilian, the C3 Sicilian, and that's something not known for its winning tendencies at this top level. But wow, Vachier-Lagrave now playing very classically. That is met by Nakamura bringing his queen out.
And you say it doesn't give much in the way of winning chances for white, and I've played this many times from the white side. It's not loved by the engines or by the top players, but because it's not played so frequently, maybe it catches Maxime off guard. Perhaps he's not so well prepared for this, and this isn't a situation where you just trade off pieces. Look at that queen in the center. You line it up with a bishop. Maybe there could be some attacking chances for Hikaru as this game proceeds.
Yeah, the white queen looks really actively placed, but whether she's a target or not, that's the big question. Head in hands, Vachier-Lagrave. He clearly hasn't studied this one recently, unlike Nakamura. And the big question is whether to go attacking that queen, whether to just continue development. Key moments, critical moments already at this early stage.
Hikaru Nakamura gets the early opening surprise in, and the other game is about to begin as well, as we've got handshakes. Nodirbek, what opening approach does he have planned for this one in his must-win game? He's going for the queen's pawn opening, and are we going to see a queen's gambit declined? It's the Nimzo.
I think it's a good choice from Fabiano. He's played the Nimzo from the black side so many times over the years, and he strikes at the center. He's not afraid of some trades. If he can actually liquidate, he's feeling happy, and we could get an isolated queen pawn position like Denis Lazavik had against Fabiano.
Yeah, and we saw what happened in that game. Abdusattorov, meanwhile, will he get his knight out? Will he just get castled? Will he be the first to blink and trade off a set of pawns in the center? There's a lot of tension right now. He does trade off, just simplifying the equation there. And look at that, peering away from the board. He's in recall mode, trying to go into that mind palace and remember what to do against this slightly rare knight recapture. And I think we're headed straight on that same path, Robert, that you mentioned. Lazavik against Nakamura. I think we had this exact position on the board.
And Lazavik against Fabiano was something similar. So for Fabi, he's taking the direct path. He wants to clarify the state of affairs on this board. We see white saddled, you could say, with an isolated queen pawn, or you say is the beneficiary, because that pawn is very useful. When you have an isolated pawn, you have open files adjacent to it.
And very often the compensation for this early opening weakness is to try to get the play rolling and an attack going against your opponent's king. The more pieces that come off, the more trades. General rule is that it favors the side that's attacking the weakness on the board. So for Nodirbek, it will be key to try and keep as many pieces on the board as possible to keep the pressure. He has provoked G6, which can often become a hook at some point, perhaps a faraway H4, H5 to create play. Is it fair to say Nodirbek is going to try to avoid all possible trades in this position?
Yeah, certainly. Any endgame, black would feel safe, especially in terms of the match situation. I do love Fabiano's last move, I must admit, bringing the black dark squared bishop the whole way back, just covering all the dark squared weaknesses around black's king. And yeah, it's up to Nodirbek. The pressure is on him to attack due to the match, but also due to the nature of this position. IQP, I used to play it all the time myself from a variety of different openings. You have to be energetic. You have to keep pedaling on this bicycle. You cannot stop, otherwise you might just fall off. Black long-term doing well. Short-term, white has dynamic potential.
I like that bishop retreat, because when you have the Swiss cheese pawn formation like black does, all those pawns on light squares, it means that your dark squares are vulnerable. So he brings his bishop next to his king. Soon that bishop will be in front of his king, staring at that isolated queen pawn in the center of the board, protecting some critical squares. I like what Fabi's doing, and the fact that Nodirbek is thinking, I believe that he also approves of Fabiano's position.
Well, he needs to approve of his own position right now. He is playing for the win, and it's the only result that will keep this match going. We will check in with this and see how the dynamics of an isolated queen's pawn versus developing kingside initiative goes on. But meanwhile, a lot of action early on. Hikaru gets the opening surprise in with his second move, going for the early d4. And we see a non-standard position, but both players have kind of kept it together on the clock. They've kept the speed up. What is this opening outcome like? And do you think Maxime is now feeling a lot calmer than he was a couple of moves earlier?
Maybe calmer, but I'm not sure whether he's happy with the outcome. I must say, at least in terms of the match again, Nakamura should be thrilled. He's somehow escaped the opening with as many pieces on the board as possible. Still maximum tension. White has a space advantage as well due to the e5 pawn. It could have been a lot worse. We could have seen a bunch of trades. We could have seen a lot of different things happening. But Vachier-Lagrave is on his own. That's step one. Get your opponent out of their preparation. And a lot of potential for Nakamura if Maxime isn't accurate on the next few moves.
It's what we call just a position. It's not one where there's deep preparation for either side at this point. They're playing on their own. And the good news for Hikaru, he has this nice central pawn on e5, protected by his knight and his queen. And that pawn cannot be traded off. Black might want to push that d5 pawn back a square so that you can try to trade it, maybe get some liquidation going, clarify the middle. And you look at that bishop on d3 for white. If black has any hopes of castling kingside, watch out. There could be a Greek gift sacrifice. There could be vicious attacks brewing over there because many of black's pieces, they're all the way over there on the queen side.
Yeah, black's pieces, there's a bit of a traffic jam there. They're all huddled up. But what are they actually doing? And there are a few tricks in the position. For example, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave could try to go for this far advanced pawn as quickly as possible by bringing his knight back to d7. But white's bishop comes out. And at first thought, I was looking at pawn to f6, try to take advantage of this pin, try to cash in on this e5 pawn. But I think white can hold things together. This is what Maxime is calculating right now with clever, sneaky moves such as bishop to b5, pinning the black knights, both of them, so that you can control e5, you keep things together. It's just about holding for Nakamura, and he should be happy about that. Other tactics do include the black knight coming to b4, for example, due to a pin along this file. The c1 bishop is hanging, but I don't think this is anything too serious to worry about. Vachier-Lagrave, as Robert mentioned, he cannot afford to simply play quietly, bring his bishops out. It would be too slow. As soon as white is castled, as soon as the white king is safe, white has a big strategic advantage. So now or never, he has to find something concrete.
And the big question is, does it exist in the position, this concrete line that you're talking about? Because Maxime, he's taken his time right now. He's at 2.5 minutes already. And at first, I felt that Maxime should be feeling fine in the position. But everything you pointed out, it all revolves around this e5 pawn. And Maxime needs to find a way to fight against it. He decides to bring the bishop to the diagonal so that he can start hitting the pawn. And now your idea of bringing the knight back, doubling down on that pawn with the bishop on g7. Hikaru perhaps will be looking at sliding in with his own rook to defend it. So the fight is really against this e5 pawn. Can we expect black to go short castle and strike with f6 at some point?
It's a long ways away, and black is currently cramped. That bishop on c8, now it can't even develop. But even if it did develop, it's like a French bishop. No offense meant to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean the French opening. That bishop gets stuck behind a wall of its own pawns. And we see how quickly Hikaru is going to bring his pieces out, defend e5. I really like white's position. It's much easier to play. You are playing for the aggressive plans, whereas black, you just don't have so much space and you can't initiate trades. For everyone at home, when you lack space, you want to see trades happen. When you're the side with more space, if you're Hikaru here, you don't want trades.
Yeah, he's simply got a clear plan of attack. Rook to e1, knight to d2, throw that h-pawn down the board. Easy play for Hikaru Nakamura. What is black doing in the meantime? A bit of a mystery. And it's that Swiss cheese formation you mentioned earlier, Robert, in the other game. Again, a mirror image of the other clash in the survival stage. Lots of pawns on light squares means dark squared weaknesses. So watch out for black's king to come under heavy fire later in the game.
All right, well, Maxime has managed to get his king to safety. I'm still looking at potential f6 breaks. We've been talking about the French, and that's really the thematic idea there, but there are so many tactics and trades that you have to watch out for there. Once white takes that pawn, you'll be hitting the bishop, and Maxime will be calculating all of that. We know Maxime as a player. He likes the initiative. It's not like he wants to just sit passive and let his opponent kind of achieve whatever they want and ask them to play it out. So Maxime will be trying to find that break in this position. For Hikaru, a dream outcome in a must-win situation?
It's a lovely position for white. I will say, though, it's not the type of dynamic position that the top players generally prefer, where they can see where the future is. But Hikaru's moves are easy. It becomes like a King's Indian attack from the white side. And you know who's played the King's Indian a lot? Hikaru Nakamura, where he's going to push his h-pawn, move his rook, slide his knight back just to reroute it forward. I think that Hikaru actually has many great plans here. Black is cramped. Black doesn't have the plans that white does. Hikaru should be thrilled to have this position.
Yeah, must-win situation. Nearly all the pieces on the board, only one set of pawn exchanges. This is more than he could have ever dreamed of, especially choosing this opening. Vachier-Lagrave, I think, rightly spending a bit of time right now. He should go into the tank 2-3 minutes form a plan of attack, try to trade off pieces somehow to alleviate the space concerns. But look at the Frenchman. He's normally so intuitive, so instinctive. He's slowed down. I think he's secretly hating his position as black. This is not up his alley, doesn't suit his strengths. And no obvious way forward for black. Yeah, I'm really biased here. I've got to say, white's position is beautiful right now.
And we did see when Maxime got that position against Magnus Carlsen, and I was talking about the game, the miniature that he lost, he wasn't happy with it. He didn't survive too long, and the f6 break that we were discussing earlier, it has happened. All the trades are on the board. Maxime trying to break out, trying to create that activity, and I see you shaking your head saying that it's not going to happen.
The advantage has transformed. It went from purely a spatial advantage with some plans to actually some really bad pawns for black. The e6 pawn, that's going to be a long-term target. The bishop on the light squares for black, it's stuck defending it. And look at Hikaru's last move, a really clever idea. He's saying, I know we typically talk how bishops are better than knights, long-range pieces, blah, blah, blah. Look at the dark squares on this board. You know what can't help the dark squares? A light square bishop. Let me take your knight on c6, leave you with the light square bishop, and then I have the e5 square, maybe the c5 square later, the d4 square as well. Give me all the dark squares here, and that's just dark square domination, and Nakamura loves a whole lot of that.
Yeah, look at this bad bishop. We talk about good knights versus bad bishops. This is the worst of all. And he rightly avoids this, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is how classy the top players are. Yes, it's already a pretty ugly position for black, but he doesn't want to make it worse. He's going to try and bring his knight around, preserve his knight. And white's bishop, which was trying to trade off, is now hitting thin air. So a good fighting move there. Yes, there's still one problem piece. Yes, it's still a backward pawn. But at least if with a knight on f7, with a queen back on f6, he can curl up into a ball and try to stay solid. So he's at least preventing Nakamura's ideas for now.
He's fighting. And I think, yes, Hikaru, like you guys are saying and explaining, better, but it's a long way to go still to convert this advantage, and especially that last move by Maxime. It just means that it's not going to be, again, just a game where either Hikaru pushes or Maxime is fighting for survival. Once that knight does arrive to f7, it gets to d6, the central point, and starts jumping into enemy territory. I mean, the f-line is open. We can also imagine the e-pawn pushing forward at some point after knight f7, e5 coming in. And then you're talking about game, right? Black can also look at the bishop coming out. I mean, I think we're writing this off for Maxime a bit too early.
Well, Hikaru knows that you want to push that pawn, and he's going to say, no, no, no. And he could start by placing his own knight on e5, and then bringing the second knight over to f3. I think that what Hikaru's going to try to do is clamp down on those squares, leave the black queenside pieces where they are. They're sitting at home, and they're not participating the way they want to. So it's just a clean advantage for Hikaru. Whether he can convert it and how tough Maxime's defenses are, that's a different question. But any player in the world would prefer to have the white side here.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we know how tricky and resourceful he can be. We'll see if he can muster something up or Hikaru manages to take this to the Armageddon. And the one person who has actually been rooting for Hikaru from the very start, making his predictions, betting on Hikaru from the start, is James Canty. He is in Toronto and he is joining us right now. James, what do you make of Hikaru's chances to make a comeback in this one?
Let me tell you something. I'm always ride or die with my guy. Hikaru is the man. Of course, Hikaru is half man, half everything else, right? He's an absolute legend, a pineapple, whatever you want to call it, whatever he does, he gets it done. He's a world champ, of course. This is my guy. I ride with him. Of course, there's people in the chat do too as well. I like his opening choice with the, of course, C3 Cecile for the kill, as we like to call it. But it was really a Smith-Morrow that kind of changed into something else. So he plays a lot of Smith-Morrow. Him play it many times. I haven't had a lot of success classical, but of course with that, you know, having it in blitz and faster time controls is really fun. So I am rooting for him. It is a battle. Of course, he's going to have to, you know, show on the board right here. So I also have been checking Fabi's game too as well. Fabi had a great Roy Lopez, as you know, from the white side and the black side. He's very good. They went into some type of brayer, but he just had the pressure, got the C pawn rolling. Flawless game here. Now with the black pieces playing a Nimzo with that ISO pawn, white has a little bit of play on that side, or Nodirbek does, trying to attack the king. But, you know, Fabi's handling it very well. So I'm watching the games very closely, but I'm definitely watching my guy, Hikaru, over there.
Well, James, throughout this whole tournament, you've been talking about Nodirbek, how he's always a fighter. I mean, you just started talking about this position. He lost round one. A lot of players would collapse. It seems like he's actually bringing his best chess in this must-win game against Fabi.
Yeah, you know what's funny with that, that battle of Fabi and Nodirbek is really heated. As we see, I remember watching when he beat Fabi just kind of like flawlessly there when I was in Oslo. He won the Chess Kid Cup. So really, in a way, I think someone mentioned it earlier, maybe Danny, was like, hey, this is his kryptonite. It's like Nodirbek is just always having good results against Fabi, but this time, Fabi's looking to close it out. He's like, not this time. Real hard flex. I do got the trainer now. You see me on IG. I've been curling the little seps, the little biceps, trying to get like Canty. I'm going to win today, says Fabi.
Yeah, and James, are you predicting a Fabi win ultimately, despite this current position looking favourable for Nodirbek?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it is a little favorable there. Obviously, the engine says it's slightly better, you know, for White there. We got Rookie 8 on the board there now. I think he's okay, though. Yeah, okay, a little shaky. E6 pawn maybe looks like of a weak pawn. You have the bishop on C8 that's maybe French-like type position, but there's still play, still a lot of play. You know, you can't count him out yet. So I am rooting for Fabi. Maybe he'll hold here, I think. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you, James. As always.
You think he's going to hold there? Yeah.
Oh, well, it looks like it's going to be a tough task. I'm just looking at the eval bar. I'm looking at those dark square weaknesses around the king. I'm looking at the alpha 0 pawn on 8-6. White's pieces nicely placed. I'm not so sure, James, but thanks so much for joining us, and we'll keep checking in with you and the gang in Toronto. Right now, we're checking into this position, and it looks like Nodirbek has managed to create his chances for the comeback. Let's remind everyone, Nodirbek has had quite a performance against Fabi throughout the Champions Chess Tour season. In the Chess Kid Cup, it was the finals where he took down Fabi. In the round-robin stage of the finals as well, Nodirbek was the winner. Fabi has got the lead in this match, but looking at this position, I mean, I'm loving White here.
It's horrible for Fabiano. Something went really, really wrong because the eval bar is sky high, the material is level, so White has sacrificed nothing for this attack. And who doesn't love a good rook lift? I think that White can bring more pieces to the party while Black is doing nothing about it. Rook D3, slide that rook on over to F3 at some point, G3, knight H5. I don't know what to do, but there are too many good-looking options. The Black king is going to be hunted down.
Yeah, this is horrible. You talked about Swiss cheese, and it's actually a mirror image again. The first game of the day, or at least the survival stage, both sides with White had an anchored outpost on D5. Now, again, just like Nakamura in that game, it's dark square domination. And it's all about the squares. I just want to backtrack to one key moment where Fabiano, I think, made the kind of decisive mistake. It was just a few turns ago. Nodirbek had very cleverly pushed his pawn up to H4, H5, something he did against Vachier-Lagrave earlier in the round-robin stage. This looks like his trademark right now. He loves putting pawns on H6. And the problem is here, Fabiano, he chose the wrong square. He needed to cover the dark squares around his king by dropping back to H8. He was reluctant to do so, maybe fearing that his bishop would be trapped in the corner long term. But at least now you control the valuable F6 square. You can later kick back White's bishop. But by dropping back the other way, he's left the holes, especially this one on F6. And as Robert mentioned, the White knight will most likely get there. If we catch up with the current position, really surprised to see White going back. Retreating looks counterintuitive. I think he wants to go the long way around. D3, E5, back, and eventually into this dream outpost. But yeah, he could have got there quicker. Rook to D3, and no matter what Black does, this is going to be a knockout punch. The knight would come into H5, F6. There's too much pressure on the Black king. This would have actually ended the game, so hope for Fabiano now after the knight retreats. But he has to take dramatic action, maybe even throw a pawn away just to get his bishop out of jail, just to bring this piece to life. It's still looking terrible for Black, but less bad than it could have been.
You say hope for Fabi? To me, it's still looking pretty hopeless. All the points that you just discussed, and absolutely agree, David. Once that knight lands on G4, it's game over. So Fabi needs to do everything to make that not happen. I don't believe he has time to go pawn hunting right now. Queen takes pawn just invites this idea with a lot of force, and we see the eval bar. It doesn't like it at all. Also opening up the C line with potential infiltration on the 7th rank as well. It's not something Fabi will go. He doesn't sacrifice the pawn as you suggested. He goes for a safer approach. But how is he fighting the main threat with this? Knight e5, does he eventually want to go f5?
The bishop is hit. He needs to take a timeout now to move his bishop. He tries to gain time hitting this white rook, which moves, but only up in the direction that Robert was advocating. And I mean, this looks even more deadly now. 4 white pieces are gathering, storm clouds are gathering around the Black king, and Black has no defenders. This is one-sided.
Don't even see an idea for black because all of white's pieces are just heading towards the king side. And you can't even make a move like rook a to d8. I was like, let's just even suggest a move. You could lose an exchange on the spot. I wouldn't even take that rook because the bishop is so strong. But the point is that black has no ideas. You attack the rook moved. It moved up to where the action is taking place. And with knight g4, as you mentioned, rook f3. If you do play pawn to f5, maybe I can just play knight takes g6. Why not? If you take me pawn to h7, this looks like I'm going to go and checkmate your king.
Yeah, this looks deadly. Black can block here, but the white rook just slides across, and this king is not long for the world. Yeah, this is just one-way traffic, and it's another example, just like Abdusattorov did in his game with black and just in this clash between the others. Never put a black queen so far away from your own king. You can never defend. Abdusattorov made that mistake. Now Fabi's made the exact same mistake his opponent did in the previous game. You need your queen nearby if you want to defend any attack.
This is so instructive. Black gets all the big pieces on the queen side, and Nodirbek using Fabiano's king as the North Star, just guiding his own play, getting more and more pieces into the attack. The rook currently attacked, but you could think about sliding it over to f3. What Fabi is hoping for is to plant his own bishop on f5, trying to control that g4 square right now. Will that be enough? He's trying to get that bishop into defense.
It's definitely not enough because white also has a pawn. It's not just the knight that can go to g4. The pawn can go to g4. The f7 pawn's under attack. I think Fabi is just hoping that Nodirbek goes wrong somewhere because the position is so bad for him that, you know, if Nodirbek does pretty much anything, it should be winning. So I think that Nodirbek up on time, this position, easy attack that's going to be impossible to stop. If he doesn't win this game, I will be incredibly shocked.
Okay, this one looks like very likely to head into the Armageddon. Just look at white's army right now, all directed towards the black king. Only the bishop, the dark squared bishop, supporting it. And f5 has arrived on the board, which invites the sacrifices, David, that you were looking at. Is knight takes pawn possible right now?
I think so. Why not? It makes sense as well. White has those 4 attacking pieces. We mentioned the white queen, bishop, knight, rook. Black only has a king, maybe add the dark squared bishop as a defender, but it's a simple mathematical equation here, and let's show it on the board. Knight takes pawn would likely be lights out. You can take this pawn just to blow open the shelter around the black king, and maybe they're stronger, but this one looks decisive to me. Although, I've just realized something has changed from that earlier variation. The black bishop will defend the g6 pawn. I thought you could just slide and take this pawn next, but suddenly f4. I eat my words. Black can suddenly defend. Fabiano does have a sneaky plan then in mind, a trap.
And that's why you always have to take into account what your opponent's last moves were. And Nodirbek, he brings his bishop into f6, the black queen slides back to c7. So Fabiano, he's holding on for dear life, but as you're showing, the black king has no moves. So if that rook just slides over, there's going to be a sacrifice on g6 in the very near future. And there might be a rook sacrifice after that on g7, just blowing the whole thing open. And Fabi, there's nothing he can really do because it's just straightforward for Nodirbek. As long as he doesn't make the mistakes that I often do as a commentator, just sack all the pieces, he's doing it in the right time.
Yeah, no need to rush, full control. He's just lining it up, putting his army, his forces in position. Lights out soon. It's going to be boom, clash, bang on the g6 square.
All right, so Fabi trying to get rid of that knight on e5. That would be the dream, to try to trade it off. And rook moves to e1, so no sacrifices just yet. Is this the moment for Fabi to try to take on e5? But giving that dark squared bishop also feels extremely suicidal right now. You know, you are just look at the checkmating spots. The queen lands on f6, h8, g7. That looks disastrous.
But I say, I have opposite colored bishops, and I was always told that when there are opposite colored bishops, it's going to be a draw. Not when there's an attack on the board. Maybe in a pure endgame, even if one side's up a pawn. Material's even here, but white remains better. I would take that knight on e5 and just try to defend. He doesn't do that. David, this looks like, you got to take out that knight.
Yeah, I think he should have done, and he should have tried to beg for a queen exchange, at least fending off the immediate danger. And yes, white is dominant long term. White would keep the queens on, most likely by blocking, and the attack continues. But Fabiano, he's allowed what looks like it might be a decisive blow. I was going to say knight takes g6 again. I'm scared after that last experience of blundering things away. You don't need to rush. Maybe you just preempt it, put a bishop on g7, but he is defending Fabiano, and the longer that it goes on with Nodirbek unable to land a punch like knight takes g6, then the more hope Fabiano will gain.
Dude, I just want to push on this line because knight takes pawn would be so tempting for me, and it doesn't work. And my idea is that if you take the rook, yes, I get that. But what about queen to g5 now? How are you defending this mate?
Yeah, it looks so terminal. I was going to suggest this too, Tanya. Great minds think alike, but unfortunately, it looks like black can just sacrifice everything back. Black is up temporarily, at least a rook and a piece even. So no discovered checks that knock out the black king. He would survive. So f4, he's actually lining it up again, setting it up. But now you have to, Fabiano, you have to get rid of this stallion on e5 before it's too late. Now this would be decisive. The diagonal has been blocked.
Wow, okay, Fabiano Caruana is under big pressure. He does decide to trade off the knight. Meanwhile, we are getting the end of this game. Hikaru Nakamura against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and it's just finished. And we're getting an update that Hikaru Nakamura has done it. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigns. Hikaru kept up the pressure. He created magic on the board, and we get an Armageddon in that one.
Wow, one Armageddon, will it be two? That's the big question. It did look like Nakamura applied enough pressure to crack Vachier-Lagrave's defences, but it was a blunder from the Frenchman in the end, which we will show a bit later on. But this one, Fabiano's fighting. He's alive. He's covered everything for now.
Yeah, I mean, the tone in your voice, I have that same feeling where it should be winning, right? It looked so dominant before, and suddenly Fabiano has counter chances of his own. His bishop that is firmly entrenched on the e4 square, that applies some pressure towards the white king. Now there's a pawn under attack, and if you try to push the pawn, Fabiano will continue to challenge it with his own pawn. He needs to open files, give himself some counterplay. He's doing just that. I see the eval bar, it's always been good for white, but black has legitimate chances all of a sudden.
And the more hope that Nodirbek keeps giving a Fabi, the easier his position gets as well. By now, Fabi, it almost feels like should have been checkmated in this game. All the sacrifices that we were looking at, knight takes pawn earlier on, the knight landing on f6, none of that has happened. This is a big strategic technical advantage, but is it going to be really enough to wrap up the game? Will Fabi manage to create the counterplay on the open files that you're pointing at? You can take on c5, opening up the d line as well, trying to look for infiltration with your own rook. But I think what Nodirbek wants, in case of a trade on c5, is to actually recapture it with the rook. Because notice how the d8 square is actually defended by the queen.
Yeah, possibly. So Fabiano hesitating from trading anything off. It's really tough here. The problem is if you do manage to open lines, maybe it actually backfires on black. The black king is always in a mating net, and here we see the evaluation bar erupt on the white side. That means there's most likely a knockout blow. I'm looking at some sacrifices again. I'm getting carried away always, looking for rook takes g6 check. I think you need to set it up. But yeah, Fabiano, maybe one of the worst openings I've seen from him, but he is, at least for now, well, surviving.
It's one of these positions where with the eval bar, I think we're led to believe there must be something. Maybe I'll sacrifice. I actually think that white is winning long term, but the players don't know that. They know that black's in bad shape, but Nodirbek's not sitting there being like, oh, I have this win in the bag. He's like, well, how do I actually crash through? And sometimes we're only human. We get impatient with our decisions, thinking, I just need to find that open file. I need to get that sacrifice going. I need to get at the black king. What you really need to do, and something I think is why Fabiano didn't take the pawn c5, is line your queen and bishop up on the same diagonal. If white could accomplish that, game over on the spot. But that bishop on e5, it's in great shape. That's why the black queen sits where it does. It is not letting the white queen in. And whoa, this move was played, a very natural looking move, and the eval bar is unimpressed.
Yeah, and that's the thing about playing these really elite players such as Fabiano, Magnus, Nakamura. You need to keep knocking them, punching them down. Even when you have a dominant position like this where they can barely move, they tend to wriggle somehow. And then you get frustrated. Then the kind of fear of botching it gets into your head. And yeah, you can self-destruct very easily. I like this last move, however, from Nodirbek. Even if it's not winning, yes, it could have maybe potentially been better, but he's just keeping the tension. And in what is now pretty much a blitz game, looking at the clock, I think it's still incredibly hard for Fabiano to find the move. So must be frustrating for Nodirbek, but still in the driver's seat.
So much tension on the board. And that last move, does it just keep the tension, or does it reflect that Nodirbek perhaps is struggling to find a way forward in this position?
He is, and he's spending time. I mean, Fabiano's the one down under 2 minutes, but Nodirbek, he's looking across the board, trying to find that winning idea. And I think for Fabi, that should feel at least pretty good. Even if he goes on to lose this game, the fact that he was able to challenge Nodirbek from a position that looked hopeless earlier, Nodirbek's the one struggling at the moment.
And Fabi does take a decision. That's a committal one. He decides to trade the pawn. Now, earlier on, I thought that he wants to take it with the rook, but instead he recaptures with his own pawn. One thing Fabi can't allow is that pawn from c5 moving ahead to c6, because then it becomes a real strength. Notice how the bishop and the rook are lined up against that, so it's still safe, but it means Fabi's rook on c8 needs to remain passive. A queen trade has been offered. c5 pawn is hanging. Does White have to actually go into an endgame right now?
He can block this queen exchange. White's bishop can step in the way to f6, as it has just done on the board, blocking the queen trade, kicking black's queen away. But it does feel like Fabiano, with this last move, surprised Nodirbek somewhat. And at least now the kind of inroads, the squares, the entry squares that the white queen wants to use have been blocked out. So Fabiano, yeah, he's going to open files with his queen. He's still fighting, still kicking. He just needs to improve the black rooks and then real counter chances.
Great prophylactic move, though, from Nodirbek, just getting his king out of check's way. And I think Fabi can do something similar. He can bring his king one square close in the diagonal towards the center. He does just that. I think it's a really smart choice for him, because if that bishop ever leaves, then a queen trade will be on offer once more. I actually don't see how White crashes through. This is frustrating for myself as a commentator. I can only imagine for Nodirbek as a player.
Yeah, and you can see it a bit jittery now as he fiddles with a piece, exhales, frowns. He's, I mean, visibly frustrated, visibly disappointed, because his position was worth so much more. He knew he was winning. He knew he was one or two accurate moves away from crashing through, breaking through black's defenses. Ultimately, though, it looks like black has set up a perfect blockade. Nearly every black pawn and every black piece on light squares, other than the a7 pawn. And right now, he's set up this barricade that's hard to break through.
It's been a fantastic game from Nodirbek, so one can understand that frustration. And very importantly, if White's queen tries to land on f6, anytime that the bishop moves, Black's queen will slide back to that e7 square and keep everything under control. For Nodirbek, the way forward, to me, would look that you have to find a path in which your rook can join the attack. Try to bring your rook to the open file. But notice how the bishop on e4 actually stops that b1 square, guards it. The queen on d7 is stopping the d1 square. It's really difficult to actually get your rooks to participate in the attack right now.
And I was going to suggest that very move from Fabiano. He's bringing another piece into the defense. At some moment, watch out for the move pawn e5. It may sacrifice a pawn, but he's okay jettisoning that pawn if it opens up some lines for the rest of his pieces. I like Nodirbek's full board awareness. That rook, it really wasn't doing anything now that the king is where it is for black. Let's slide on over to the b file. That's an open line. Let's try to double my rooks at some point.
Ooh, but indecision from Fabiano, maybe the time pressure kicking in as well as he nears 1 minute. He drops his rook back. He's just given 2 free moves to Abdusattorov. And now how can the young Uzbek profit? He's going to move his bishop back. Massive threat of queen into f6. Black has to offer that queen trade. We've mentioned it before. And now the white queen, does she retreat? She does, finally repurposing that piece.
And he's got a threat on the board. I think that queen on f2, it's a retreating move, but at some point it's eyeing that a7 pawn as well. So you've got to watch out for the c pawn moving forward. And Fabi brings his rook to the 7th ranked defense, so defending a7.
And both sides are going to make mistakes here, because we see Fabi down to a minute. Nodirbek, he's trying to punish Fabi on the clock. He may think that's his best chance because of how stubborn Fabi's been. But if he could trade off some pieces, if Fabi's able to do that and get some checks against the white king, he may have some chances to survive.
Black's been under attack the whole game on the king side. Maybe it's time for black to suddenly counter and flip the script. Play g5 yourself, open lines against the white king. You mentioned it, Robert. Go for the counterattack. He's trying to do similar in a different way, attacking white's far advanced h6 pawn this time. And Nodirbek just gives it up. He's ready to swing the white rook across and block any captures. And Fabi just maintaining his setup, yo-yoing back and forth with the black queen, just banking on the fact that he's stable. And white has the pressure of creating a plan.
And Nodirbek might make this plan. He slide his second rook over to the b file and sacrifice his rook for a bishop on b7. That might be what's necessary. Whoa, speaking of sacrifice, he gives up a pawn.
Wow.
We were looking at these ideas if the a7 pawn was hanging, but this is a full sacrifice. The rook jumps on to b8. It hits the queen. You've got to move it up to e7 because you need to keep the h4 square under control.
But the white rook's coming behind. It's in and behind, just like Magnus Carlsen did against Firouzja earlier today. You bring the rook behind. You've pinned a weakness on h7. No way for black to defend the h7 pawn once the white rook swings the whole way into the corner.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov has found a way to break through.
He has, and I think Fabi has to bring his own rook to attack the white queen, but that's not going to be sufficient. Tanya, you spied it. The queen eyes that a7 pawn. You bring your rook all the way down for the attack. The queen takes a pawn with check, and I think both of those pawns would be lost, so he moves queen up, but rook h8. That's
Queen h4, that was the point, that you need to keep the queen defending that square, and queen f6 is a massive threat. How do you fight it?
You don't.
You don't fight it. It's handshakes. Nodirbek comes back, and that means we've got 2 Armageddons coming up. The players there sitting to check out, analyze a little bit, but they've got a big game coming up. Wow, what a comeback from the comeback kid.
Both the comeback kid and Hikaru Nakamura, the streamer, the content creator, and someone who created his own chances just to be in the survival stage. But Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the world rapid champion back in 2021, he now has a lot of pressure on him to write his bid down and figure out if he wants the white or black pieces. But what a game that was.
What a game and what a survival stage. All decisive so far, all white wins, and Armageddon to look forward to. At this point, I would be shocked if the players aren't bidding for white.
Yeah, you just said all white wins. So do they go really, really high with their bids, trying to get those white pieces? Now, Hikaru Nakamura, he lost every Armageddon with the black pieces. Do you think he's going to switch that up? Try to get the white pieces?
That's really difficult, because if you think that he's going to bid for the white pieces, then you can bid a high number and get black with, say, 12 minutes on the clock. I don't know what Hikaru's going to do. I think he has to forget about the past. Easier said than done.
Yes, definitely. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov there on our screens. He's having a think right now. He's strategizing about what color he wants, and if he wants to go with black, how low can he afford to go against a player like Fabiano Caruana?
Yeah, it's really tough. You can sense the internal dilemma there. He's trying to read the opponent, trying to decide on his own mood, especially after that exhilarating white win, and eventually he submits his bid. He goes to make his last-minute preparations. Armageddon very shortly.
Things are heating up in Toronto. Both our survival stage matches go into Armageddon, and we've had 4 decisive results, 4 decisive games with Fabiano taking the lead and Nodirbek striking back. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking the lead in his first game, Nakamura striking back. And we've got 2 Armageddons. David, you mentioned there was a big blunder in the Hikaru game.
There was, and we didn't get to see how that concluded. I just wanted to show everyone how Nakamura wrapped up that comeback and struck against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a bit of a helping hand from the opponent. And actually, it was just when Vachier-Lagrave had achieved the best position he'd had all game. Black in this position was able to control some dark squares and erect a strong pawn center by putting his pawn on e5. Nakamura, though, is so good at switching direction, at rotating his pieces, probing for weaknesses, and a really sneaky retreat here. Bishop to f1 provoked a game-changing blunder from Vachier-Lagrave. Vachier-Lagrave could have held things together here in various ways. One would, for example, would have been to push the pawn forward to e4, creating a nice square for the black knight. Game on, anything could have happened. But instead, the very careless, the complacent bishop to b7 developing, but forgetting about a weakness. Suddenly, the black knight was undefended. The black knight was hit, and once it moved, he simply dropped a pawn in the center. And actually, just 2 moves later, he resigned. Prematurely, perhaps a very early resignation, but white is a pawn up with full control. Nakamura took it.
Hikaru took it flawlessly after that. Great technique there. 4 wins in survival stage, all with white pieces, 2 Armageddons. What are the mind games like? What are the bids going to be like? We're going to find that. Let's head over to Toronto with Kaya.
There will be an Armageddon to decide who will be knocked out and who goes through here in the CCT Finals. Maxime, Hikaru, go ahead and turn your boards. Maybe the most important bids you have placed this week. 949, 954 you will play with the black pieces. Hikaru, are you happy with winning the bids?
I mean, I think after so many Armageddons, you just pick the time and just whatever color you get, that's how it goes. Doesn't matter. We'll see.
Do you agree that bids definitely are higher here than what we've seen in the online portion of the tour?
Yeah, because you can play these first 15 moves in like 5 seconds online. You can't do that here, so it's much different. Yeah.
How are you feeling about this, Maxime? White pieces in a game that is must win.
I mean, so far I haven't had much luck in the Armageddon, so we'll see. Like, I'm just hoping to finally click some things together.
Thanks for placing your bids here, guys. This will be an exciting one. Back to you guys. Awesome.
And
Thank
Hikaru Nakamura wins the bid with the black pieces, but is that a good thing? Because thus far, he has gone 0-4 in Armageddon, losing to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the second round of the round-robin stage. So once again, Hikaru gets the black pieces, Maxime gets white. If history repeats itself, that's good news for the Frenchman.
Wow, this is going to be exciting, and we've got some good news for everyone watching, as we've got the cool displays for you. Decorate your life and your walls with these lightweight posters. They don't damage your walls, they look very sexy. And you can get a 33% off using the code CHESS. You gotta head over to displayt.com/chess. And there's more chess that is coming up with 2 Armageddons in the survival stage. 1 player will be eliminated, 1 will move down to the loser's bracket. And we are going to go into a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Fabiano Caruana started his journey from Division 2, and his climb through the ranks has been formidable. Winning Division 2 in the Air Things Masters qualified him for Division 1 in the Chessable Masters, where he beat Hikaru Nakamura, on the way to his first of 2 back-to-back Grand Finals.
Fabiano cannot lose this game. He's a pawn up.
10 seconds, David.
Yeah, 2 pawns up. Wow.
But a horrible pawn structure.
Yeah, but it's all about the white D pawn. If he keeps the central pawn alive, he might win.
You said they don't blunder checkmate in 1, and Hikaru immediately does. You commentator's curse.
A 1-move checkmate, and that is going to cost Hikaru the whole match.
There we go.
That's it. Immediately he finds it. There is no square for the queen. They have to be traded off, and he jumps in with the knight, but it's too late. The c3 pawn is super strong.
And this black pawn is going to completely paralyze the white pieces, and I think he's had enough.
He wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. Queen d2, is that the winning move? And that's it. We have a winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov wins the Chess Kid Cup.
But playing Division 1 in another 2 events has banked him a total of 325 tour points to secure 2nd place on the standings and a well-deserved ticket to Toronto. Alireza Firouzja impressed big time in the incredibly difficult qualification and play-in stage to earn Division 1 spots in 4 events this season on the Champions Chess Tour. In the Julius Baer Generation Cup, Firouzja beat his young rival Nodirbek Abdusattorov on the way to his first and only Grand Final.
We jumped in just as we're about to see a result. This knight check gains an important tempo. Next move, black's bishop picks up the white knight. Piece up, and he's going to go through.
Firouzja lost to Magnus Carlsen, but with 180 tour points, he qualified for the ultimate showdown in Toronto.
He's trying to check, don't take the queen, it's poisoned. That would be stalemate and a draw. Problem is you don't have to take the queen. And Magnus, he's going to resign. 2 queens are better than 1.
It's over, and this means, everyone, we will see Armageddon to decide this match.
This one is over. Look, the pawn's about to promote. Yeah. He's going for checkmate, but this is forlorn. Yeah. Black queen on the board now is going to win this game. Magnus, he's got it.
He's got it in the end. Wow, what a fight though that was. Amazing.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen, he takes it. This is the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup after an exciting final match here.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at displate.com.
The 2021 World Rapid Champion, the youngest ever World Rapid Champion, continues giving nightmares to the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, making his comeback, taking this into Armageddon. And it's all going to be about who gets to win that bid, who gets the white pieces, who gets to play with the result odds. And we've got Kaya with the players and their bids.
4 games in the survival stage so far, all of them won by the player with the white pieces. So now I am super excited to see the bids for the Armageddon. Go ahead, you guys, and turn your boards. Will they be high? Is that 14? Yeah, 14. And we have 10, 14 with the black. So you will play with the black pieces. How do you feel about that, Fabi?
Yeah, I had a feeling I would play with black. I wasn't sure exactly how high Nodirbek would go. I guess pretty high. But okay, we'll see. It's going to be a close one, I guess.
So you will face Fabi, who will have quite a lot of time with the black pieces. How do you feel about how this bid ended?
You know, I want to play with white, so yeah, we'll see.
Best of luck to both of you. Thanks for placing your bids. Back to you guys.
Wow. Kaya, Nodirbek really going for the white pieces with that 14-minute bid right there.
Yeah, he gets what he asked for, but Fabiano also gets a lot of time. 10 minutes and 14 seconds. I know he just had a disaster in that first game, but he's got great opening preparation. The onus is on the player with the white pieces. Fabiano should not be displeased.
Yeah, it can't get much worse for Fabiano. That previous game, I think that would have shaken off the cobwebs. And this next one, he'll just set up store. He's going to play solidly. It will be pressure on Abdusattorov to win, to take risks. And yeah, brave bid. He needs to back it up now.
Yeah. Very brave bid indeed, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov making his intentions clear that he's ready to fight for the full point till the very end. Hikaru Nakamura, meanwhile, won his bid and chose the black pieces. We're going to head into Toronto and check in with Dani. Dani, the bids, anything surprising you there?
I don't know that I'm surprised, but I am impressed. At this point, you saw both Nodirbek and Fabi, I guess, kind of get what they wanted. The confidence that Nodirbek had in taking the white pieces, despite Robert's point that Fabi is great at prep. Yep. He doesn't lose with black like that often. So I'm kind of at a spot where I kind of like both players' chances. I like Nodirbek's confidence, but I love Fabi's time.
A little bit of behind the scenes, Fabiano did come out and say, I had a feeling he was going to do that, which is why I bid so high. But he's also said, I didn't know he wanted it that bad. Maybe I should have gone for 11 minutes because 10:14 or whatever I think his time was there that's a lot of time.
It's a lot of time.
Fabi's not going to lose like that twice.
Well, not only that, I mean, you look at Firouzja just took, I think, like 9 minutes against Magnus. I mean, 10:14, a whole minute plus, that is a lot. So again, I like the youngster's confidence, but I'm definitely looking at Fabiano Caruana to rebound from that. But all right, we got to go back to the one before the break.
Yeah, that's nuts.
This is nuts, right? So Hikaru Nakamura has bid for black 4 times.
Yes, he's won 4 bids and he's gotten black 4 times. And
he's lost all 4 games.
0-4.
Yet he goes into this one bidding for black again.
Yes, just winning in a Smith-Morrow with white.
That is a man who believes in his approach. He trusts in himself, regardless of the form that he's gotten here. Are you impressed by that?
There's so much to unpack. So the definition of insanity is doing the same exact thing over and over, but expecting a different result. I actually think Hikaru, despite losing 4 Armageddons with black, truly believes in the fact that in every single one of those Armageddons, he was 2 or 3 correct moves away from winning the Armageddon. And that's what we talked about at the beginning of the show. It's just been those clutch time decisions. He's got completely fine positions in a lot of these Armageddons. And just like the game that he just lost against MVL, it was an end game and it was super close. And he lost it. And if there was ever a moment in this event to right the ship, it's right now.
Well, and I just want to quickly add a point that it's obviously not gone his way here, but overall, Hikaru has been very successful with black and Armageddon. I mean, Magnus made the point that until this win Magnus had as white, neither of them had ever won with white and Armageddon. They had always won with black. So Hikaru believes in the strategy. He's sticking with it. And I don't know what are the questions you got there, Oslo, but we're excited.
Well, I got one question for you, too. Historically, players like to have the black pieces in Armageddon, but here in Toronto, players with the white pieces have done really well. So what do you make of Hikaru sticking to black once again, as you guys were just talking about? Is that something that isn't existing in Toronto that exists in the outside world?
No, it is really interesting, and the reason I explained what insanity is it's not to say, oh, Hikaru's insane, like what's he doing? It's the 5th time he's choosing black. He believes it's the right strategy, and he has been multiple moments away from being 50% in Armageddon and not 0% in Armageddon. He really believes that this is the strategy, and he just had a bad run.
Yeah.
And he knows what he's doing. He almost always chooses black.
No, I agree. And so to answer your question, Robert, I don't know. White has had a little more going for it here in Toronto, apparently. But I think historically, we all tend to look at the black pieces, the draw odds, as a big advantage. Hikaru believes in it, or he wouldn't have done it again. So like the rest of you, let's go eat some snacks in the lounge with Magnus and see what happens.
I agree, Danny. Really surprising that Hikaru, after losing those 4 games with Armageddon, sticks to black. So some big decisions there. We got 2 big Armageddons coming up in Toronto, and the chess will start really soon. And it is, of course, a big matchup. One player will be eliminated. And for Hikaru Nakamura, it is against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And there they are ready to go. I see no Danny socks there, so he decided to switch that up. And Hikaru starts with black, handshakes, we are off, and it is 1e45. We're gonna see the Berlin or the Petrov? The Petrov it is.
And wow, this variation, this branch of the Petrov that he's been loyal to, sticking to it, Nakamura, it has traditionally had a dodgy reputation. It is a pawn sacrifice, but how well is Vachier-Lagrave prepared? He pauses. Are you shocked, Robert? Firstly, by Nakamura's choice. Secondly, by Vachier-Lagrave hesitating here.
Didn't we have this between these very 2 players in their Armageddon in round 2 of the round robin? I remember Maxime's king went to D1 at some point. It was a crazy game. And like Levy said, Hikaru did blunder deep into that game when the computer said it should have been an equal position. So Maxime, he's going back to this king D1 system. And Maxime himself lost badly with white against Abdusattorov in round 7 earlier today in Armageddon. So I feel like Hikaru, he believes in the chances for the black pieces. He believes in his opening. I don't love it. It's not my style, but it is Hikaru's.
Yeah, I must say it's kind of refreshing to see Hikaru kind of go so aggressive like this, throwing another pawn forward. He's a whole pawn down. But yeah, we'll have to see how to unpick this a bit later on. It's really dramatic on this board.
Really dramatic already, straight out of the opening. And this one's going to be dramatic as well as Nodirbek, Fabiano. We've got handshakes and it is go time. We've got the queen's pawn opening one more time. Is it going to be the Nimzo? Yes, it is.
Another Nimzo Indian. It was disaster for Fabiano last time they faced off in this opening. But he chooses a different branch this time as the camera goes crazy, just as the games have been so far in today's action. He plays pawn to b6, Fabiano. He is the first to launch a surprise here. Look at Abdusattorov thinking for the first time, surprised, maybe frustrated he wasn't able to get a repeat of that first game.
And I'm surprised that Fabiano is 10 minutes and 11 seconds. And then I remembered that because Nodirbek wanted white so badly, he allowed Fabiano to go with a high bid himself. 10 plus minutes is a lot of time. And Nodirbek needs to win. And we're getting a pretty solid start to this one. No pawn tension just yet, unlike in the previous game where there was an isolated queen pawn. I think right now, Fabiano should be happy with how the game has started. He's playing quickly and it's in his repertoire.
Yeah, this is pretty much a polar opposite to the other Armageddon that we're seeing today, where all pieces are still on the board, very positional. Black is first to castle. White's king stuck slightly awkwardly in the center right now as Abdusattorov needs to catch up with piece development. He's got a beautiful pawn center here with white, but not much more to speak of. Feels like the drama's happening elsewhere on the other board now. It's getting really, really dramatic with, I think we need to switch that white king out in the center. Vachier-Lagrave, Nakamura throwing fire, throwing fuel on this board.
And we will bring that up very, very shortly. And there we are. And you're absolutely right. That is fire on the board. A pawn has been picked up on C6. David, before we deep dive, I think we quickly have to just take a look at how we even got here. I mean, this whole position, it has blown up completely.
Yeah, I hope we have time, Tanya, because the players are throwing the moves down at a crazy speed right now as Hikaru is waiting to capture a pawn, I believe.
That's it.
There we go. So, oh, wow, offering a queen trade now. That black king out in the open, the white king out in the open. Who is better? White is a pawn up. And let's do a deep dive to see how we got to this madness. It was the repeat of the opening. We'll go back to the last time we saw it after the move G5. The move's still coming thick and fast. Here, black throwing pawns forward. You need to be fast if you're black, a pawn down. And here, the white queen stepping forward. Hikaru castles into it, allowing his pawn structure to be shattered, allowing another pawn to drop. Now, nasty checks threatened against the black king. He says, who cares? I'm going to counterattack, and let's catch up with the current position. White's king forced forward after a check. Watch out, there's checkmate in one threatened now. That's how dangerous this is. This is how it could spin on, just one blunder right now. But This is fended off. Black offers a queen trade. The bishops are too strong, so white says no. And after queen to a6 check, the knight lands on e4, guarding everything. And what to do if you're Nakamura. The evaluation bar means, well, it shows that black is doing very well. Very healthy position, but it looks crazy. So hard to evaluate for these two humans.
If you could switch the positions of the bishop and the king for white, white would be doing extremely well. White is up a pawn, and it's a healthy pawn at that, but it's not a healthy king. And it's not easy to actually develop that bishop because if you, after queen d5, which was played, if you push your b pawn, say pawn to b3 to fianchetto, black fianchettos first, hitting your rook in the corner, and maybe you have time to slide your rook over. I'd just be very concerned with all those pieces staring towards the white king. This looks very, very dodgy.
Wow, this is heating up. When you're talking about one fianchetto, black's bishop can jump back actually to c8 and start hitting that white queen and target itself on the b7 square as well. I think the bishop pair is going to tell in this position. It's an open game right now. That f4 pawn looking really nice. And Maxime, he's trying to push that pawn, get his rook into play. What's going on here? Is that a big mistake?
Wow, the computer says blunder, and this is, I mean, I did just check. I don't think I would find this in a million years. Will Hikaru find it? It's a crazy move to take advantage of the fact the white queen is pretty much trapped. Robert, pawn to c6. Break this down for us.
Not happening.
Oh, well, bishop c8 is coming, and I think white would like to play pawn to b3 to reinforce the protection of the c. And if Hikaru finds it, he plays c6, and that's going to be a shot to MVL's system and his chances. Remember, the loser of this game, of this match, they're out of the tournament. And at b3 for white, you're trying to get your queen to c4 desperately. He plays it. Bishop b4 check. You have to play pawn to c3, and I'm not sure if I could sacrifice a piece, but queen takes b3 becomes very tempting here. How does white survive this?
I think the answer is you don't. If Nakamura finds this continuation of bishop check and then queen takes pawn, this is simply over. Firstly, because look at this white queen. She's still trapped. And this full board awareness, switching the bishop back, it's on his radar, Nakamura. This is what he's set up. And the problem is the white queen has no safe squares. If she drops back, then checkmate. The white king caught in the center of the board.
Oh my God.
Wow, brutal tactics here. If he finds the move bishop check, he is winning Hikaru Nakamura.
Unbelievable. When you said c6, in my head I was thinking there's no way that a player finds this. And Hikaru just plays it in seconds. His understanding of this position, his, as you mentioned, the full board awareness, the bishop c8 idea that we were talking about earlier. But he's just taken away all the key escape squares from white queens. He pauses, he's reaching out, and I think he was about to reach out for the bishop. He does, but he doesn't play the check. He plays bishop to g7 instead, but similar ideas.
But that variation was not that easy to spot. I mean, when you have the ability to take moves back, sure, but you would have to slide your bishop back next to the king. Some of these tactics, and there are a lot of them, they are going to be difficult to find. So Hikaru still in the better position, and weird preparation is still preparation. It's what's allowing Hikaru to play on feel, on intuition. He knows he's got chances here, but MVL, he should be happy to still be in this game.
Yeah, he's just playing for survival right now, MVL, but he will need to win eventually with white in this Armageddon. Now he's begging, he's praying for a queen trade, because then the white king will live to fight another day. But this check, erroneous perhaps, because white can block. White can block with a pawn right now, and he does so. Nakamura panicking there slightly. It's about the clock right now. I think he would have found a knockout punch with just a minute or two extra.
And then the dark square bishop for white can slide out off for a trade. And as soon as some of black's attackers come off the board, let's not forget that black doesn't have so many pawns in front of his own king. And that knight on e4, it's great. It could slide into c5. This is looking scary for Hikaru Nakamura all of a sudden. I didn't think I'd be saying that, but he slipped, and now Maxime could knock him out.
He rushed with queen a5 check, and now he pauses. But what's the reason that he can't grab on a4? Why can't he just pick up a pawn right now?
I think he can and he will, but it's more about the fact that white's king now is just entirely safe. And look at the frustration from Nakamura. He did underestimate white's reply, the block to this check. And maybe we can show this. Queen takes pawn right now, and white, as Robert says, can, at the very minimum, just challenge the bishops. Maybe there's better, but now, as soon as these bishops depart from the board, white's king is safe as anything. White has a beautiful knight, this superior minor piece right now, and actually it's the black king that might come under heavy fire in the near future. White can push pawns forward, white can swing the rook to the a file.
Oh my God.
It's turning.
And it's all about king's safety right now. And Hikaru Nakamura is panicking. You can see it. He's just shaking his head. And I think it all came down to that one check, the most natural-looking move, right? You just move the queen, give a check, you avoid queen trades. And now suddenly he's in big, big trouble.
Yeah, perhaps he shouldn't have been kind of afraid of that queen trade, because black does have two really powerful bishops. Black has advanced pawns on the king side, and I think had full compensation for the pawn. So endgames wouldn't have been so bad. Instead, it was super tempting to give a check, but there's no follow-up.
And that initial check with the bishop, well, you see the engine go all the way down. The players, they don't have that. So he didn't know that there was a winning follow-up. It looked like you push a pawn, the bishop has to move again. So his understandable decisions are backfiring. And look at this position now. He is just really disheartened. He's down to 4 minutes.
He can't believe it. He's been thinking for 2 minutes. You've got 3 legal moves on the board. You either retreat with the queen or pick up the pawn on a4. I think he's just fighting his mind right now. He is hating what he's gotten himself into.
Yeah, that winning idea, that winning continuation we showed was very difficult, super difficult. But he probably wishes he spent 2 minutes on that moment rather than 2 minutes here, where it's already verging on too late. We see the bishops disappear. This is the variation we showed. And now he's trying to seek solace, seek safety in an endgame. And the queen's coming off. I see a pawn on g5 hanging, though. It feels like this is by far the worst possible version of an endgame he could have hoped for, but he's in damage control, damage limitation mode right now, Hikaru, and Maxime dodges, doesn't take the offer of that free pawn on g5, and again, Hikaru angling for this endgame now.
Wow, all right, this one, hot action here. We'll quickly check in with Nodirbek versus Fabiano Caruana, because that one as well, a lot has happened. I mean, there's supposed to be a white pawn on h2. What on earth is a black pawn on h2 doing?
It's like they're playing checkers on the same board, but different games. All of black's pieces on dark squares, many of white's pieces on light squares. But I'm just trying to do a quick material count. Looks like extra pawn for black. It's the pawn on h2. It'll be captured any moment. But where's the rub? What is going to happen here that would even challenge black's setup?
Yeah, I think white needs to just try and trade off rooks. White's rook in the corner, fast asleep. Black's position is slightly loose. You could imagine losing control here if white's somehow able to get one of the white rooks active onto the 7th rank. Meanwhile, this umbrella pawn, as you've called it, Robert, this kind of double agent on h2, I actually think it really suits Abdusattorov here. It just blocks up black's attack, and still in the balance, this one.
Still in the balance. We will check in with this. Let's go where the action is. Hikaru Nakamura against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Wow, a lot is being offered for trade. That last move hinting at opening up the B file. A queen trade on offer. Now, let's remind everyone for Hikaru, he needs only a draw. Maxime has to win on demand with the white pieces. Who does the queen trade favor here?
Well, white's position is just better because people think queens are gone, no attack. Look at the rook. It's staring down the B line towards the black king. That second rook can come to the A file, and there could be an attack. Plus, black's pawns are hanging, and speaking of a rook on the A file, there it is. So queen trade, it doesn't get black out of the woods.
And look at the speed with which Maxime is playing. He's putting so much pressure on Hikaru's clock right now. No increment until move 60. We're halfway through to that, but black's king under fire as well.
Yeah, he knows the clock is an ally. Maybe not the best move, Vachier-Lagrave, but a testing move. He's challenging Nakamura. He's saying, OK, queen trade, please on my terms. You have to make that decision. And if not, I might go for your king. I might checkmate you.
And white's knight on e4 was on pre, but you cannot pick it up. Even though the d pawn was pinned, I think there were checkmating ideas, David, with the rook taking the b5 pawn, and you can finish that line.
Yeah, let's show that, Tanya. Really important. I'd actually forgotten that the knight was on prise. It was up for grabs due to this pin, but as you mentioned, it just loses control over too many squares. A check, and now if you do try and step into the corner...
Take the other one.
Yeah, boom, another check. Strip the black king of its shelter, and a ladder checkmate here, the queen and rook trapping the king. So Nakamura, he's trying to hold this pawn with his rook, now maybe hinting that he's threatening to take this knight.
A big blunder by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What happened?
Vachier-Lagrave, he's... Whoa!
He's going in for the attack, but...
He's walked into checkmate. Black can play rook takes pawn.
Oh!
Oh my God, he misses it! Oh. Maxime misses it! Hikaru misses it!
It's very hard to see that when you don't have the evaluation bar. Nobody is looking at that move. The queen was just protecting that pawn, but rook takes d3 check. If we just backtrack there, if you take back with the pawn, the queen takes the rook with check, and you're going to deliver a checkmate on e2, so it was a very difficult spot. No one's tapping you on the shoulder like the eval bar is for us, but there was an opportunity there.
So easy to miss. He did miss it, but he still has control, Nakamura. He can just slide his rook across now, defend the b5 pawn. I think he's got everything covered. His defense is pretty sturdy right now, and it's just about the clock. Under 2 minutes in such a crazy position. Just watch out, though, if you're white. Finally, black is soon threatening to take that white knight off the board. So Vachier-Lagrave defends it. Wow. so easy to miss. This is the madness of Armageddon. I mean, crazy position. Fair play to both for going into this mess.
And the craziness continues. The position continues to get more and more wild. Now, a pawn has been thrown forward, opening up the queen spot, directing towards that h2 pawn that can be picked up with check if white was to grab on f3. I think that big miss that happened, the checkmate miss, neither of them have realized it.
No chance. I mean, it's such an obscure tactic, not something they were looking at. And they are looking at if there's going to be a repetition, a perpetual, because that black queen can start delivering some checks. Can the white king escape? That's the big question. The evaluation is going in Hikaru's favor, but 1 minute, 51 seconds are on move 34. If the complications continue, can Hikaru keep the pace?
Yeah, Hikaru, he's been doing great so far. The black queen can now come and munch on some pawns. I think if he needed to find it, if there was nothing else, he would have found that checkmating idea earlier. But he's done such a good job of keeping control. He knows he's got everything covered. And this is just good enough, simply. And look at this. It is the white king suddenly coming under heavy fire. White's queen, I mentioned it before in other games, is so far distanced from his own king right now. No defense and pressure on the white knight, threats of some checks, black's queen coming in diagonally, the h2 pawn hanging. Vachier-Lagrave, he's running out of resources.
And he gives a check, the black rook blocks. Where's he? He's offering queen trade now, but he could have traded queens before on favorable terms for him. In fact, there was a moment where he would have had a huge advantage. Now he's just down material, and whoa, no queen trade, says Hikaru.
Wow, no queen trade, but look at the clock, 1.5 minutes. We're at move 38, no increment until move 60. Well, Nakamura's not out of the woods on the clock yet.
This is all going to be about flagging for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That's his big hope on the board. He is busted. Black has got 2 extra pawns. The king absolutely safe. Look at those queens and those 2 rooks just guarding the king, making sure that there's absolutely no attack. The white knight can't really jump onto activity because of the c2 pawn. The bishop on f3 controlling all the squares. Black can just start pushing up the pawns on the king's side.
Maxime's busted, and he has no attack whatsoever. In fact, the white king is in more danger. Hikaru has defended perfectly from any trouble on that side of the board, and as you said, Tanya, he can start pushing his own pawns, can Hikaru. The g pawn and then the h pawn, they roll.
Yeah. The only thing, sorry, David, I just want to say the only thing Maxime can attack is Hikaru's clock right now.
Yeah, vintage Nakamura, I just wanted to say, he's got everything covered, stabilizing, and if this was online, 0 chance for white. He would pre-move his way to victory, Nakamura. So as you mentioned, Tanya, it is about that clock, but getting the queens off now, pretty much by force, should get him 1 step closer. There we go, it's all about those 2 pawns. Such easy moves now that the queens are off, and Nakamura, massive favorite. Surely he'll convert this.
The pawns are coming, and if you're fighting against Hikaru's clock, that's really not giving you much hope. Probably the fastest player on the planet.
Definitely with a mouse in his hand, but Armageddon, it's thrown up surprises before. Maxime's trying to muddy the waters, trying to complicate things, but...
And you see Hikaru, he's doing the head bob. He is dancing to some lo-fi girl music. He's having a good time because suddenly all he needs is a draw, and he might even win this game, but... Is he allowing some counterplay from Maxime? There's only 13 moves to make. He has 1 minute and 12 seconds, so I think he has everything under control. I just saw Rook jump into the action, but no, it's not going to be anything for Maxime.
Maxime's trying his best to complicate it. He's trying to push the pawns, trying to get some knight jumps in the air. Knights are so tricky with no time, but again, finding every defensive move, Nakamura. Everything covered, still 2 pawns to the good. He's fended off the threats.
And look at the confidence with which Hikaru is busting out those moves and just playing, it seems like, the correct chess here. He pins the white knight as well. The h5 pawn can't be picked up because there are sacrifices on b3.
It's done. I mean, once these rooks are coming off the board, there's no way black can lose. And I'm looking at the move number. I'm looking at how much time Hikaru has. He's just trading pieces, pushing pawns. How could you possibly lose this unless you walk into a fork?
And even though Maxime has got 6 minutes on the clock, his only hope is to not give Hikaru enough time to think. That's why he keeps on blitzing the moves, but it's not going to be enough. With just 6 moves to make it to time control, to get that extra second, that G-pawn will be decisive.
Yeah, he's pretty much pre-moving at this point, and he has a move counter at the side of him, and he knows he's safe. He gets the draw. Nakamura's through.
It's game, set, match. Hikaru Nakamura, he wins the Armageddon with a draw. He takes it. Well, it's a draw in the end. But Hikaru goes through. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is eliminated of the Champions Chess Tour Finals.
And we were just talking about how the players, the white pieces, were doing quite well in Armageddon. Maxime, he sent home 2 games of the white in Armageddon today. Unfortunately for him, 2 bad results. And in this game, it looks like Fabiano Caruana has everything under control. It's even material. The white is kind of up a pawn. That A3 pawn, that one is actually alive and well. The H2 pawn can be captured at some moment. I'm more worried about the white king. There's a rook on G5 playing offense and defense simultaneously. The Deion Sanders of rooks over there, protecting the E5 pawn while threatening the G2 pawn. I think Fabi, he's controlling the board pretty well.
Yeah, right now, Abdusattorov has to decide how to block. You definitely don't want to move the king and take that shelter pawn. Black's rook, the Deion Sanders, just slides across and delivers checkmate. So you have to block. I'm surprised he's even thinking here. It looks so natural to drop the rook back. But now the queen, again, trying to angle her way in. Such strong play from Fabiano. Big threats. Queen to F1 is a checkmate in 2 threat. Again, prevented. He's really having to contort himself here. Abdusattorov just to survive.
And we see the black queen continues to pursue white's pieces. Now the bishop is attacked. There are threats on the back rank, which will force white to grab the H pawn, and that would be the end of the game. As you mentioned, the rook will slide over. Big pressure on Nodirbek right now.
No coordination of his pieces, and we see actually where the bids come into play right now. Fabiano, if he had, say, 50 seconds, he could be in some trouble here because at any point, Nodirbek can retreat his pieces, try to keep that A pawn. But with 2 minutes and 50 seconds on Fabi's clock, because he was able to get the black pieces with 10+ minutes to start, he's doing very well, and he's keeping control of all the key squares.
Trust me, guys, people need to stop putting their queens on A5. I said it for black twice in a row. They put queens on A5, they got checkmated. Now white's queen on A5, just like it was for Vachier-Lagrave, and you're almost getting checkmated, and it's suddenly game over. Black's queen is coming in. His queen is too far away, Abdusattorov. No way to defend suddenly.
My gosh, you can't move the rook to E2. There's a mate on G1. The only square is bring the rook to F1. But now you've got to check on E1. You've got to mate on H5.
It's checkmate. And look, you see on Nodirbek's face, he can't believe it. But it's a win for Fabiano Caruana. He sails through the semis. Nodirbek is still alive, but he has to now face an angry, hungry Hikaru Nakamura.
Hikaru Nakamura, who has used up 2 of his 9 lives today. It feels like surviving elimination twice, will play against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and one of them will be eliminated. Fabiano Caruana, he reacts. You can see the relief on him. Nodirbek. Gosh, that was close.
And he's finally gotten over the Abdusattorov hump. Unfortunately for Fabiano, it's been really a tough opponent for him. Nodirbek beat him in the Chess Kid Cup. He beat him in the Olympiad a year ago. But Fabi, he's able to take him down now.
Did you see that Nodirbek stopped and had a look at what happened in the Hikaru game just to see who will be his next opponent? We've got one more match coming up in the survival stage that will decide the final semi-finalist.
What a day, and it's still continuing.
We're just getting started on that. David, what about you? What stood out to you in this big match?
So many highlights. We were really spoiled for choice here. So many checkmating attacks, including Fabiano delivering mate in the end to Abdusattorov. But I just wanted to go back to that highlight, that clash between Vachier-Lagrave and Nakamura. It's a pity one of them had to go home because they both fought so hard and both deserved to go through. In the end, it was Nakamura who did take it by grinding out a victory in the Armageddon. But bishop to G7 here in this position. I just want to highlight the 2 moments. He could have wrapped it up sooner, Nakamura. Maybe an even more on-form Hikaru would have spotted the 2 winning blows. Firstly, he could have given a check in this position. And now I just wanted to point out this beautiful retreat one more time, one we showed earlier, full board awareness. The white queen is the only defender of this d-pawn, so he could have slid back in this variation with the bishop to C8, winning the game due to this checkmating threat. He also missed a small opportunity a bit later on with rook takes d3 out of the blue. This tactic is bound to appear on Puzzle Rush in future. Rook takes d3 with checkmating ideas even all over the place. But in the end, Hikaru, despite missing these, did take the win.
Stunning game that was start to finish. So many twists and turns, and Hikaru Nakamura survives again and will be playing against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Nodirbek did beat Hikaru in the round robin. Will Hikaru get his revenge? Will he be able to move on to the semifinals, or will Nodirbek take this one? It's all happening right here in the city of Toronto, and we will be going to Toronto in just a few. We are in Toronto, the Tour Finals, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is here. And so knowing the format, the fantastic players we have here, what is in store for the fans watching the CCT Finals, do you think?
First of all, these matches are kind of flowing nice. The time control, I think, is not too slow. It's also not too fast, so it's possible to follow the games. So, I'll be looking to get one of those top spots, and the battle for these two spots will be savage, I think.
And if we do have some new fans watching, how will you describe your playing style?
I like two types of things that looks contradictory, but actually work out. So I look for bloodless fights, big complications that, I cannot navigate, but I'm hoping that my opponent cannot navigate. And, out of the mess, maybe I'll have spent a little less time than my opponents. I like to play quite fast in general. And when it comes to the last second, I trust my instincts.
So if we do have blood on the board, does that mean you're comfortable with those kind of games?
Well, as long as it's not literal blood, I'm okay with that.
How do you see your chances to win it?
I know among others, Magnus will want revenge. I feel confident about my chances. I feel I can play at a very high level. I'm gonna be an optimist and look for the top spots.
Well, Amiel, we wish you best of luck in the Tour Finals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kaya.
If you're in a must-win situation, you do not want to face Wesley So. One of the most precise players in chess history, he makes very few mistakes, and when he has an advantage, he does not let it slip out of his grasp. Just ask Magnus Carlsen. In the 2019 Fischer Random World Championship, Wesley So dominated his final match against Magnus Carlsen. Very one-sided affair that showcased how strong Wesley can be when he's at his best. Back towards standard chess, he plays a healthy dose of 1e4. In fact, he made a Chessable course, over 50 hours worth of material on the move e4 and all the ins and outs of the positions he likes. While Wesley So may be one of the most precise players, it does not mean he's unafraid to take risks. In this 2016 Blitz game against none other than Garry Kasparov, Wesley, he sacrificed a pawn, he has a lead in development, and he played the spry b4 move, giving up another pawn, because after c takes b4, he made his rook to c1, a pin along the c-file, and after black developed with knight to e7, queen b3, the attack raged on, and Wesley won a very nice game. So he is showing that he is unafraid to enter tactical territory if the position calls for it. Fabiano Caruana famously had a 7 out of 7 start at the 2014 Singful Cup. He also challenged Magnus Carlsen for the 2018 World Chess Championship title. How does a player get there, you might ask? For Fabiano Caruana, it is feared opening preparation. He is a theoretician like no other. In this 2016 game from the London Chess Classic, Fabiano Caruana demonstrated how deep his opening preparation can go. With the white piece against Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru sacrifices a knight temporarily with knight takes g4. After Fabiano takes this knight on g4 with his bishop, Hikaru looks to win back the piece with e5, hitting the queen and the knight with his pawn. But Fabiano Caruana was a man on a mission. He says, you're not going to get your piece back. I'm going to sacrifice my queen on f6. And after the bishop took the queen, he puts his knight on d5. The queen slides back because under attack as the bishop to d8. And he plays knight f5, getting 2 pieces for the queen, but with a dominating positional advantage. He went out to win this nice game, and just a great demonstration of his excellent and deep opening preparation.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
When we were last here, 2 matches were getting set to begin in the survival stage. Now both are over, and one more player is going home. Danny Wrench alongside Canty and the legendary GothamChess, Levy Brosman. Guys, don't know where to quite go from here. Levy, I'm going to throw to you first. The 2 players, one player's moving on to the semis, one player's going home. Your thoughts?
Back from the dead.
Yep.
Hikaru Nakamura, that was crazy.
Yep.
He played the same opening that is supposed to be bad for a 3rd time. He got an insane position. There was a ridiculous rook sacrifice that could have won him the match outright. Right. That slipped up. We were sitting there outside counting and doing fractions. He's got how much time to make 28 moves?
Yeah.
And he just held it together, and he did it, guys.
Your guy, Canty.
My guy, look, hey, okay, you know, 5th time's a charm, you know what I'm saying? That's what they say. That's
straight up.
You know what I'm saying? 5th time's a charm is what they say in the books, right? Ain't it? It's the 5th time, right?
I didn't know what we were going to see. He took black. Obviously, Levy and I broke it down when we saw it. We were wondering, but also a man of his principles, stuck with black because he believes it's the right strategy, and it paid off. He did agree to a draw, as you saw on camera there, and that draw as black eliminated Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. That means that with Caruana beating Abdusattorov, which was also a thriller, also an Armageddon, but didn't quite have the stakes of a player literally fighting to stay here, we focused big time on Nakamura's match with Vachier-Lagrave, and so now he moves on. He's playing Abdusattorov. You've got a younger player, super confident. He beat Hikaru in the round-robin stage, but now this is, as Robert said, an angrier, a hungrier Hikaru Nakamura than maybe we've seen all week here. Who do you got in this one, and give us a little flavor in terms of what you think both players are thinking?
I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say who I got. Like, obviously, they're on different planets at the moment. We have Hikaru winning 2 matches today, none more important than the one that he just won. Whereas Nodirbek obviously had the setback, but he has the safety net of playing a 2nd match. That's a weird situation to be in, knowing you're playing to qualify, but if you don't, it's all right, just try again. I think Nodirbek is going to be able to clean the slate, start with a fresh one, but I mean, this is crazy, what we're about to see.
Yeah, that's correct, that's correct. I mean, Hikaru, coming back from the dead there, I have my new, you know, thank you, I'm new. Like, I feel good, I got a new set of games.
Yeah.
I'm feeling better if I'm Hikaru, bro. I'm going to go with him. Like, you know,
he should be feeling better. He just won an Armageddon match, something he lost to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the round-robin stage, if somehow you're just getting here. And after he won said match, he caught up with Kaya, and here's how that interview went down.
I have to say, he's on fire today. Hikaru Nakamura still in the CCT Finals. And how are you right now, Hikaru, after that incredible game?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that finally one of the Armageddons goes my way. I mean, I think I was much better out of the opening. I was very surprised that Maxime chose to play the same line. And, you know, the hardest part for me is that I knew I had a good position and then, like, not panicking. And very specifically, there was a moment after Queen A5 B4 that I very nearly lost my mind and could have gone to 0-5. And I kept it together, but there was also a moment later where as soon as I made a move, I realized there was a win-in-one move. I think it was rook takes d3, if I remember correctly. And so I was just trying to keep it together. And I think I made a lot of good practical decisions, even though I was way down on the clock. And yeah, at least one of them went my way.
First, what was your reaction when you saw the opening from Maxime here?
Yeah, I mean, Armageddon's almost always come down to the opening. If you get an opening with a black piece where you can play a lot of quick moves, generally that's to your advantage as opposed to having to think at the start because you have a lot less time. So I was surprised. I was very happy to see it because I knew that the position was pretty easy for me to play. The good thing is I just try to develop, try to attack, and I don't have a whole lot of plans. It still got very complicated somewhere in the middle, but, you know, you win some, you lose some. And if I had to lose the other 4 to win this one, I'll take that order.
And to win this match now, to still be in the tournament, to go through to the losers final, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean a whole lot. Like I said, my goal was to make the top 6, and that's all that I was hoping for. So it's nice, but I guess I have to play another match, and I'll try to play decent Rapid. I mean, I think actually if you look at the scores in the Rapid, I have the best score alongside Magnus. So if you get rid of all those Armageddon disasters, it would look like a pretty decent event. So I feel pretty good, and we'll see how it goes in the next match.
And the fact that to stay in the tournament, we have Armageddon here. It's been some fantastically entertaining days. What do you think about the format here in the finals?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the format. I think having 2 Rapid games is fine, but there should probably be 2 Blitz games before you have an Armageddon game. I mean, I think it's a bit much to go straight, and then also I think the scoring system is questionable. If they did it like Norway chess, I think it would make more sense. So I'm not a big fan, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. And I do see the other game has finished here as well. So you will play Nodirbek. Yeah. Oh, he's leaving. Well, it's going to be Nodirbek against Hikaru Nakamura to survive in the tournament. Back to you guys.
I don't think Hikaru knew that she meant she wanted to ask him. Looks like he was like, all right, I'm going to go get ready and get focused.
He's here as a player. He's not here. He doesn't have to comment on the conclusion or beginning or middle game of other games.
I will say that was an interesting mindset he has, that he looks at his overall play in the Rapid, feels pretty good, just hasn't played well in the Armageddon, which I think is a good place to...
I've been saying that all day, right?
Yeah.
Like I've been saying, if you look at his performance in the Rapid, he's actually gaining FIDE Rapid points.
Yeah.
For his overall rating, he's just losing a lot of the Armageddons.
Right.
So maybe he has a point, but we're working on it. You know, like I feel like we're all in this together.
I completely disagree with him. I think the format's amazing.
There we go.
And I'll say it right there. I don't agree, and I think the format's great.
What
but
do you think?
There you go. But it is interesting that, again, the Armageddon again is where a lot of the matches are decided, right? Especially because it is only 2 games and you don't have blitz. But you know, again, we don't want matches to go on forever and ever, and you know, I think we're getting some of the most entertaining content we've ever had in an event. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, and chess is the only place you can tie your opponent and score but lose. So there you go.
There you go.
1.5.
Which is why Armageddon exists.
Yeah.
That's right. Go ahead, Candy. Your thoughts on the stats that came out of this one?
I mean, it's great. Look at 87%, not 90. You know, but okay. Yeah, we feel good. Okay, so
none of that matters.
You know,
literally none of that matters. Like none of it. Never stop putting that up. Like what matters is that this man is back. And he better get Magnus a good Christmas present. That's all. It's not over yet, but we're about to have the dream final. We're about to have the top 3. It's not over yet. We are on the verge of either having Nodirbek breaking up a final of Magnus, of Fabiano and Wesley So, or we're going to get Hikaru, top 3 in the world in Classical, and the best chess player of all time when it's in Toronto.
Right.
So both look pretty good to me.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, I like you got the streamers in there. You know, you got Magnus, a little streamer. You got Hikaru, streamer battle. We got Levy here. We got Danny. And we got maybe Wesley So or Nodirbek, who's fighting. And actually, Nodirbek, being as strong as he is going to try to make it to the finals. So we'll see what happens.
Champions Chess Tour reject finale right here.
You said it, right? You said that Magnus might come to regret saving Hikaru from the fire, Harry Potter Malfoy style. We'll see. Hikaru is 1 match away from joining the semifinals, but of course, Nodirbek has a lot to say about that. We're going to talk to the guy who beat him, and that's Fabiano Caruana. He's with Kaya right now.
Here with Fabiano Caruana. Ready for semifinals. Congrats.
Thanks. Yeah. I keep playing Armageddons. I don't think it's going to be good for my health to play so many Armageddons, but it's going, yeah, Armageddons are going well. Yeah.
Definitely. You're becoming an expert. What's the secret?
To be honest, I don't know. I think I was out of control in this game. Like, my position was probably very dangerous, maybe very bad, but also maybe very good at some point, but it was completely out of control. But then at some point, it got very tricky for him because he couldn't kind of cover Queen G1 checkmate. And then I realized, like, I have quite a bit of time and it's getting close on time, and he has to make the difficult move, so I was already feeling like I have a good chance.
Now, I have to say, like, watching this as a spectator even, this drama going down to Armageddon to decide, you going through to semifinals, deciding who's knocked out. What do you think about the format here?
Well, you know, if I had lost, maybe I would have felt a bit worse about the format, but when you're winning, then you feel very good. And I'm sure that all these Armageddons are quite exciting for the spectators. And we're still going to have another very close match. Okay, Hikaru is still in it. Like, today really seems to be his day so far. I mean, at some point I thought he has no chance because Alireza won. Hikaru was in trouble against Denis, but yeah, he's very tenacious. He's still sticking in there, so it's going to be another tough match for both of them.
And you've revealed to us you have been a little sick the last few days, feeling a little better. Definitely now playing semifinals. How do you see your chances now in the rest of the finals?
Well, I'm just happy to be there, and it's going to be a bit of a slower pace now, I guess, compared to, today especially, a lot of really high tension, and it's still going to be high tension, but still, we're going to slow down a little bit, and I'll see who I play. Again, I don't know, Wesley or Magnus. I'm curious about Wesley's mindset, because, well, recently he struggled against me, so maybe he'll feel like he doesn't want to play me, but on the other hand, I don't know. It depends also on who else is there, right? If it's Hikaru or Nodirbek, because maybe Wesley would also feel that Hikaru is a very tough challenge. So in any case, I'm happy to play whoever I do play, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you did end third in the round robin. It definitely isn't unlikely that Wesley will not pick you as his opponent, meaning you will play Magnus Carlsen. So if that happens, what will that be like?
Yeah, I do have a feeling that probably I will play Magnus. It's not like 100%, of course. But, well, we've played each other quite a lot. I'm looking to get some revenge because here he beat us in our mini match in the preliminary stage. So I'm looking to get some revenge for that.
Revenge is the word. Fabi, congratulations on being in semifinals.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, and back to you guys.
He wants revenge.
100%. One thing I like about Fabi is how calm he is. No matter what, like he's out there hanging out. Even if he loses, draw, win, whatever's going on, he's just very good. I think we can learn a lot from that, of just being, stoic and calm and being focused on the task at hand.
I agree.
Yeah, Fabiano's he's really interesting because maybe his biggest weakness, like if you have to pick a weakness about Fabiano, is putting him in a situation where he's up 1-0 in a 2-game match. Like he almost doesn't know what to he almost doesn't know what to do. Does he play for a win? Does he play for a draw? But he is so good at bouncing back from a defeat.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
I knew he just lost this game to Nodirbek, and Nodirbek got his desired color.
Right.
And I still was like, I don't think Fabi's going to lose the same way that he did.
And he did.
And he was just super stable that game.
I felt the same way. And Fabi definitely defines that short-term memory loss of the great players, right? They believe in themselves enough that they're not as worried as we are as commentators about momentum, right? He's focused in the moment. But all right, speaking of momentum, who has more going into this matchup? The guy who already had time to have some bad chess, now he has time to collect himself, or the guy who's been on his last leg for a whole lot of games now in Hikaru?
Of course, it's Hikaru, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be Hikaru.
Momentum.
He's got it's momentum, it's experience. Like he's been here before, and I think it was really just like flipping a coin 4 times and getting 4 heads. That's why he lost 4 Armageddons.
Flipping a coin and flipping a switch in a way too, is that he's turned on now. He's ready. It feels like that machine is now well-oiled, and he's ready to go. Fabi looking the same though.
I want to remind everybody, too, as you look at Abdusattorov Nakamura coming up, the reason Fabiano Caruana has not been slotted over in the semifinals is because the other really interesting thing about the format, and it will be content toward the end, is that regardless of who wins between Abdusattorov and Nakamura, Wesley So will get to choose his opponent between the 2 remaining players, which that by itself will be fascinating to break down because he's going to have to sort of pick his enemy, right? Which definitely, that's what do they call it? Like that's bulletin board material right there, right? You pick your enemy, and then you got to throw down against him. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
If Hikaru wins this match right now, you think Wesley is going to pick him or Fabiano?
That's scary.
I actually will make an even different prediction. I think regardless of who wins between Abdusattorov and Nakamura, I think Wesley picks Fabiano. I think he thinks he has the rapid edge in that one.
I believe
we'll see.
That's nice.
Even though he just lost. He still thinks overall.
Yeah, I think so.
Because today was a weird match.
Today was a weird
Wesley
match.
Fabi was a weird match.
I said Wesley didn't have the same motivation.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna continue to talk about this stuff. It's gonna be a long day. We got more chess ahead. We got picks in terms of someone choosing their enemy, but we're gonna take a breath. Little change of pace here. We already showed you that we got up to some white elephant with the players before the event got kicked off. We also had a food tasting kind of competition thingy. I don't even know how to describe it, so I'm going to let the video do the talking.
It's got poutine.
Poutine.
I'm here with Omid, the general manager. First of all, what a fantastic, beautiful space you have here in the One Kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you all. The way we designed this restaurant is focused on greenery, sustainability, zero waste, local products. That's what we love to do here. That's what our kitchen does here.
And we're here to do a poutine competition, a traditional Canadian dish. What is poutine?
So poutine, essentially, it's 3 simple ingredients. It's a good French fry, nice and crispy, soft on the inside.
Yum.
A good cheese curd. You want a little bit of squeakiness, but also meltiness. And then a good gravy.
James, what's going to be your tactics here in the poutine competition?
I mean, look, I'm really concerned about the young lady over here.
Yeah.
Okay, the one that really knows how to cook. So I'm concerned.
Yeah, she doesn't let me anywhere near her kitchen. if I even hold the pan, she'll say, "Let us go right now." But fortunately, we're not near her kitchen today, so.
Thick fry. You want them crispy, so at least to redeem my French, for my Frenchness.
You need the duck.
I need the duck. So with the duck, you always get the caramelized onions. I mean, chives would be a favorite, but I have personal preference for spring onions.
You sound like an expert, Maxime, I have to say.
Not really. Here I'm not a bit expert, but I'll go for spicy mayo. And here I really don't know. I really don't know how this is gonna look like. Okay, let's say this is my version of a poutine cheese-free.
I'm up next, okay? I'm in the kitchen every day. This is what we do. This is nothing. So we're gonna start with the crispy ones. You need to get you a nice little handful. We're gonna go with the cheese curds, of course. Mwah. We're gonna put some cheese in here like this. Got the meat, a little bit more meat, perfect. Got to get your protein. We're gonna have here some caramelized onions, green onions, very nice. Get you a little assortment of veggies. All right, I think we got some chives here, right?
Those are some jalapenos.
Oh, jalapenos, yeah, we don't want that.
Got some chives just down here if you want.
This is good, throw that on there. And then for the sauce, you know, you gotta have a little spice in life, right? So, man, it just smells amazing. Put some in there, put a little bit over there, put a little bit there, maybe a little bit in the middle too as well. Right, but look at that, that boy slaps. My goodness, look at that. You know, Kaya already hyped. Look at that.
1 or
See?
2 calories
You know
in
what I
that
mean?
one.
Exquisite, exquisite.
Keeping it classy.
It's good, it's a classic, and that's it.
Wow.
And we done.
Good.
It's perfect.
Nice job. I've never seen this fries on a poutine, so I'm stick to the thick cut. A little bit there, a little bit here. And I'm gonna stick with the chorizo.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I'll come back to the sauce. I learned something from Canty.
Come on, there it is.
Okay,
Chef Canty, that is. Thank you very much, Chef.
Chef Canty.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Some of these green chives.
The beef gravy.
Beef gravy, not too much though. Yeah, there. And I'm done. I don't really want to add any more of that sauce.
Okay.
All right.
Why are you going with those Lourdes?
They're crisp looking and they have a sweetness to them. I take a little bit of the cheddar.
Some duck?
Yes, a little bit of the beef, just drizzled. And then I like to put the vegetables on top of something like gravy because it gives some color.
Wow.
Three.
I don't know how nobody got this one. This is the best. It's crispy onions.
Yeah.
I'll show you how it's done.
All right, it's time to decide who's the winner of the poutine competition. Omid, you ready to do some tasting?
I'm excited.
Yeah.
All right. I am just missing the cheese, but that is tasty.
Nice.
Definitely interesting.
Interesting. Nice.
Okay, thanks.
Can we fix ours before you get to it?
That's my favorite so far.
Oh!
You should be allowed in the kitchen. The sweet potatoes are adding a nice crunchiness, which is what you were trying to do, right? Right now, it's between these two.
Okay.
Okay.
The family.
The family. The
I
family.
learned from watching me.
Kaya will be the tiebreaker.
Ooh.
So none of these are traditional, but I think
Oh,
we
yum.
have some really awesome twists on a classic poutine.
This had more taste to me. I'm actually going to go for Wesley.
I think we both go with Wes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll never forget this.
You always have to give me interviews now, Wesley. That was it for the cooking competition in the CCT Finals. Omid, thank you for having us here at One Kitchen and for being the awesome judge.
Of course, it was a pleasure to have you. I look forward to welcoming you at any time, any year, any day. And please, Wes, continue to make poutines. And I look forward to trying yours the next time.
Thank you.
And everyone else, of course, but Wes, that was delicious.
Wesley So, the poutine winner. Are you bummed about that?
Oh, I'm definitely. You know what's funny? Wesley was like, "Hey, man, after the competition, you know, can you just, if you have any openings back there, I would love to be part of it." And I was like, "This man has got a job at freaking at the kitchen, like."
Because apparently he needs to do something besides chess.
Chess, in
I
fact,
mean,
yeah.
it doesn't seem like Wesley's searching for work. But all right, we got more work to do here. Games are starting in a few. I think why don't we just open it up and chat with some Oslo?
Sweet.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
The big low.
Oslo, how you doing?
Tanya, you there?
We're here, and I'm just so hungry after seeing that amazing food. James, what was that? I mean, even the chef said that it's
It's
interesting,
poutine,
and you
in
know
fact.
that interesting is not a compliment these days.
Okay, hey, listen, okay, it was good. It may not have looked as good. It did look like some slop. I did say that. I was like, this is probably terrible. But the taste was amazing, and we did taste all of them. And Wesley's definitely slapped pretty hard.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got chess to go into here. I don't even know where to begin with Nodirbek Nakamura, but Robert, I wanna throw to you. We've kind of seen this dog and pony dance for years, right, with Hikaru in regards to the comeback and what he's capable of. But what are your thoughts heading in here with Nodirbek, and what does his mindset need to be right now facing the beast known as Nakamura?
Well, as David said while we were watching that video, it's cooking over everything. And right now, Hikaru is cooking. Finally, he's found his form. He's won a couple matches today. But Nodirbek is somebody who's not afraid of anybody. That's the good news for Nodirbek fans. He might have lost, he may have suffered, but he always gives it his all. So I think that Hikaru right now should be the favorite. He's finding his form at the right moment. And Nodirbek, well, he just needs to get over it quickly. Easier said than done.
Do you think we're writing Abdusattorov off too quickly, though? He did take down Nakamura in an Armageddon earlier in the event. He's a former world rapid champion. He's capable. He's young. He's full of energy. It's a long marathon day today. We're feeling it here in the studio. And he's the youngster. He's got the stamina.
I agree with you. I mean, this is going to be such a close match, but if I had to pick one, I don't think that Nodirbek has a great chance. He's been consistent throughout the event. He's had pretty much good days every day. Yes, Hikaru's finding his momentum today, but I think we can't write off Nodirbek, and I'm going to pick Nodirbek. What about you guys? Have you made your predictions yet on this one?
Hot take, Danny. Who you think I got? Who you think I got?
I mean, I'm gonna think it starts with an end and then continue.
Exactly.
Nakamura. I'm pretty sure you're picking Hikaru in this one.
100%.
Levy, again, I know you said you didn't want to give a prediction, but what are your thoughts hearing David and Robert break it down?
Yeah, what the hell is a dog and pony dance?
A dog and pony dance?
How did no one pick up? Is nobody listening to each other on this podcast?
A dog
I have to Google what that is.
A dog and pony show. You want me to reenact it?
Yeah. I don't even.
Can't you get no? I'm kidding. I don't know what it is. It's a thing that I guess I would say is like a cheap ticket. It's like going to a circus. It's like you've seen this before. That's kind of the metaphor. I may have invented that. I don't know. I feel like I heard it from someone somewhere.
No one even pick up. Does everybody know what that is, or does nobody listen to each other?
Robert hasn't been listening to me for years.
Give you a thumbs up from over here. You're right. That's exactly what it is. It's related to traveling circuses. So don't listen to them, Danny. You got this.
Oh my God, Robert, that is I miss you. I love you. I miss you. Thank you for doing that.
I love you.
Tanya, David, have you heard of a dog and pony dance?
I have no idea. You got to break this down for the rest of us. What is that?
Dog and pony show. It's a common expression. So related to traveling circuses. Danny probably was in one himself, so he knows what it is.
Oh, that makes sense now. Wow. That's
all right. All right. Well, I wasn't in one, although,
you did grab
there is a complicated life story
wire.
there.
Yeah, you talked about this 2021.
Yeah. That's true. And I don't really have much else to say. I know that we're all anxious to see what's going to happen here with the chess. So I'm ready to go have more snacks and sit next to the Magnus pillow and let them take it away.
Guys, I know it's hard to pick a favorite in this one, but before you go, just a prediction. Are we getting an Armageddon?
Yeah. No. I think Hikaru wins in regulation.
James.
Wow.
I'm with that.
No, I'm going Armageddon.
I'm riding with my guy. Real hard flex, at home. Yeah. No Armageddon.
Why not 6 Armageddons?
There he is. He just sat in. We're ready to go. We're going to throw it to Oslo. Take it away, crew. We'll see you on the other side.
See ya, guys. Wow. Hikaru Nakamura is ready to go. Will this match go down to the wire or not? It is against Nodirbek. Nodirbek, who's been having consistent days here. He started slow, but then from day 2, we saw him win so many of his matches, and he did beat Hikaru Nakamura in the round robin. For Hikaru, he survived elimination. He won that match. Then he goes on to play Maxime. He loses the first game. He wins. Then he wins the Armageddon. How is he feeling about his chances right now?
It's been a roller coaster, but today's been all up. And so for Hikaru Nakamura, who's seated in his chair, he gets the black pieces. Nodirbek, sometimes he brings the fight a little bit too much and overpresses, but I'm with everybody. He has legit chances. Nodirbek, he was the world rapid champion, something that even Hikaru hasn't been able to accomplish in his illustrious career.
Yeah, imagine Hikaru lying in bed last night, just envisioning, kind of manifesting what could have happened today. He might have thought, one game, I'm out. If Magnus loses, no chance. But somehow, 5-6 hours later, he's still fighting, still plugging away. We see the handshake, and I mean, it's just too good of a story, this fairy tale. Can it continue? It looked so unlikely at the beginning of the day.
That is the big question right now. And Nodirbek is ready to go as well. And whoever wins, whoever's the 4th player who makes it to semifinals, I'm not envious of Wesley who will have to choose an opponent for himself in the semis. And it's going to be quite interesting to see that, but that's for later. Right now, it's going to be about these 2 players on our screen as we are about to kick off the chess. And it is go time between these 2 opening approaches, and there we have handshakes. King spawn opening, queen spawn opening. He starts with 1e4. Hikaru immediately with e5. Is it going to be another Petrov? It is, and it's the... It is the Petrov. I was going to say the Scotch.
It is the Petrov, and not the same variation that we were discussing in that clash, that crazy game between Vachier-Lagrave and Nakamura earlier today. Nodirbek Abdusattorov instead chooses a much more theoretical, much more popular variation where we see some early exchanges incoming. What will black do here? A lot of pressure in the center. All of those knights, they'll soon disappear from the board.
It's a pawn sacrifice from Nodirbek at the start here because his knight on c3 is attacked by 2 pieces, and he decided just to castle. It's an ambitious line from the white side, but at least what I appreciate from Nodirbek is that he's not going down the same line that Magnus and MVL did against Hikaru. Well, Hikaru's going down a line where he grabs a pawn, but white gets very quick activity.
Yeah, this is brave from Hikaru Nakamura. Greed, is it good here? He touches, he adjusts his bishop. We heard him say something there, so he's not obliged to move that piece. Black's king, though, in big trouble. Whether or not it castles, there is an attack brewing.
I'm loving the opening outcome that we have right now, but I'm seeing these 2 players on our screen, and I'm feeling a bit sad because one of them will be eliminated. And whether it's Hikaru or Nodirbek, you've got to feel for that.
You're feeling sad. I'm feeling a bit nostalgic for Vichy Anand because this actually reminds me of a game he played against Wang Hao back in the 2019 Grand Swiss, a very important event where Wang Hao, he won it. He was able to play in the candidates after that. And if black castles kingside, which Hikaru, he's deliberating right now, he's going to do it. And then there's going to be a bishop sacrifice. We will get even material, but with bishops of opposite color.
Very interesting. Very interesting, David. Go on.
Sorry, we'll break that down. I was going to say in a moment, if and when it happens, it does happen. We'll see it on the board. Bishop sacrifice, Greek gift, kind of. Interesting spin on it. It's simply a double attack. White wins back the material. So level material now, opposite color bishops. Guess who was sitting next to that game, Robert, in 2019 in the Isle of Man? I had a close-up view of that, and it went downhill very quickly, actually, for Anand, out of the blue. And this is a key move. It looks like a simple pawn push, but Nakamura's intention is to actually activate that black rook in the corner from a8, down the board to a6, and to swing it across the 6th rank. A very important defensive maneuver there.
Do you even rook lift? And the answer from Hikaru is yes, apparently. So rook a6 is the idea that you're pointing out. What are the dynamics in this position? What are the different plans for both white and black? Break it down for us.
Well, white has a 4-on-2 majority on the king side. So when we talk about material, sometimes, especially when we're playing online, we see, oh, same pieces have been captured, but we have different bishops opposite color, and we have 4 pawns for white to 2 for black from the E through the H file, and then black has 4-on-2 from the A through D file. So we're not playing on the same side of the board. White would love to barrel that F pawn all the way up, but black is going to stop that on the light squares thanks to the presence of that light square bishop. So white is going for an attack. That move A5 is to give that rook some space. We often think to develop our rook, we need to move our bishop, move our queen, connect our rooks, but no, the rook is going to lift and then venture on over to the king side.
Yeah, rook lifts, I find them the hardest thing in chess when to activate the rook. Often we go horizontally, but yeah, lifting them up the board across, it's kind of a cheat code. It's like a sprint for those rooks, and that's incoming. Abdusattorov, the fact that he chose this opening, he chose this variation at least against the Petrov, and now he pauses in what is still a well-known position. Alarm bells would have been ringing for me, but he does, after a little bit of thought, choose to activate his rook, sliding across, putting pressure on black's central pawn, pinning that pawn. He has elicited a frown from Nakamura as well. Face number, no, I'm not going to guess. And Nakamura now, I'm expecting him to continue consistently with the plan he initiated on the last turn. Activate that black rook in the corner. Black's bishop on light squares still remains flexible.
Maybe Nodirbek has a sneaky idea against this plan that you mentioned of the rook lift and sliding over to the king side, that if Hikaru was to indeed go with that move, rook to a6, maybe white slides up with his own rook, doubling down on that central d5 pawn, David, with rook to b5, which would force, and we can visualize this, which would force black's c-pawn to move forward. So really disconnecting the queenside rook, the black queenside rook, to be able to come all the way to the king side. So is this a little bit of a prophylactic move by Nodirbek?
It is. He spent a little bit of time and he realized that he can try to push black's pawn to the 6th rank to shut it down from that rook. That rook on a6 really wants to teleport on over to the king side. Not going to be so easy. You might lose material. So white's pieces are quite optimally placed, and black's pieces, all of them, are on the starting rank. So you can see that white has the makings of some kind of aggressive intentions and attack, and black's pieces are a bit frozen. Even that bishop can't move very easily. There's a rook on b1 staring down the length of the file to that pawn back there. This is not an easy decision for Hikaru.
And we're talking about rook lifts for black. There are potential rook lifts for white as well, with the rook from d1 actually moving to the third rank and sliding to the king side. The other plan that comes to my mind would be line up the bishop and the queen on the long diagonal and then sacrifice that e-pawn, trying to target black's king as well. You did mention earlier that Hikaru should be pleased with this, but you know what? I would want to be white here.
Yeah, maybe I'm biased having seen that game in the Isle of Man from a few years back. But Nakamura does go for the plan we hinted at. And I really love your move, Tania. Lift the white rook on the b file up the board to b5, pressure black's pawns, and at least ask some questions over there. Abdusattorov, he's again pausing. Great potential for some kind of mutual attacks later on. Endgames, I'll mention, usually should be pretty safe for black because white's queenside pawns are isolated. I think there we go, move on the board, nice prediction. But white needs to play energetically here. White needs to keep the queens on. White needs to play for dynamism, especially with these opposite color bishops and heavy pieces.
And we often think about provocative moves as ones where you just invite some bad decision. Here, the move pawn c7 to c6, I promise you the engines will approve of it, but it does shut down an idea. So it doesn't actually gain anything towards the evaluation, but it takes away the critical idea that Hikaru is relying on with his move a5, rook a6. So c6, very natural defending, but Nodirbek will slide his own rook back to the third rank. Just like you were saying, Tania, he will try to use that rook lift, and then when he moves his queen out the way, the rook will come over to the king side. We really do have an attack in the making, and look at that move, rook c6, hitting the white queen.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure that the black rook doesn't get hemmed in, blocked in on the 6th rank. Like you said, pawn to c6, very healthy, maybe the best move according to the engine, but from a human point of view, it blocks your own plans, and you're always reluctant to play ugly moves like that one. So, okay, an attack against the white queen, but this might be a pawn sacrifice depending on where white moves his queen this time, because black will find it extremely difficult now to guard all of his pawns. The black central pawn on d5, the black a pawn out there on the queen side. One of those two will most likely drop. He's playing energetically here himself, Nakamura, and playing for counterplay.
This is no more intuitive chess. This is calculation, right? Because black is inviting white to first pick up that pawn on a5. The first threat is clear that you move the queen. Hikaru wants to take the pawn on the second rank. That c2 pawn will be captured. But there is that central d5 pawn hanging after that. Is Hikaru trying to get that initiative going? We often talk about it in different color complex, opposite colored bishop. It's all about trying to get to your opponent's king, creating attack. Will that give black's queen enough time to jump into play towards white's king?
Yeah, the black queen eventually can jump in, and a pawn sacrifice here isn't the end of the world because of the presence of opposite colored bishops. And if a rook lands on c2, you have activity compensating for a potential pawn deficit. And these top players, they love doing just that. They'd rather be a pawn down with active pieces than be even material with passive pieces. So queen d3 says, you know what, I could have taken that pawn on a5 a move ago, but that would have allowed a rook to land on c2. And then you can take this pawn on d5 and go up a pawn. You're very happy, but queen h4, Tania, you were calling for queen activity. The a2 pawn will be loose. The f2 pawn is hanging. There are already ideas that are going to regain black that material. So I really like the decision from Nodirbek. Don't grab that a5 pawn, the d5 pawn. Just keep that pressure. The threat is often stronger than the execution.
Yeah, and right now black has a dilemma. You cannot save both, so which one do you try to keep on the board? It's actually almost impossible to keep the d pawn on the board. Unless you play this move, I was going to say bishop to e6, but now the b pawn drops. Abdusattorov has gained material. He's a pawn up. Now endgames might be favorable for him, and this weakness still on the board. But queen to h4 is all about activity. Nakamura, great instructive play here. He is going active with his pieces. Watch out for this black rook as well, later joining the action. And yeah, not easy. The c2 pawn, a2 pawn, always weak for white as well.
It wasn't so long ago that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won his first game against Hikaru Nakamura, where he stole a pawn, and he said, Hikaru, prove it. And Hikaru, right now, he has activity, but if Nodirbek can somehow coordinate his pieces well, particularly his dark square bishop, which is sitting at home, that extra pawn can make its presence felt, especially because black's rook pawn over there. It's stranded, it's isolated, so you need to be very careful, but for now, there's some dynamic play here that it actually is in Hikaru's favor.
Hikaru Nakamura literally doesn't care about his pawns. He is going for piece activity right now. That queen, which is on the king side, can even eventually slide over to the queen side and start targeting white's weak pawns on the other side of the board. To me, it just looks like, not just the position on the board, but also the body language, that we're seeing a very different Hikaru from the one who was struggling in the round robin to the kind of results that he's had today. This is super chill mode Hikaru.
Yeah, there's a spring in his step. He's rocking back and forth in the chair. I wish I had that amount of energy right now. He's been playing for 4 or 5 hours. How does he find it? But it must be just that momentum of those wins he's been having today, Nakamura, and healthy position. I don't know about you guys, but I'm a bit materialistic. I really admire players like Nakamura who can just throw pawns away and literally not care. Yeah, it looks like he's holding the balance just with this activity.
It feels uncomfortable for me to be down a pawn like this because I'm always thinking, when will I get that pawn back? How can I attack something? Whereas Hikaru's ignoring all of that. He's just putting his pieces on good squares. Perhaps now his queen will venture on over to the other side of the board, and we see him grabbing his queen, offering a queen trade. Bishop's the opposite color. Even if you're down a pawn, which I'm not sure you will be after the queen trade, those often have drawish tendencies. So I think Hikaru understands the fundamentals of this position, and he's saying queen trade that helps him go towards that half point.
Yeah, and if the white queen now takes the black queen on Nakamura's terms, then black's bishop opens up on a diagonal, hits a white rook. It feels like, I mean, I can't even count how many weak pawns each side has right now, but eventually things will level up, or even if they don't, black with the opposite color bishop should guide the game towards safety. I think this last decision should be the clincher. He's now left the opening, he's equalized, and that is step one when you have black in any game at the top level.
When you start with the black pieces in a mini match, which is a best of 2, you're going to get that final white in the game. To equalize literally without any trouble out of the opening. I mean, Hikaru just made this look very smooth. Is that a bit of a psychological victory?
Definitely, especially knowing his opponent. Abdusattorov just wants to fight, wants to win, wants to attack, and he'll find it frustrating if he's neutralized this easily. That being said, of course, game 2 will be no foregone conclusion. Maybe we shouldn't assume that this will be a draw, even though that looks most likely right now. But yeah, it looks like Nakamura should be the happier of the two players with the outcome of the early stages of this clash.
But David, you made the video about Nodirbek and his endgame, so he can probably exit the queen trade a pawn up, at least for the moment. Do you see any chances that he can at least prolong the game? Because oftentimes these top players, they're not so upset when their opponents make a draw. They're more upset when they don't even put up a fight for winning chances. So is there a way for Nodirbek to keep some activity, some pressure, some chances alive?
Yeah, maybe we have to dive in and try and figure out how he keeps these winning chances alive and what's going through his mind, as he has a really long think here, 2 minutes. And the first problem at least, is there's a threat on 2 different pawns. Firstly, this c2 pawn indirectly defended now by the black queen. And yeah, if the black rook takes, I was going to say the second pawn up for grabs is on e5. And he ignores that threat because he counterattacks against the black rook. And some calculation to be done here. Black has a choice of taking the queens off or taking the rooks off. And which one to go for is the big question. Any choices? Any instincts here, guys?
I'm going to let Robert answer that, but one thing I want to point out is that you always have to watch out for black's move d pawn moving forward to d4, because it will hit the rook on c3 or whichever piece is on c3 at that moment and target that a2 pawn. And this is a trick that white always needs to be aware about.
It's true, because the a2 pawn, if that one's captured, there will be no more extra material, no more advantage. And one more thing I'm going to point out is it's good that black is down a pawn because there's a escape square for that king. There's Luft. There's no back rank checkmate. But white, on the other hand, if we actually do see a queen trade right now and the d rook takes back so you don't drop a pawn, we see a trade of rooks on the c file. Not now, rook to b8, although rook b3, that could still probably just be a draw if we trade off the rooks. But the point is that rook can just slide to b8 to b1, and there are back rank issues for white.
Yeah, big back rank issues, and you could maybe start with the move pawn to d4, for example, just to avoid white from blocking, and as you say, Robert, probably a draw, but why calculate this? Pawn to d4, force the white rook away, cover this square, and actually this would be a losing blunder for white already. So really tempting. Nakamura is trying to calculate this because the back rank simply cannot be guarded. This would be winning for black. Either you win the white bishop or you deliver checkmate due to the lack of Luft, the lack of breathing space for the white king stuck behind its own pawns. So I actually really advocate right now that forcing line. Queen takes queen, and now pawn to d4 after a trade of rooks as well. Not coming in yet, but pawn d4 first. Actually, it might be white on the back foot here, trying to make the draw.
And how are you fighting this?
Rook d3, I think. I just attack your pawn because your rook is a bit slow as black to get to the first rank, and I am about to take your pawn. So I think with the opposite color bishops, white, even if there's some danger, it shouldn't be too bad. But I would maybe start liking black's chances there, especially when I look at the Hikaru Nakamura sitting with the black pieces and the momentum he's had this event.
Yeah, I really prefer black's position. Pawn to c5, maybe. Keep the winning chances alive. Bishop to f5 coming, push those pawns. And white is passive, so Hikaru, maybe there's other ways to do it, guiding this game towards safety. He could also, of course, trade off the rooks, and he's likely fine there too. But can he get ambitious, Hikaru? Can he turn the momentum surprisingly in his favor, despite being down a pawn?
When Hikaru Nakamura gets the opportunity, he definitely does get ambitious. And this could be that shot right now that we are talking about. The very direct approach of takes, push that pawn to d4, and try to get some advantage in that position. Hikaru in the think tank, about a 3-minute think right now. This is what is going through his mind. Are there any other alternatives that he could be considering? He reaches out and he goes for the rook trade first. So the queen's still on the board. Look at Hikaru. He just continues sacrificing material.
Yeah, pawns are overrated. Open lines are much stronger currency these days in this economic climate. You want to open lines for the rooks. If white's queen goes and takes that black c-pawn, black's rook slides to c8 with gain of tempo, infiltrates, and yeah, really, really active here. Who cares about those pawns, Robert?
I do. Why? I'm just trying to figure out why white can't take those pawns, and I'm sure Nodirbek's doing the same. Like, if I steal the pawn in front of the queen and then steal the a-pawn after that, that actually forces black to prove that he has everything calculated under control, because I take on a5. What's your next decision? Rook takes c2, doesn't actually carry a threat behind it. And you actually see the eval bar starting to creep up in white's favor. You are up 2 pawns. Even if I lose the e5 pawn, I have this outside pass pawn to work with. And I would now much prefer white's position as compared to the earlier ones.
Yeah, maybe I was getting carried away. I kind of forgot for a second that the h-pawn had disappeared. I was doing a quick count. I thought, oh, it's level material again. But nope, white's a pawn up. And it's most importantly, this d-pawn is stuck. It's unable to advance. White keeps it under lock and key. The d4 square and is controlled, and therefore white's bishop superior to its counterpart. So actually, maybe you should call the bluff. Maybe you have to call the bluff here. And he doesn't. He trusts his opponent, Abdusattorov, and he shifts his rook instead. Now black is able to trade queens on his terms. And look at the pawn avalanche here when black takes back 3 really strong pawns. This could easily turn in black's favor. Abdusattorov really needs to pull the reverse gear, pull the brake, and try to make a draw now.
Wow, this is getting exciting. Hikaru Nakamura with a queen trade, but definitely trying for more in this endgame. And we've got Levy in Toronto. Levy, do you think Hikaru can make something out of this position?
If there's a player that's going to be able to make something out of this position, it's probably going to be Hikaru. You can't really ask for much better. He has a position of stability. He doesn't have to have any sort of chaotic, tactical, complicated games. And he also doesn't have to have an endgame. If you guys remember, he lost, I think, not 1, but 2 endgames to Nodirbek. And he lost an endgame earlier today, knight versus bishop, this dreaded knight versus bishop. So right now it's opposite colored bishops. It's just about the safest endgame that you can have. Guys, I want to ask you a fun question. Like, they just served dinner here in Toronto, and, you know, the smell is like all over. How are you guys surviving? It's like almost midnight in Norway. How are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right, but the question isn't really how we're surviving. It's how is Hikaru surviving? And I know you're not the Hikaru face whisperer like Danny is, but when you look at him right now, it seems like he's in his streamer mode. And I think for a change, he realizes that he controls his own destiny. Levy, have you noticed it on the ground that Hikaru seems to be a different person than he was even earlier this morning?
Then earlier this morning, maybe. I mean, obviously, he's a bit happier. The day hasn't gone much better than it could have. Defeating Lazavik, having Magnus take down Firouzja, and then watching that transpire. And then obviously winning the 5th and 6th place match. And now he's in this final game. I think if he stabilizes, the confidence is going to skyrocket, because he actually was very close to beating Nodirbek in the head-to-head. It was probably the most dominant match Hikaru had. He won the first game, if we remember, and then the second game, it was completely, like, okay, it wasn't completely winning, but he was much better. We see the players trading a lot of pieces. I think this one's over pretty soon. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it looks that way with the a-pawns traded off, that we might be seeing a draw in this one. And do you think that does affect a player psychologically in a best of 2? You've got only 1 white, and we were discussing this in the studio, and I want to get your take on this, that drawing so comfortably with the black pieces, does that send a message to your opponent?
For sure. And I think it's a lot easier to sit here and say, oh, just get over the previous match, or, oh, the previous match the momentum is overstated, or something along those lines. I think there is definitely something to be said for the fact that Nodirbek just had this crazy match versus Fabiano, which ultimately didn't go his way in an Armageddon. And Hikaru's back from the dead, winning 2 matches today. So if Nodirbek can't get anything with white, when he just blew Fabi off the board in their first rapid game, not the Armageddon, but at least in the first rapid game, I think it sends a huge message. But they do still have to play another game. And opening predictions. What do we think is going to be the opening that Hikaru chooses when he gets white in the second game?
Oh, that's a big one. What opening would Hikaru go with?
Smith Murrah Gambit, maybe? Just learning from experience.
It's worked well for him today.
That's true. Something Mimi. That's my prediction, Levy.
I think I remember someone else saying that about Hikaru. Was it Magnus who said that Hikaru might play some more Mimi openings? Well, Levy, thanks so much. And we'll check in with you later. Right now, we see that Black's rook has been attacked c3. And it feels like it's actually the first time that Hikaru's slowed down. The last few moves were blitzed out. Still down a pawn, but opposite color bishops. How close is this to a draw?
It feels very close. I think we're all talking now as if it's a foregone conclusion that this should be a draw. And yes, objectively, it should. But Nakamura can try a few things. He'll create the first pass pawn. The one thing Nakamura has to watch out for as well is that he doesn't want to get a situation where Black creates a pass pawn, it's easily blocked, and White's able to start pushing forward his own pawns. White still has the 4 versus 2 majority on the right half, the king side of the board. So if rooks remain, that could be a bit of an issue later on. So Nakamura, he's maybe just working out now which pawn to push later on. First, get his rook out the way. Whether he can get away with trading rooks, whether that guides him towards safety. Once he's decided upon that, I think we'll see him blitz out a flurry of moves, and he should be relatively safe.
Well, the one thing I think that he has to watch out for is that White's pawns don't avalanche up the board, because you have 4 pawns for White in the E to the H file, and we know that White is up 1 pawn, but it's kind of like you're up 2 pawns on one side of the board and down 1 pawn in the middle. So I think for Nodirbek, look at him. He has got his head in his hands. He's not just saying, okay, whatever, it's a draw, let's go into game 2. He's really trying to work, see, what chances do I have here? Can I push my kingside pawns, the F pawn, H3, followed by G4?
Yeah.
And that's why Hikaru says, let's get all the rooks off. This is going to be an easier defensive task.
I was actually going to bring up this move, this rook e4, which actually forces the rook trades in a way that White doesn't have that 4 versus 2 majority that David was earlier pointing out. Black can also push that c5 pawn all the way to c4, just putting everything on the light squares, and it just feels like an easier hold this way.
Yeah, I'm disappointed by this decision because I wanted to see a full fight, even in the endgame, even though it should eventually be a draw. But I think it's a good practical decision from Hikaru. Cynical, just trade off, and it's a position he knows how to manage here. Yeah, no prospect of pass pawns for Abdusattorov, or not sufficient pass pawns. You need often 2 of them, either connected or far separated in opposite colour bishop endgames. And look at this, full blockade on the light squares. Black king coming. Should be a draw. I say should because I'm never 100% sure, but yeah, I trust Hikaru here.
And I feel like when I play positions just like this, somehow that white king ends up on d4, hitting both of my pawns at once, and I can't protect them because I don't have a pawn push to protect it. So Hikaru does need to be a bit careful here, because the next few moves from Nodirbek might be king f1, king e2, try to get the king up to e3. And so I think that Hikaru, I mean, he knows that he's within that drawing territory. Both players probably do, but he needs to be careful and he needs to be accurate not to allow the white king to too quickly run to the center.
The defensive setup for Black would be, like you said, your bishop can't be on d5, that central square when the king lands on d4. My dream is to get my bishop on d3, so that when it's there, it's more active, defending the 2 pawns and try to keep it together from there. Is that something that Hikaru can start thinking about? It's a long maneuver, but if you have time, go d7, go to the queen side on a4, c2 and d3.
It's definitely possible. That's a great defensive post for the bishop. That being said, it would not keep an eye on the king side, so I don't know if White can create a passed h-pawn. That's where White has an advantage right now. Push the g-pawn, push the h-pawn, create one there. Then use the white king. I don't know where you come round. You come round the whole board, act as a distraction. Black will just kind of wait. I don't think there'll be a breakthrough, but you have to be 100% sure. Actually, the more I look at it, the more this rook trade decision, it's got more risk attached than previously thought.
And it is an opportunity for Nodirbek to push a little bit, but maybe Hikaru has worked it out. I mean, at some point, he can consider trading even more pieces. It is an opposite-colored bishop ending. A pawn push up to f6 at some moment could be in the cards, but you have to be very careful, as we've all been talking about, is where to place that bishop for... Whoa, here comes the white king. And so he can push He's giving up the e5 pawn, but this is a clever try from Nodirbek. If that black king takes the pawn, the bishop delivers a check and wins the g7 pawn. Then we have outside pass pawn for white, so do not go and take that e5 pawn. I think that gives white some chances.
Really, really clever here. And Nakamura, he was reaching for a pawn there. Will it be the f-pawn, g-pawn? He's calculating. He's trying to work something out. And he's still got a bunch of time. He just drops his bishop back, maintaining the current position. He thinks he's got the ideal defensive setup. It is slightly unclear what white is doing next. And if white ever throws the g-pawn forward, maybe then you can take a pawn and some complications, but you might be able to force even more pawns off the board. OK, we're going to find out. This is a check.
Doesn't even pause. He just immediately takes it. And Hikaru is looking for the king to move forward. But Nodirbek, before giving a check, he takes away the key f4 square from black's king. And is this something that Hikaru missed?
He did miss it. What an unexpected choice. When someone gives up a pawn and can win one right back, you expect him to do that. But Nodirbek understood that that position was probably actually quite an easy draw for Hikaru. King activity. When in the endgame, you use your king as a weapon instead of having to sit in the corner and defend it. Now that king is helpful, and if black pushes that g-pawn one square forward, maybe all pawns on light square sounds good, a dark square bishop can attack it, then white will just start pushing the h-pawn at some moment. Not going to be easy to stop.
Wow, the evaluation bar might say 0.0, might say it's just a draw, but this is a beautiful move. This is a spanner in the works. Hikaru, no chance he spotted this. I don't think any of us spotted this. This was really ingenious from Abdusattorov. Big practical problems. It's all about white's h-pawn. Watch out for it to become a future queen. It's got a clear path forward. Some checks threatened as well. I actually think Hikaru might be panicking internally here. He's keeping a poker face, but this is not easy anymore.
I love that last move. It's quite the yoker in the position because black is expecting white to give a check and grab the g7 pawn, but Nodirbek doesn't go with that. He stops black's counterplay first, and such an instructive moment as well. And look at Hikaru. He can suddenly feel the pressure. We've got the eval bar saying everything's under control, but it really doesn't matter because you're thinking about that h-pawn, which is going to start queening once you push the g7 pawn to g6, which will be forced after bishop to d4.
No matter the result of this game, Hikaru's going to be like, that king g5 move, that was sick. That shows the talent of Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Just when we all, and probably even Hikaru, was writing the game off as a draw, suddenly there are chances here. And I mean, really, if you push that g-pawn, an outside pass pawn will happen in just 2 moves. And it's going to be very difficult to stop because black's king, we like a centralized king. You win king of the hill. Good for you. This is chess. And the white king is actually helping escort a pass pawn up the board. I'm worried for Hikaru right now.
Suddenly the margin for error is tiny. He needs to be super accurate, Hikaru, to hold the balance, and his clock is ticking down under 2 minutes. It's the most simplified of positions. It's opposite color bishops. It looks so drawn superficially until you get deeper, and you heard the exhale there. His breath is quickening. His heart is beating. He knows he is in trouble in practical terms. It's not easy to defend at all.
That was the first time Hikaru with his head shake in this game. He's been bobbing, he's been looking chill and confident, but suddenly things have changed. The dynamics have changed. And it all comes down to this one move that white just made, king to g5. So easy to miss. And you made that series on Nodirbek's endgame, and I think these are those moments that point that out.
Yeah, simplified position, but he spots everything. He knows what makes the opponent most uncomfortable. And look at this, Hikaru, he's down to 1 minute. He's panicking.
He's biting his hand, and right now he can't bide his time because we see the obvious plan. And for Hikaru, he has struggled down in that bullet time scramble mode over the board chess this week, so he sees it can go back. I think Nodirbek should keep up the pace right now. Bishop d4, and wow, Hikaru pushes f5, but the eval bar is going all the way up.
Hikaru, he's let it slip, or has he? Sometimes computers aren't to be trusted in these types of positions, but he's simply given away a pawn for free. Sooner or later, white will create a passed h-pawn anyway. White will trade off one of the doubled f-pawns for black's remaining g-pawn, and here it comes. OK, the evaluation bar drops back down. Is Hikaru going to be able to hold this one? Really clever move. He's coming round with his bishop to keep an eye on the h5 square, just in case the white king wants to reroute itself. Wow, this one is somewhere between a win and a draw for white. It's a 2-result game, but how close, how big are the winning chances?
It's Tania's idea now about to happen. That bishop is going to c2 into d3 to protect both pawns at the same time. And I think what Nodirbek just missed when he pushed his h-pawn, he should have made this move first because black's bishop would not have been in time to wrap around this way. And Hikaru's found it. He's found this defensive setup, and whether he holds it's a different story, but this is the correct plan by him.
And now the bishop defends, but from a very active spot. You can keep an eye on both these pawns, but had Nodirbek played that king move before pushing the pawn, Black's bishop would have been on the defense from the very inactive c6 square.
Oh.
And another mistake by Hikaru. He gives up the e4 pawn, king to e5.
He's 2 pawns down now, Hikaru. He thought it was zugzwang. He thought any move he made would have worsened his position, but it was better to keep the pawn. Just drop back with the black king. Nothing too much to worry about there. Instead, he's given ground. He's given a second pawn, and white will eventually create 2 pass pawns.
That's right, because at the moment, there's 0 pass pawns. That g7 pawn deals with both, but as Nodirbek wraps his king up to g5, pushes f6, he can force that g pawn off the board, and it's an f and an h pawn that he can march forward. Unfortunately for Hikaru, just when it looked like he was about to hold, he's slipping.
All right, so let's slow down. Here, the winning plan for white is to get 2 passed pawns. And again, we see the eval bar drop down. It looks like that's what he wants to do. He wants to play f6 next. Don't you get the position that you've been wanting all along with the move f6 now?
Ooh, but the bishop might be able to guard along the diagonal. I'm not sure what he could have done differently. This looks so natural. It looked pretty much winning, the only plan available to white. But maybe there was something else. Or maybe the evaluation bar is tricking us, being deceptive. And Hikaru, he's hoping just along the light squares he'll be able to blockade.
Perhaps the white king, and this is now I only recognize it might have been the case because the eval bar went down. Maybe the king had to run back towards the queen side to keep the bishop tied down to that c4 pawn. This was the most logical plan, but Hikaru, maybe he's worked out that this is still holdable because his king and bishop, they keep both of white's pawns frozen.
And look at this, he's set up a blockade along the diagonal. Black's bishop cuts across some vital squares, and both of the white pawns, because they're disconnected, need to bypass those light squares. But wow, this is really classy. I think he's got a fortress now, Nakamura. And the lean back, he thinks it too. He knows he has tricked Abdusattorov potentially, and he's set up a drawing position here.
I don't know what expression number that is, but the expression definitely says that he's confident of the fortress, the hole that he's built, and Black's king is shouldering White's king, stopping it from penetrating Black's camp here. King from d5 takes away the d4 square, and if White's king starts marching along the dark squares on the king side, Black's king will follow along on the light squares towards the king side, so taking away key squares of entry from White here. Nodirbek, it's also, I think, he's realizing it as well, that it's impossible to break through now.
And he's probably frustrated because he likely believed that he was winning, and it appears for maybe like one turn he was. And that's why the engine bar can be so misleading, where you think, oh, it's just an easy win, the bar's all the way up, and the most logical plan is the one he went for. It's not working out for him. He still has a big lead on the clock, but there are no more tricks up his sleeve.
No more tricks, and yeah, he looks just in disbelief right now. It does look, I mean, all chess logic dictates that white should be winning 2 extra pawns. You've done the hard work, but chess can be unfair like that. Certain endgames, especially opposite color bishops, they have this drawish tendency. You cannot bypass the light squares. You don't have enough attacking ammunition here, and he's trying to go the long way around, but this will not change anything. The black king will eventually shoulder off the white king, and we'll just see some maneuvering between the bishops. No progress to be made. As long as Nakamura doesn't remove his bishop from this diagonal and doesn't break his defensive formation, he is pretty much guaranteed a draw here.
It's going to go in the endgame books where the opposite color bishops, it means even 2 extra pawns, it doesn't help you get the job done. And now the black king can just go backwards. Even if you were able to push your f pawn to f6, you're not making any more progress from there. It's just one of these things where the presence of opposite color bishops gives you drawing chances despite being significant material down.
Yeah, he drops his bishop back. He's done it. Nakamura, he doesn't need to kind of calculate anymore. He knows exactly what he needs to do. White's tried everything pretty much, and evaluation bar should be ignored. This is a draw.
Hikaru just shuffling around with the bishop, and he will once start moving back with the king when White's king steps up to f4. All that Black needs to do in this position is to make sure that the White king doesn't cross over the boundary, doesn't go f4, g5, f6. As long as you've got these key squares under control, Black is doing fine, and Hikaru is just blitzing out the defense to perfection here.
We'll have to take a deeper dive later, but it's almost making me wonder if there was some like horizon effect issue with the engine where maybe Hikaru's defensive setup, it didn't have the flaw that we initially thought. We will dive more into that later, but for now, he is playing perfect defense. His bishop is just going back and forth, and as you said, as soon as the white king starts venturing up towards that bishop, then the black king will sit back, but that's a draw.
We've got a draw, and that means Hikaru can be relieved because Abdusattorov really did set up quite the problems for Hikaru in this one, despite an opening where it felt like Hikaru was neutralized easily. Amazing fight there in the end.
He never gives up. If there's even a sliver of a chance to play for a win, Nodirbek Abdusattorov will do just that. And Hikaru had his back against the wall. He was down to 1 minute on the clock, yet he still survived.
And we see Nodirbek walking off as the players will fight it out in the second rapid game, which will be coming up. David, it started slow and in the end ended with a draw, but Nodirbek had his chances.
He certainly had his chances. Nakamura uses up another of his 9 lives on this game to survive, with Black eventually getting the desired result. It was a draw, but yeah, it was definitely Abdusattorov putting the pressure on.
And here we are in this with Nodirbek, Hikaru Nakamura. Only one of them will go through to the semifinals. David, what was the key moment in this round 1?
Well, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how White could have won that game. This is one of the hardest endgames to analyze. I think you need hours to break it down, but I'm going to try my best. And I just want to point out this one moment where Abdusattorov put pressure on when it looked like the game was guaranteed to flow towards a draw. Here, instead of a bishop check, allowing the Black king in, allowing Black to perhaps trade off a bunch of pawns with a draw, Abdusattorov found the cunning move, king to g5, and this did elicit a blunder, a mistake from Nakamura. Scared now of a bishop check and of this pawn marching forward, he decided to give up material, pawn to f5. And if we fast forward later, the moment the engine dropped was an important one. Here, White pushed his pawn to h5, but actually he should have crossed the barrier first. It was important to have the king on the other side. For example, marching the king back and into e5 first. And if Black continues to wait, now we see that White is able to create a pass pawn, and now White's king is on the right side. Sooner or later, you'll push your pawn to f5. Sooner or later, you might even bring the king across to g5, and both pawns combined mean that the fortress is not standing for Black. Very difficult to analyze this one, very difficult to see in advance, but Abdusattorov, small missed opportunity.
Even at this point, it still looks like it almost is a draw for Black. So for Nodirbek, he gave himself chances. That's all you can ask for. I don't really think he'll be disappointed about missing that win.
No, he did his best. He carved something out of nothing, nearly squeezed water from that stone. In the end, there's not much you can do against such stoic defense.
Completely agree with that. I think Nodirbek has a lot to be proud of for creating what he did in that endgame. But right now, there's no time to be proud of anything because there will be another game coming up. The sun is setting in Toronto, and the sun will set either on Nodirbek or Hikaru's path to the semifinals.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
And then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He did beat you in the grand final in the most recent tournament, so...
Yeah, not only did he beat me, he actually beat me in consecutive matches. It seems that he's sort of regained his confidence, which is really good to see. He'll be like top 3 tough opponent for sure.
I really like Maxime. I like his chess. He has like clear weaknesses and strengths, but his strengths are things that he does better than anyone else.
He was my teammate in European Championship. We cannot really tell each other everything, but we try to be as much as friend as possible.
Very dynamic player, very tactically sharp, and you never get boring positions against him.
I think he's changed his openings, and he seems to have a little bit of momentum behind him in the last few events, so I think he's sort of a bit of a wild card. If he plays well, he's a very dangerous player. If he doesn't, it could be a short event for him, but again, I think the form will matter a lot.
Chess National Festival is on from February 16th to the 19th. It's all happening in Charlotte, North Carolina. Join chess.com and Chesskit for over-the-board tournaments. Levy, Dania, and Canty will be there. What are you waiting for? Use the command festival in the chat for all the details. And right now, we cannot wait for Game 2 to start between Hikaru Nakamura and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The first game, it's clear, it's going to be a big fight between these two players. And it will all come down to what is Hikaru's mindset. He's got the final white of the mini match. Will he go for more? Kaya finds out.
Here with Hikaru Nakamura, what's your reaction after that first game?
Yeah, I mean, it was a typical Petrov game. I mean, I was a little bit worse, but I think I played some pretty standard moves, and we got to this end game, which turned out to be a little bit trickier than I thought it was when I played Rookie 4 at the start, but I don't think the result was ever in doubt. I mean, it looked unpleasant. I'm down 2 pawns, but unless the computer shows something special, there was nothing for white, so it's a good draw.
Were you stressed on the clock at all at some point there?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I assumed the end game was a draw when I was down the when I'm down the 2 pawns, I guess there, when he has a double F pawns. But the thing is, initially I thought I had a forced draw after King G5 with this F6 King G6 F5. So I spent a lot of time on this and concluded it didn't work. So I went for a different line. I mean, maybe it still is a draw with perfect play. Who knows? But I thought what I did made sense, and then it's just a matter of knowing the technique to block off the white king and it's opposite colored bishop. So what to do?
So you've had a great day so far. What will it be about now in the next game, and how's your confidence heading into that one?
I mean, I think this was the best game I've played the whole tournament, actually. It's the only game where I think I was under pressure and I played a complete game. So I feel pretty good. But, you know, Nodirbek's very strong, obviously, and just have to take it one move at a time.
So it's like this for you now. It's just going upwards.
Well, I mean, I didn't expect to be playing at this point. So, yeah, it's all good.
Thanks for the talk, Hikaru. Best of luck in next one.
Thank you.
All right, Hikaru Nakamura getting ready for Game 2. Back to you guys.
Hikaru says it's the best game he's played so far. David, Robert, would you agree with that?
Let's hope Hikaru doesn't check the engine before this next game. It's always nice to feel that you've defended well, but yeah, engines make mockery of all of us. Ultimately, he did a good job of defending, and he got the desired result.
And a lot of players don't like actually looking at the engine during a tournament because they're like, if I have more games to play, I don't want to be distracted about what could have been. It's all about what lies ahead. So for Hikaru Nakamura, what lies ahead is one more chance to make it to the semifinals. We can't believe I was saying that, but considering how unlikely it was, yet here he is, and here he goes.
And let's hope Nodirbek was not watching that interview, because it can be a little bit of a mind zone to hear your opponent see and say that he is getting into the zone with his best game so far. And this is where we are. We see Wesley, so Magnus Carlsen already through to the semi-finals. Whoever wins this match goes into the semi-finals, joins Wesley, Magnus, and it will be between Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Hikaru Nakamura, and
join Fabiano Caruana.
Fabiano Caruana, who is already in, and it will be between these two. One of them makes it through, one will be eliminated. So this match, it really comes down to the next game. Will it go down to the wire? Will it be an Armageddon that will decide the fourth semi-finalist?
Armageddon. We all love an Armageddon, but that will extend our night. I don't know, David, what do you think?
I mean, it's midnight now here in Oslo. We haven't eaten for 7 hours. It's been a long day, but we want more chess. And, it's Armageddon. I think Hikaru has a bone to pick in the Armageddon against Nodirbek, so I think it's a very likely outcome.
We are going to get more chess. Well, at least one more rapid game, and we might even get another Armageddon to end the day. And we spoke to Hikaru earlier. Kaya also caught up with Nodirbek.
All right, that was game one, Nodirbek. How do you feel after that one?
Yeah, it was interesting game. I got an advantage, but he kind of survived there in the end game. So yeah, feeling good and looking forward to play good chess.
So Hikaru, he struggled in the tournament, but today he's had a good day. So what do you expect from game two here? And, the results and what will happen if, he wins or you win?
I just want to concentrate on playing good chess and, whatever happens, I'm glad that, I made it to that point.
Semi-finals is at stake. Good luck in the next game. Thank you for joining us. Yep, it is a lot at stake when game two starts shortly. Back to you guys.
Absolutely, Kaya. So much on the line in this match. And for Wesley, there are going to be big questions once we get done with this. Wesley finished at pole position after the round robin. So he's going to have the opportunity to pick his opponent for the semi-finals. And it's going to be between Fabi and the winner of this match. Not a happy choice.
Yeah, this isn't like picking somebody in kickball in the recess deck. This is like, do you pick Fabi or Nodirbek or Nakamura? They're all tough.
Oh, and this one is going to be a tough game as well. Hikaru Nakamura takes it on with the white pieces. We are expecting the king's pawn opening. It is 1e4. Nodirbek replies back with e5. Are we going to see a Berlin?
No, we see the mainline Spanish, one of the main lines of the Roy Lopez opening, and Hikaru just defends his pawn here. We'll see a slow maneuvering battle. We've seen multiple of these openings, especially featuring Abdusattorov. He seems to like the tension with all the pieces still on the board.
He played like this against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave earlier today. He did get into a bit of a tough spot, but he won that match, so he probably has fond memories in this line. And he now strikes forward, I should say, on the queen side, forcing Hikaru's bishop back, and now he strikes in the center with d5. So it's kind of like a Marshall, but it hasn't really opened up in the same way.
Yeah, and we see a trade of pawns, and someone made a bit of a sound there. I think it was Hikaru, maybe now just debating which way to recapture in the center. This is odd because normally, automatically, the top players just recapture in the center with a pawn. They want to establish some influence on those central squares, keep space, keep kind of pieces on the board if possible. But yeah, odd moment to pause, I must say, Hikaru Nakamura, unless he's got some magical preparation up his sleeve that he's just trying to recall right now.
Yeah, so it will be with the pawn or the knight that Hikaru decides to capture. He chooses the knight. I'm surprised as well, David, because usually white does take it with the pawn. That knight from d2 can reroute itself, targeting the central squares via f1, via g3 or e3. This offers additional trades in the position. And Nodirbek accepts it.
Wow, does Hikaru just want to go to Armageddon? Because he's offering a queen trade right now, and I wonder if that's what had Hikaru pausing. Do I really want to keep this game going? Should I go to Armageddon? The queen trade is offered. Will Hikaru just try to make a simple draw? It's actually quite level at the moment.
It's never a simple draw when you're playing against Nodirbek. He decided not to go for any Berlin lines. He's not trading off pieces easily. The queens are still on the board. He says, you want to trade my queen? Take it. My rook comes onto the open file, but he does eventually go for it. And I think there are going to be a bunch of trades on the D line.
Yeah, we might see a draw offer. I do think there's enough play left, there's enough pieces left to cause some problems on a good day, with a helping hand from the opponent. But it does feel like both players are peacefully inclined right now. Hikaru's knight capture, that was the signal. He wants Armageddon chess. He doesn't want a prolonged battle where his opponent had prepared deeply. And yeah, this one very level with the queens off.
And the Armageddon worked to perfection against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so perhaps Hikaru feeling good about his Armageddon chances. And there we see a lot of trades will happen on the only open line on the board, also symmetrical pawn structure. Let's say this does go into Armageddon, and I'm still thinking about what is happening in Wesley's mind right now, because he does have to decide his opponent today. Do you think Magnus is actually quite happy about finishing second and not having to go through any of that, of picking an opponent when you've got a really tough choice to make?
I think it depends who wins this match right here, because if Hikaru wins, I feel like Wesley, he has a really tough choice in his hands. Usually you think, I don't want to play Hikaru, but Wesley beat Hikaru in this event, and he lost to Fabiano, the only person he lost to. So for Wesley, it's not going to be an easy choice. And if Nodirbek wins, I think then it's easier. I think Wesley will pick the youngster. No offense meant towards him. He's such a great champion of the game. He won the World Rapid Champion just a couple years ago. But when you're choosing between Fabi and Nodirbek, I think you just want to avoid Fabi for the time being.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It's going to be more complicated for him to pick between Hikaru and Fabi, because that's a tough choice, David.
Tough choice, and shout out to Wesley if you're watching. I'm pretty sure he is.
Hey, Wesley.
Just as he learns who his potential opponent is going to be. And in the meantime, Nakamura drops the knight back. And yeah, this one just so level right now. No rook trades for now, so the game still ongoing. But you can tell on Hikaru's face, he's not too thrilled. No attack in this position, no dynamism at all. It's very much a static positional fight. And even a grinder like me is struggling to get too thrilled about this one.
That can't be good news for us when you say that, David. The one idea that I see for White is to try to get to the queen side by pushing the A pawn. But I think the problem with that is the only player who's going to be happy will be Nodirbek. Because if White does the thematic A4, Black has the option to actually push that B pawn one step ahead. And Black might be the one who's creating weaknesses on White's queen side.
Yeah, there aren't really threats. Even A4 doesn't have an immediate threat attached to it. And for Nodirbek, he can bring his king closer to the center. He has his center completely under control. So you're right, Tanya, that if Hikaru is inclined to play for more, to play for a win, he might choose to operate on the queen side with an A pawn push or a B pawn push. But he plays a simple, quiet F3. I don't know. I mean, maybe he's tricking us. Maybe he's tricking Nodirbek, getting him into a sense of complacency. But it looks very, very even.
That's Hikaru expression number don't know what, but it's expression that says, hey, let's go to Armageddon. King F7, is he going to play some copycat chess with King F2?
He's been doing a bit of copycat chess. It's totally symmetrical, almost symmetrical at least, on the king side right now. Why not bring the king closer to the center? When in doubt, improve your pieces. There's no calculation to be done. And yeah, a bit of a frown from Nakamura. It's either the most kind of cunning, deep deception ever, where he's just lulling us and his opponent into a false sense of security, or he still is peacefully inclined. But yeah, just hard to imagine too much going wrong for either side here. Any trades of any pieces, and we get closer to the draw.
There's one advice that I think every top player has given in every interview, and which is, don't take any of Hikaru's expressions too seriously. You just never know what's really going on in his mind. Would you agree with that?
It's not so much his expressions, it's just the moves that he's playing on the board. And in combination with the expressions, I think that tells the full story. I'm just trying to contextualize it. He hasn't played ambitiously in this game. He had an opportunity to keep queens on the board by taking with a pawn earlier. Instead, he took with a knight and then traded the queens off. So I just don't see what he's aiming for. I think quite objectively, Nodirbek has not struggled at all in this game. And Hikaru is the one who's spending a bit of time. So if Hikaru continues to let this drag on, maybe Nodirbek changes his mind. He's like, no longer am I just playing for a draw with Black. I don't care about the mantra that win with White, draw with Black. Hey, why not play on a little bit? There's no real risk.
Yeah, and I'm struggling to find things to say about this position exactly. Right now, Hikaru does play copycat chess. He does bring his king closer to the center. There's one issue in black's position. There's only one real imbalance to speak of right now, and that is this pawn that juts out on b5. Okay, Nodirbek gains space on the king side, but this pawn can be a bit of a target, but as Tania mentioned, if you ever go for it, it can also be a bit of a battering ram, and this would favor black, who will now hold the key to the b file, and any pawn trades, the black rooks will activate. Black is the one who will be capturing, and on his terms. So I'm also not a big fan of this black knight. I'm slightly surprised he didn't just try to move it out the way, try to throw the black c-pawn forward, gain even more space on that flank. But pawn to h5, non-committal. I think we'll see Hikaru continue with his plan. Maybe trade off a set of bishops, maybe move the knight out the way, trade off the rooks. And yes, that's assuming that Hikaru is happy with the draw, but I think this position doesn't lend itself to anything more.
And he decided not to trade the rooks, right? He put that knight back on d2 to interpose the rooks. And so if Hikaru wants to draw, yeah, he can go and just trade off all the pieces. But if he plays on, I like your knight a5 idea for black. I think that you can start trying to push pawns forward, make a little progress, bring your rook to b8 potentially, play this b4 move on your own volition. That bishop on c2, it's on the wrong diagonal. If you could pick it up and move it next to the king and then play a4, suddenly we're talking about some pressure on the queen side. But for now, it feels like only black can perhaps play for a little something, and Hikaru's down almost 3 minutes right now.
Nodirbek's pawn structures, pawn formation is the one that has more mobility, flexibility. He can start looking at expanding on the queen side, getting that knight out of the way, pushing the c-pawn, or as he is doing on the king side as well, with h5, perhaps the g-pawn can start marching down the board and looking at some opening up of lines on the king side as well. Hikaru shuffling around with the king, no clear plan that we can see for white in this position. It's clear that Hikaru would be happy with taking this to the Armageddon, and if it was to get to that stage, is there a favorite given the form that we're seeing by these two players?
Well, the chess gods tend to punish people who play for draws with white, from my experience. Playing for a draw like this, if that's what he's doing, might not be great for his chess karma, Hikaru Nakamura, but yeah, I mean, he's so good. He's turned around his Armageddon luck today. And maybe with this strategy that he's showing in this game, he's backing himself there. He's confident that he would be able to defeat Abdusattorov in the Armageddon.
Well, the best players, they create their own luck. That's what it's always said. And for someone like Hikaru, it's not better lucky than good. It's best lucky and good. And he has been both just here today in the Champions Chess Tour Finals. And for Nodirbek, he's one of the best endgame players. I mean, his age may just be 19, but his experience is quite extensive. You've done videos on this, David, and I feel like Nodirbek has played better than Hikaru in endgames, and he makes this knight a5 move. I don't think that Nodirbek just wants a draw. He's like, let's feel this out a little bit. Hikaru proved that you can hold this.
Wow, Nodirbek getting ambitious. He's not giving a nod to that draw or the Armageddon just yet. We've got Danny in Toronto joining us. Danny, what do you think? What are the chances of this one going down to the wire?
I think the chances are actually pretty high based on the last comments Robert just made, that whether Hikaru wanted a draw or not, I think Nodirbek is confident in the endgame when the queens come off. Everyone's been talking about it. We all love David Howell's video on the young magician in the endgame, but I had to hop in because you guys were spending so much time trying to translate Hikaru's facial expressions again and just say that you guys forgot it was actually Hikaru number 67, which is, I just want to prove Danny wrong, which I predicted Hikaru would win in regulation. So he's just making sure we get to Armageddon no matter what. That was it. That's why it was so hard to translate. So I came to tell you that.
I appreciate it, Danny. You're not just a strong chess player, but a great translator. And well, can you translate the last few moves and the tensions in the playing hall? If Hikaru wanted to draw, he could have traded off the pieces. So what is Hikaru doing here? What's his aim? Did you speak to him at all during the break?
No, we didn't have a chance to catch up. He did catch up with Kaya. Obviously, you saw that interview, and he said he was confident. He said he thought the last game was the best game he had played all tournament, right? That he felt like it was a pretty complete effort to be able to defend a worse position. I think a lot of players feel that way. They almost feel better when they hold a position than they do where they just blow someone off the board. So I'm surprised. What I do know is Hikaru came into the playing hall early. Right, he was more ready than anybody, ready to rock, and that's why I made the joke that I think he heard my prediction that I thought he would win in regulation, and this was not the most ambitious Hikaru we've ever seen with the white pieces. Even though when he first played the anti-Berlin, I was like, okay, no, he doesn't want to draw, because Hikaru could have played the mainline Berlin, right? If he wanted to draw, he didn't. He played D3. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of a little bit surprised by where the game's going.
And Danny, you predicted that he would win in regulation time. If this is a draw, as we predict, and it does go to Armageddon, are you still backing your man?
Yeah, I still think so. I think Hikaru is on the way up. I think Kaya did the motion when she was standing in this exact position, and I agree with her. I think that Hikaru's trajectory is going up. But I'll say this: if I was in Nodirbek's shoes, or if I was his coach, I would say take advantage of this opportunity right here, right now. Hikaru thought playing the white pieces. He thought he was playing with house money. He sort of traded queens, and just look at the eval bar, just slowly but surely. It's not anything, but if I'm Nodirbek, I'm like, look, I might have an opportunity to push here a little bit. I'm not just going to accept Armageddon right now.
And Danny, while this one goes on, tell us what's going on in Toronto right now. Are the other players watching the action? What's the vibe like there?
Yeah, it's funny. It's a bit. I feel like we're all a little subdued from what has been such a long, very dramatic day. I mean, we were hanging out with Fabi and Magnus pillow on the couch. Had my head on the pillow, and then Levy was there, and no one was saying anything. And then Fabi and Levy decided to go do some content, so they're upstairs shooting some video that everyone's going to see over the next few days. I have no idea what they're doing. And Canty's working on his next chessable course. Not sure if I can spoil that, but he's already working on one for C3 Sicilian. And I was all alone, and you guys were talking about the show, and I'm like, I'm gonna go talk to them. I'm just sitting here watching on the couch, so that's why I'm here. So thanks for letting me be here. I was lonely.
Danny, you're on the ground. You're having all the fun. Now you know how we feel in the studio watching you guys just kill it there in Toronto. But this one, this endgame goes on, and we'll keep checking in with you, Danny. Keep us posted on all the drama that's happening there and what the players are getting up to.
All right.
All right. See you later. All right, so this position, Nodirbek, we were talking about perhaps, is he going to try for more in this endgame? The knight has found itself quite ahead. A white picks up the b5 pawn. The c3 pawn will be picked up. Queen side has been cleared off. Is that closer to a draw now?
Yes, is the simple answer. I think he was relying on some tricks, Nodirbek here, because white is vulnerable to checks on the back rank, but white's king does have a safe square. White's pieces on the second rank as well, slightly vulnerable. The problem is white has got active with one key piece, the heaviest piece, the major piece. It is the rook. And I think here, one black check won't be sufficient. White's knight can even drop back and trade off for black's knight. Knight to b1 might well be Hikaru's next move under any circumstances. And this one is fizzling out. It's all about tactics. If there's nothing concrete, which there isn't right now, it's a draw.
And for Nodirbek, if he wanted to play on, he needed pawns on the queen side as well. Here, after the move rook to a2, there is a pin along the second rank here, but the move bishop c5 can exploit the pin on the other king. So there is really a lot of tactics in the air here, and Hikaru, he's shaking his head a little bit, but without material remaining, all the pawns on the same side of the board, it should be equality.
And this line that you're pointing at seems quite forcing. I don't know, David, if you can pull up the analysis board and actually just look into that, because it feels like after the move bishop c5, a few options for the players. How do the trades end up? And we're seeing another move actually.
Yeah, we're seeing another move here. I think Hikaru was slightly afraid of rook takes bishop. Now, he could play rook takes bishop check as well. And when the black king moves, the issue is in this position, if you trade everything off, the white king feels slightly uncomfortable. You've got to be careful where you step. For example, the black knight could come in. This would have been deadly, for example, with a fork. Of course, he avoided all of this, Hikaru Nakamura. Let's catch up with the game. He found a far clearer way to simplify. And here we see everything being traded off. Yes, it's a bishop versus knight imbalance, but ultimately it shouldn't be enough. White can simply step back, defend everything with his rook. And unless you're pinning and winning on the second rank, which I don't think you are, this one should be a draw any moment.
And this is why the presence of pawns on both flanks would have been advantageous for black, because if you could just put a pawn for each side somewhere on the C or B files, black would be better. Bishops do well with long-range pieces. Unfortunately, not enough material remains for black to have any chances. I do think that this is a draw, and yes, it is.
It is. Hikaru Nakamura. It looked like he was a man on a mission, and the mission is get to Armageddon, and it does. This one goes down to the wire. 2 draws. The players immediately have to submit their bids. And it almost feels like Hikaru was ready with what he wanted to bid. Just turns around. He's filling that in. Nodirbek about to give in his bid. Is Hikaru going to stick to strategy to try and get the black pieces?
Well, he's been doing it every single time. It's been his last chance dance all day. And, well, he has his bid ready. I do think he wants black, but Nodirbek has shown that he wants white. So maybe Hikaru will actually have a higher bid than we expect.
Yeah, who knows? And that's hard body language to read, Hikaru. I haven't seen him that devoid of energy in a long time. It has been a marathon day for both of them, but one final push ahead.
And you need some strong mental fortitude to be able to pull through this one. So much on the line and at stake here for the players going into the Armageddon. One of these two, it will be the end of the road for them after the Armageddon. One player will make it to the semi-finals and the race will continue. The pressure, it's maximum right now.
You have your last life, as we see. This is the survival stage. It is 1-1. Fabiano Caruana joined Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals. Wesley will get first pick of his opponent. Will he choose Fabiano or will he choose the winner of this match? We don't know who that winner is because Nodirbek against Nakamura, that's going to overtime.
I'm going to say one more time. Wesley cannot be happy about the fact that he actually has to choose his opponent. It just is so many mind games there to take that into your own hands. I would never be able to take that decision.
Normally it would be great. You pick your opponent, pick your adventure, do what you want. But when you're playing the top players in the world, it's picking your evils, and it's not going to be easy ahead. Wesley's going to be watching this next game with a lot of interest.
We are waiting for the Armageddon as the second one ended in a draw. It was quite a peaceful fight, David, start to finish. What did you think about it?
Yeah, it was an equal fight, but it did feel like Abdusattorov was the one trying to make it happen, make the magic happen on the board, and Hikaru was the one cynically trying to shut things down. I just want to highlight one moment that declared his intentions, and fair play to the youngster, the Uzbek here, for playing on. He could simply have brought his knight into c4. This position would surely fizzle out towards a draw. Too symmetrical and no imbalances, but he tried something. It didn't quite work out. There was nothing in the position to start with, but here, by playing c5, he showed his ambitious intentions, and actually, at least in practical terms, some small advantages for black to hope for. Actually, the moment it was secured as a draw was here, where he played the move knight to a4, pawns disappearing. If he'd wanted to play on for a win, maybe he would have elected bishop to d7, but in the end, it was him putting the pressure on. Hikaru neutralized him.
It was a very equal game, and for Nodirbek, he didn't have a worse position for a single move in that two-game mini-match. He must be feeling pretty good from that standard.
Yeah, he was clearly the one kind of showing better form there, and just with one or two accurate moves in the first game, maybe he'd already be through. So pros and cons for both players.
Wow. Pros and cons for both players, and it comes down to the sudden death, the big, the ultimate Armageddon, and it's between Hikaru Nakamura and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We will be back with more bids, and subscribers, stay with us as we bring you some very cool behind-the-scenes footage.
If you could list your 3 goals that you hope to achieve in 2023.
Magnus Carlsen is looking ahead to yet another year with exciting chess. But first, let's go back to 2022.
I would say on the board it was mostly pretty good. Overall, I think it was one of my better years.
He definitely seemed focused at the board, as the 32-year-old finished the year by winning back the Rapid and Blitz World Championship titles.
Was relief a part of what you felt there, heading into a year where you will give away your classical title?
The timing is perfect. Like if there was one time that I really wanted those titles, it would be now. But yeah, it just gave me joy, and like still when I think about it, it makes me smile. It was a really great moment.
And joy is exactly what the world's best chess player wants more of in 2023.
Just wanna, to play and have fun. And I feel like that's true more than in a long time, especially now that I have these Rapid and Blitz World titles now. I can just relax and have fun. I think I look at it, at least sometimes, a little more philosophically than before. That, if I have a bad event, I have a bad event, then I'll hit back in the next one. Number 1 is win a game with 1b3.
Okay.
And second is to have fun. And the third one is to win a game from -10 position. That's for the tour.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at displate.com.
It's nighttime and it's cold in Toronto, but it's heating up inside the playing arena as the battle is on for the final semi-finalist of the Champions Chess Tour Finals. And it's time for the sudden death between Hikaru and Nodirbek. And Robert, Hikaru has had quite the history with Armageddons this event so far.
It was mostly down, and now it's going up because Hikaru Nakamura has seen himself in 5 Armageddons. He finally got a win with the black pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's a survivor. He's not going to give up. This is the survival stage, and it might be his last Armageddon if he can't get the job done.
I see black as picks by Hikaru Nakamura on this stage. Is he going to try to get the black pieces? Let's find out with Kaya.
The most exciting Armageddon bid so far in the CCT Finals. You guys go ahead and turn your boards. How low will you go? 948 versus 935. Oh, that's close. Nodirbek, you will play with the black pieces. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I feel like I had experience playing with white, so yeah, let's try black.
And white pieces, Hikaru, are you kind of happy with the result here?
Doesn't matter. I've had so many blacks. Whites, it's just Armageddon. Let's see what happens.
So one game to decide who goes through to the semifinals. Are you promising some excitement for the fans right now?
I mean, we'll see. I've played so many games today. At this point, I'll just play moves. That's all I'm thinking about.
Awesome. Best of luck, you guys, in this Armageddon game. Back to the studio.
Oof, Kaya, that was such a close bid. And guys, Hikaru is saying that it doesn't matter he gets white, but I think it does matter. I think he wanted the black pieces.
I think he was surprised by Nodirbek's bid because Nodirbek has shown a tendency to bid a higher number to get white. He bid 14 minutes, 58 seconds against Fabi just to get the white pieces. And here, he got lower than Hikaru. It's a surprise.
Yeah, Nodirbek's decision there was clearly influenced by that final game. We saw that board draw, that kind of game where nothing happened. He maybe sensed that Hikaru wasn't as high on energy, and he says, now, Hikaru, you have to beat me. You have to try and do better than that. And yeah, Nodirbek changing his strategy on the fly. Interesting. Will it work?
Very interesting. And we've got a scenario at our hands that we haven't seen before. Hikaru Nakamura will start the Armageddon with the white pieces, and we've got Danny joining us from Toronto. Danny, what do you make of that? Hikaru with white? How do you think that's going to go?
I'm excited. I mean, I feel like at this point, we would have not have seen everything if Hikaru didn't get white in an Armageddon, right? So now we'll have seen it all. No matter what happens, I'm excited to see it. And Levy, you got something to show us here too?
Yeah. First of all, we're selling the sponsor space right here. So if anybody wants to get, this is genius stuff. We got to get a Coca-Cola.
Actually, a
on
great
here.
idea.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Shout out to production. They had this idea. 9:35. That's a big bid. Hikaru gets to play white, and he's got all this momentum, and he's going to be up 5.5 minutes against you. Do we like the bid? What are we thinking?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think putting Hikaru in the chair to have a must-win is a chair that he hasn't been in yet, right? He's been on the black side of it, but from that perspective, I mean, I don't know that I like my chances there. David and Robert, you were saying you feel like Nodirbek was maybe in slightly better form. I don't even know if I agree with that. I feel like Hikaru's form was phenomenal in the first game. It took really great form to hold that as black, and he basically just had no ambition as white. So I also noticed something in that interview. Hikaru had a little bit of that I literally don't care vibe, which I actually think is where he's better. So the fact that he's a little bit like whatever makes me think he's even more dangerous right now.
Yeah, he didn't seem stressed at all.
Yeah.
He was like smiling. This is the last game of the day, period, for both. But it's I mean, one of them has to win. One of them's leaving the tournament. So
yeah,
he was in surprisingly good and not like overly focused spirits.
Maybe he literally doesn't care. We don't know. I guess we're going to find out.
We will find out. I'm going to disagree with you guys. I think Hikaru cares a lot about what's happening. And with the bid that we saw, I don't think he's too happy that he ended up with the white pieces. But we will find out, guys. We'll see you in some time. A big Armageddon coming up there. Nodirbek, he's going to start with black. And he needs only a draw to get into the semifinals. How is he going to try to keep things solid on the board?
Well, Nodirbek landed the first surprise with his bid. But Hikaru's been surprising people all event with his opening choices. I don't even know what to tell you that Hikaru will play. Normally, people stick to a narrower repertoire. Hikaru's throwing out everything under the sun.
Yeah, and we talked about Hikaru. Yes, he hasn't played white in an Armageddon, but today he's had two pretty much must-win situations with white. First against Lazavik, where he needed to land the first punch in the first match of the day. And then against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where he lost with black, needed to win with white and demand. He did achieve it. So today, of all days, it feels like the perfect time to get those white pieces, to get the extra time. And if he can keep that going, rediscover his earlier energy, yeah, he might be loving those extra minutes.
Big fight coming up. And in terms of opening approach, which is so important in these Armageddons, to try to get your opponent to think early on, burn the clock, what can we expect from these two?
Well, I've never seen Nodirbek invest that much time in the opening. It feels like he's always confident, well-prepared. He just feels like he's in rhythm. So for Hikaru, it's one of those weird balancing acts. How do I pressure him on the clock, but also make sure that I keep things going on the board and not take too many risks? Nodirbek punished MVL earlier today. It feels like forever ago. He crushed him with black. He checkmated him, so he can win with the black pieces.
Yeah, he can certainly win with the black pieces. That's why Hikaru's opening choice is the most important thing right now. If Hikaru plays anything like we saw in that last game, if he plays anything predictable, I think Nodirbek will land a flurry of quick moves and might be the favorite. But if Hikaru can surprise, launch another surprise, maybe a Mimi opening, then anything can happen.
Will we see a Mimi opening by Hikaru? We'll find out in just a few moments. Let's take a look at our bracket, because this is the match that decides our fourth semi-finalist. Wesley So, Magnus, Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana are already in. Whoever wins this Armageddon goes through is the fourth player, and Wesley So will pick between the winner of this match and Fabiano Caruana to challenge in the semi-finals. We will get to that later today. But right now, this is the battle. It really looked like Hikaru, his approach in the second rapid game, that this is where he wanted to be. This is the match that he was hoping for. Does that mean advantage Hikaru? He gets what he wanted?
Well, I do appreciate what Danny said, how that tough defense is often worth more than even winning a game where someone makes some huge mistakes. So Hikaru, he's been able to dig deep. He's been winning all day today. He had a bad event overall, it would seem, but he's won all day.
Yeah, and remember, it is Hikaru. He wins 40 games in a row, 45 games in a row. He just needs to win this one right now.
Now, they've had two draws. You can run, but you can't hide from a decisive result in this format. And it is go time, handshakes, and we are off.
It's a King's Pawn opening. It's E45 yet again. Which variation is Hikaru going to go for? Again, this slower system with pawn to D3. And It's much more aggressive this time. He throws the pawn forward 2 squares. White controls the center, a bind. All pieces guaranteed to remain on the board for a while now. And I'm liking the approach here, Robert.
I played this from the black side growing up, as I mentioned earlier, and I always hated playing against this particular move order from white because you've got this clamp, this bind. We talked about the Marozzi bind against the Sicilian defense. Here, the c4 and e4 pawns make sure that black can't lash out with d5. And so that light square bishop for black, it's not going to have the easiest home, but I kind of like what Nodirbek just did. He threw his knight forward, and he actually put the question to Hikaru.
Yeah, he's trying to force the issue. Normally, when you want to play for a draw, when you don't have time, you want to actually make things more concrete, more tactical. Then it's easier to calculate. You don't want that tension, difficult strategic decisions on every turn. He's saying, trade my knight or don't trade my knight. Either way, my next couple of moves are going to be obvious. And he's blocking up a square that white maybe wanted to use for his own pawns. Interesting decision. Definitely Nakamura, the first one to think here.
I would take that knight. I enjoy giving my opponent double pawns, and clearly Hikaru feels the same way in these kind of time controls. Because double pawns, they're frustrating. You have to handle them in the middle game, but then the end game, those are bad because it can't help you create a pass pawn. But right now, Nodirbek challenges that knight in the center. Hikaru's spending more time thus far than Nodirbek.
It's a double pawn, and it also gives Hikaru the majority on the king side to get more flexibility to get the pawns rolling, right? Like the f pawn can arrive on f4. Eventually, the g pawn can start marching down the board. So even though you've traded out one set of minor pieces, you've caused an imbalance in the pawn structure. And for the player who's playing for the win in a must-win situation, that's a good outcome.
That's a good outcome, but normally you want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. Here, it's a dilemma to trade the remaining set of knights or to keep them on the board. He takes them off, and he could have retreated, but that would have cost some time. Now it's purely about bishops. It's purely about those pawn pushes you mentioned, Tanya, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of moves, Hikaru starts motoring forward on the side he's stronger.
Ooh.
He actually pushes on the queen side instead.
That was
gaining space.
Super surprising to me. He's gaining space, but that's the side where black kind of has 5 against 4 pawn advantage, and f pawn push, that seemed the most logical. But it's a good type of move to distract your opponent, not in terms of anything untoward, but now Nodirbek's there, like, what is he actually aiming for? And Nodirbek shuts that down quickly. So great reaction to a decision that was a little unclear.
Yeah, it's slightly simplified now, this equation, this position even, and I don't like it from Hikaru. I think maybe keeping the knights on, actually, just adding a little bit of extra spice for later on would have been my preference at least. But Hikaru, he's extremely good here. He's extremely good in general when it comes to deciding pawn structures, knowing when to stabilize, when to switch the pace. And it's about whether Abdusattorov can maintain this tension. He actually flinches first and captures pawn structure changing, evolving on every single move.
Because that pawn on d4, it's a double pawn, but it's about to be a pass pawn. Hikaru has no choice but to give up the pawn in front of it. And look at that, queen h4. Is there a sacrifice on h3 in some of these positions that Hikaru has to keep an eye out for?
Yeah, watch out, because if the white king is stripped of its shelter, there might be perpetual checks, there might be draws which would favor black. But the speed with which he played that one, Abdusattorov, just you could see the emphasis he put on that move. It just scares the opponent at the very minimum.
So impressive by Nodirbek right now, and it's the potential threats on the king side that you're pointing out. But also combine that with that central d pawn, which can be defended by its best friend, like you say, Robert, the c pawn moving one step ahead, c5. The d pawn, when it moves forward, the bishop will open up, and I see the eval bar says everything is fine, it's all level. I'm starting to like black's position just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Engine is as well.
Mm-hmm. Pawn to c5. I think you should play it. Lock out this bishop before it's too late. And not only that, but I think his intentions by putting his queen on h4 might even be to attack on the king side later. Watch out for f5, pushing that pawn, maybe even g5, g4, playing on this flank. Nodirbek, he's locked down the position. Essentially, this is a weak pawn, rendering this bishop passive on b3, and white is therefore playing down a piece. Wow, he plays f5 first. I'm slightly surprised by this one, because now c5 brings this bishop back to life. Renewed energy suddenly. And wow, a big opportunity for Nakamura. I think a bit of haste there, a bit more patience would have given black a dream position instead.
My PE teacher growing up always said haste makes waste, and this seems like a wasted opportunity because f5, you're lashing out, but it may be too soon. That c5 response is a great one for Hikaru. If black had played c5 instead, I didn't see an active plan for Hikaru, who needs a win. Let's remind everybody, a draw, it allows Nodirbek Abdusattorov to sail through to the semis, and c5's on the board. But Nodirbek, he expected all this.
Yeah, he expected all of this, but suddenly it's really irrational, the pawn structure. Also, ideas of simply taking a pawn, establishing a passer. He plays f4, Nakamura, f for forward again, and he's happily allowing a trade of pawns in the center because white's rook is getting active. It's creeping in. So many weaknesses for black suddenly. This is turning. Nakamura should be thrilled by the developments here.
Absolutely. I really like the idea of Nodirbek stopping all the play with his own c-pawn moving forward. And now, again, it's a game where Hikaru can suddenly start fighting for advantage. And look at that. The eval bar keeps moving in his favor after that last move. It's hits the rook, allowing white's rook to step forward to e6, targeting the c6 weakness.
I think Nodirbek Abdusattorov likes to solve positional problems in tactical ways. There are a number of top players who do this. If that rook steps forward, he might push his g-pawn. He may be going forward the white king. That c6 pawn, it's vulnerable, but maybe you give it up to just go for the attack.
I think, Robert, you're forgetting that this is an Armageddon. White has to play for a win here.
Yeah, but
g5, that's crazy.
But that's the thing. The position may already call for it. If you sit passively and defend, that may not actually increase your chances to survive. Throwing pawns forward, going after the white king, that actually may be giving black a better chance because there are threats against the white king.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to play for a draw, Abdusattorov. If you don't know how to play for a draw, if you don't want to play solid, why not play aggressively? And I love your move, Robert. As you mentioned, playing passively, defending this pawn, this would only give white time to bring this rook into action. And once it starts swinging over, no more attack. The white king, super safe for eternity. And one-sided traffic. Too many weaknesses. Long-term, white will simply win. So go on the attack. It might be now or never for Abdusattorov. And this pawn push, it is a poison pawn as well because of this doubled attack, this bishop loose. And he goes for it.
Wow, Abdusattorov is not backing down. He needs only a draw, but he's going all out for the attack. Now, these guys, of course, don't have the eval bar like we do. How do you think he's evaluating, Nodirbek is evaluating this position?
The proper evaluation is messy. It's looking very unclear. It's dynamic chances for black, but a positional, I don't even want to say advantage, almost positionally winning for white. The double pawns are bad in the center. The c6 pawn is weak. The a6 pawn can be targeted, but g5, it's really a great idea to throw a wrench in the position. Not Danny, I see you there, buddy, but just to cause chaos. And I think Nodirbek, he can be that agent of chaos that Gotham City fears.
Smoothly done, Robert. Love it.
Loving the name drops. Kanti feels left out though now. And Nakamura, he needs to adapt to this new landscape. He needs to suddenly adjust, defend potentially for a few moves. If white does defend, long term, he is winning. So he's wisely investing his time. That being said, the time difference that was around 6 minutes to start with is now down to only 3. Such speedy actions there from Abdusattorov. I'm expecting Nakamura, with haste, to bring his rook in the corner over to defend its king.
But even if he was to slide that rook, he does end up losing the f4 pawn. And what's the idea then? Is white just aiming at picking up the queenside pawns in return? One thing is clear, right? White can't really open up the f line. You take on g5, you can't allow the queen to jump in with the check on f2. Hikaru, he's really thinking a lot here because rook f1, the move that you're pointing out, seems like the obvious choice, but perhaps what's the follow-up after pawn into pawn?
It's such a good question because even following it up with the rook takes pawn on c6, I think in many of these positions, black can slide a rook to e8 and start taking over this open file. And perhaps this is the wrong moment for it, but the point is that black is bringing another aggressive piece into the attack. I am curious what the better move was rather than rook to e8, but in some of the other positions, rook e8 may be the move that satisfies black's chances.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the human approach. Who cares if the eval bar says it's winning for white? Humans will not defend this one cold-bloodedly. And he does bring his rook across to e1 instead. I was going to say pawn pushes, maybe d3, open up this bishop's route into d4, maybe f3, blow open the king side. Instead, Nakamura just tries to block everything up. Look at this, blocked on a dark square. For now, blocked on a dark square, although maybe he should throw this pawn off the board right now. And this one is still chaotic. Nodirbek, ooh, I'm not sure about this shift in gears, rook to f6. Maybe it was time to throw this pawn off the board, threaten to bring this bishop in with some checks. If the white queen had taken, throw the other pawn off the board as well. And now white's king is in serious trouble. But instead, trading pieces when you're down long-term strategically, who cares if you're up a pawn for now? Too many weaknesses. I don't like this last move.
I don't like it either. And for Hikaru, he has a couple choices. He can just trade on the spot, or he can give a back rank check. The black king is caught in the corner. Black's rook can still backtrack, and it probably will, to f8. But advantage Hikaru. I mean, he isn't up that much time anymore, but his position does seem to be improving.
If Nodirbek does fall back with the rook, Hikaru can trade on the a8 square, forcing Nodirbek's only remaining rook to quite a passive position, and then he can start activating the other rook, the other remaining rook, to take the spot on e6, targeting the queenside pawns. Nodirbek thinking now, is there anything else to think about? Is there an alternative to actually falling back?
I think you have to, Tanya. It's not a nice move. You're basically accepting as well that you've lost a bit of time. The rook just came from f8. Hardest thing as a human is to retreat, admit you've made a bit of a mistake. I think he might have underestimated this one, Nodirbek. He was assuming the rooks will be traded on his own terms, but yeah, rooks coming off, queens coming off, that would only help white.
You're caught between a rock and a hard place, because if you trade off all the rooks, you think, oh, my position looks pretty bad because the end games will all be terrible for me. So he does go rook f8 to not trade all the rooks off. But if you keep a rook on the board after you're going to trade on a8, a white rook would still land on e6 to be active.
But now, this is Nodirbek's opportunity, and he decides not to go with rook f6. I think he didn't like the outcome of that. Obviously, Hikaru would have never repeated, but instead he goes with rook to c8. I think d3 has to happen. You have to push the d-pawn. You have to activate your dark squared bishop. He does it.
He does it before it's too late. I'm really surprised, I must admit, Hikaru Nakamura repeating the position once. A draw, of course, doesn't suit him. He wouldn't have repeated a third time, but I don't know, maybe he was just trying to play mind games. He could have just played objectively there. Rook takes rook in the corner looks so natural. And suddenly it's a bit more messy with all these rooks remaining. It should be time sooner or later for white's king to shuffle into the corner. But suddenly the black bishop unleashed.
Do you think that Hikaru was automatically expecting Nodirbek to repeat with rook to f6 in that position?
I guess so, because all Nodirbek needs is a draw, but this moment here is a big one, because that king h1 move is quite clever. No longer does bishop d4 come with check, which makes it less tempting. It still might be a good move, but instead he sides in with queen g3. I love it. Such a good decision. If the queens get traded, that white king is now the one that's stuck in the corner. There could be back rank checkmating ideas that save black, because otherwise that c6 pawn is quite tender.
Yeah, beautiful move. And actually, Nodirbek will not take the white queen. He wants to force white to take on his terms because, as you mentioned, Robert, this king is now caged forever. Simply no way out. The pawn on g3 holds the key to that king's escape and always going to be threats against it long term. So right now, I think both sides will just keep their queens on these squares forever and try to just nudge the other one, say, please take me, please take me. And Hikaru's doing it on his terms. Rook to f1. Do not take the queens if you're Nodirbek, because suddenly this pawn is loose, this pawn is loose, this pawn is loose, and these weaknesses will come back to haunt black.
Can he trade queens, though, and then put a rook on e8? Like, can he just say, all right, you're going to take one of my pawns, you can't take both at the same time. And as long as I control this open file, I'm going to have some good chances. He actually does it with the queens on the board. So, David, you were correct. Keeping the queen on the square, trade on your own terms, that's what Nodirbek's going for. And if you take that c6 pawn, a rook may land on e2, and suddenly it's white that's in huge trouble.
Yeah, suddenly he'll regret not capturing this pawn earlier when he had the opportunity, Hikaru, and the clock's really ticking down now. This is getting dramatic on the board. As you mentioned, Robert, this e-file is priceless right now. It's the hottest commodity in town. The black rook, if it gets in, could be disaster for white.
Every move in chess has its own set of consequences. Hikaru moves one of the rooks from the e-file, and immediately Nodirbek uses the opportunity to trade off a set of rooks. He does give up the f4 pawn, but that d pawn is just so strong on the board to me. Despite the eval bar again staying level, I'm starting to like black's chances here.
Black is definitely better. In fact, if you trade queens, it's not even just about the d pawn anymore. Bishop c3 at the end. That bishop has been stationed near the black king as the defender. Now it's going to go into the offensive mode and go to c3. The b4 pawn is loose after that c5 is dropping, and if you do nothing, the d pawn then can push successfully, and white will have to sacrifice a piece.
Wow, he has to play rook takes pawn here, giving up his pride and joy, the b pawn. Suddenly, Hikaru's earlier move, a4, looks just a bit foolish. This is weak, this pawn, and yeah, I think this is almost guaranteed to be safe for black. Key moment, he needs to just trade queens. Maybe he's looking for the attack here, Nodirbek. Maybe he wants to drop his queen back, keep the tension. But yeah, if he takes queens, he should be safe. He should have enough time to make this draw. He does it. Queen's off the board.
A very practical decision here. Nodirbek needing only a draw. He does go in with the line. Great call by Robert there. Jumps in with the bishop. He's going to trade that d pawn for a very key b pawn, which would have given Hikaru counterplay had he managed to get b5 in. So Nodirbek just kills all of those ideas on the queen side.
And Hikaru winced. I think he missed this move from a distance. Once you get to the position, you're like, oh, bishop c3, that's there. The b4 pawn is loose. But from far away, that move seemed impossible because the black king did have so many white pieces around it. Now this looks like, with material whittling down, Hikaru's time, it's more than Nodirbek's by 2 minutes, but Nodirbek has plenty of time to reach move 60, where they get 1 second increment.
Yeah, it all started going wrong for Hikaru when he retreated, when he tried to repeat the position once. Surely he would have known that taking in the corner, making full use of his opponent's mistake would have given him better chances, but he was trying to play mind games when it was unnecessary, and Nodirbek never gives into mind games. He's so confident, just undaunted forever, and okay, now he's trying to cut off the black king's advance, but look at that black d-pawn ready to pounce. Look at the white c-pawn disappearing. Black is better.
And we've spoken about this, Nodirbek's mental fortitude. He doesn't let a player get into his head, and it could come down to that defining moment where Hikaru just thought that Nodirbek is going to repeat automatically, needing only a draw, but immediately declining that, and since then it's been momentum. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Hikaru is in big trouble. He has to win this game, and the only way I think he can do that is the clock right now.
But 3 minutes and 36 seconds. They're already on move 36, and some of these moves are going to be quite easy. Bishop takes c5 for black is almost pre-movable. The d-pawn can go up the board, and it's not like there's a checkmating attack where you actually have to calculate. I feel like this is actually pretty easy by Super GM standards for Nodirbek at this stage.
Yeah, and look at the body language. He was bobbing his head. Normally we see that from Hikaru. This time it was from Nodirbek, and he was doing a bit of a flex, a bit of a stretch there. He's feeling confident. He's getting ready, actually, for the scramble when it becomes thick and fast, and he has to move quickly. I don't even know how to hustle here for Hikaru. Maybe give a check with the bishop, maybe advance the king, throw white's kingside pawns forward, but it looks forlorn here.
I think Canty needs a new line of merch. Instead of COE, calculation over everything, EOE, endgames over everything, because that's where Nodirbek Abdusattorov thrives. Again and again, we see him play these fine technical endgames. He almost beat Hikaru in the first game of the match. He beat him in their previous Armageddon. Tanya, right now, it's all Nodirbek.
And you can see it on Hikaru. And look at the confidence with which Nodirbek is busting out those moves. And Hikaru is just not able to play those mind games, those psychological battles. And now it's just been fizzled out into a pawn-up endgame for Nodirbek, a rook-pawn endgame. This has to finish in Nodirbek's favor. Hikaru on the brink of elimination.
Even if you throw away black's a-pawn, even if you throw away black's d-pawn, still an elementary draw.
And he's giving up. Hikaru is almost giving up.
He's exasperated him. He's been going at this all day today. He's been on that last life, and Nodirbek may be the person who puts the dagger in him because nobody else has been able to.
And here we go. Black getting the rook out of the way, ready to advance pawns. Hikaru is asking questions of the black king, forcing Nodirbek to spend a bit of time. The white king has to start advancing. Okay, now pushing this pawn. Even if black just goes passive, brings the rook to the back rank. No way through. There we go. This is guaranteed to be safe now for Nodirbek. Even without his two pawns, the A and D pawns, it's a dead draw.
But he has them, so he can put his rook behind one of them, and then one gets lost, you put your rook behind the other. The king for white will have to sit passively. This is a very easy draw for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That means Hikaru Nakamura is about to be eliminated from the field.
It looks like these are the last few moves and the last few moments of Hikaru Nakamura in the Champions Chess Tour Finals in Toronto. And Nodirbek, he gets that rook behind the pawn. He can give up both the A and the D pawn as the black king marches towards white's pawns. Hikaru Nakamura, there's nothing to be done. He is trying. He gets the rook in. He wants to try and threaten a check on g7. But even if you grab the 8-7 pawn, it's not going to be enough. Nodirbek doesn't even allow that. The rooks are going to be traded because the g4 pawn is hanging. This is a draw coming up. And the final hope for Hikaru goes away with that g4 pawn falling off the board.
Yeah, not much more to be said. Nodirbek's defended perfectly. He's guided this game safely towards a draw. Yeah, this one is pretty much over. Flagging is the only way. But look at the time. He still has 2.5 minutes, Abdusattorov. We've just passed move 60. Zero chance. We'll see king versus king. Nakamura is out.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he does it. He goes through to the semi-finals in the Armageddon, taking down world number 3, Hikaru Nakamura. What a performance by the 19-year-old Uzbek phenom. And he's the one who'll be fighting it out in the Champions Chess Tour, continuing his battle there. Hikaru, he really fought hard today, and it all came down to this one.
Yeah, Hikaru is the heart of a lion. I mean, the fact that he was even at this point today is a miracle, but it's a miracle of his own doing. And the kid from Uzbekistan, he is a national hero. He's won them Olympic gold medals, and now he remains in this tournament, beating Hikaru after losing earlier to Fabiano Caruana. Enough cannot be said of him. The future is bright. The present may also be quite bright. There's a lot of money at stake for him. He is surviving and advancing.
What a game, what a performance, what an Armageddon. Few would have bet David against Hikaru in an Armageddon. Seeing his performance today, seeing him come back in those matches earlier on, and Nodirbek gets the job done. What impressed you the most about this game?
So many impressive things. Nodirbek's speed, his aggression, even in a situation where a draw suited him. He actually did have a bit of a shaky patch in the middle of that game, but once he got a chance, he pounced on it. And I just want to highlight the one missed opportunity for Hikaru Nakamura. I think a bad psychological decision in the end, in what was a difficult position, of course, but it was here. Nodirbek, the only small mistake in the whole game, rook to f6, did allow a check, and here Nakamura, instead of pouncing and capitalizing on this opportunity, trading off the rooks in the corner and then lifting his remaining rook into the game, winning potentially this c6 pawn with a good long-term advantage, he dropped back. He repeated the position back where he came from, allowing Abdusattorov to correct his mistake. No more rook f6, no more mistaken move there. Rook to c8 instead, and it was here. Pawn to d3, really powerful, unleashing the black bishop, and then this move, queen to g3, closing the cage around the white king and ultimately securing a level position.
Every single move with purpose from Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He did not give Hikaru that second chance. And for Hikaru, it was tough because trading pieces when you need a win, that's a difficult decision to make. He made the wrong one, and Nodirbek, he made him pay.
Incredibly impressive chess by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Just going for the most dynamic options, the most combative play in an Armageddon where he needs only a draw. He was not going for any kind of solid situations. Always a difficult call, and now it's going to be a difficult call for Wesley So, who is in pole position going into the semifinals, and he has to pick between Fabi and Nodirbek. And at the start of this Armageddon, we spoke about this, and you said if Nodirbek makes it through, Wesley will perhaps go for Nodirbek. But after that crushing Armageddon, the style that Nodirbek has shown, how easy is this decision for Wesley?
Well, Wesley was undefeated until he played a certain somebody, and that somebody was Fabiano Caruana. So if you're Wesley So, you don't really want to pick. You're choosing between two difficult options, but you pick the kid. You pick Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You say, my experience should pay off, and he's probably pretty tired after that very long and challenging Armageddon that we just saw.
Yeah, it feels like Wesley So, he's in a chess position now with two possible moves. Either he picks a move he knows very well, Fabiano Caruana, but he knows it might lead to complications, or he just takes a stab into the dark, into the unknown, and picks Abdusattorov. I mean, at this point, everyone's just super strong. Everyone's bang in form, and for Wesley, I don't envy his choice at all.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you, David. I think the happy guy here is Magnus Carlsen. He says, I don't have to do anything. I'm just waiting for my opponent. I will play whoever comes on. But for Wesley, there is a big decision. But right now, the man of the moment, it is Nodirbek. What a game. What a finish by him. And he is with Danny at the desk in Toronto.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. Like you said, the man of the moment, and he is with us here at the desk. Nodirbek Abdusattorov gets the job done in Armageddon fashion. I want to just throw to the conversation you and I were having before we were here. You played rook f6.
Yeah.
Take us into your emotions there. You knew it was a mistake. You must have been nervous, and then Hikaru gave you that second chance, and you didn't repeat it. Take us just through how you were feeling in that moment and how big the nerves were there.
Yeah, in general, I tried to play very aggressively against Hikaru specifically because, you know, he doesn't like to defend. I think, you know, especially in Armageddon, you know, it's hard to defend. So I needed to you know, just attack him. So yeah, it worked out well. And yeah, playing rook f6, I didn't like my position after rook e8, rook f8, and of course he should have traded the rook e8, and I think rook e6 was strong, and yeah, I think white was better there. But after he played rook e6, no, I didn't make same mistake. So played rook c8.
I have a question for you. How much of the decision to play black in the Armageddon was about the fact that you wanted to play black because you just played white against Fabiano, and how much of it was also taking black away from Hikaru, which is like his main weapon in Armageddon?
Yeah.
Was it mostly about you, or was it a little bit also about
No, mostly about, of course, me, because when I played against him with white, I didn't get any advantage out of opening with white. So, it was a miracle to win that end game. So, I just reconsidered my decision and chose black pieces. I mean, I beat 935, which is low for me.
We were a little scared.
Yeah.
But you got the job done.
Got the job done, man. So you lost the first 2 matches and then soared all the way through. What has been working the best for you, especially against this strong field? Also psychology a little bit there. You lost the 2 matches, made it all the way through here. What's actually working the best?
Yeah, actually, in the first day, it was a tough day because although I played decent chess, it wasn't enough to score a point. I lost to Alireza and I made 2 draws with Magnus and had to Armageddon. There I didn't have much of a chance. So yeah, I felt like I have to get into shape and just refresh my mind.
Very good.
Regardless of what happens from here, you're in the semifinals, but you just beat Hikaru Nakamura for the 2nd time here in Toronto. And you and I were talking about the fact that you grew up on chess.com. You were 9 years old watching the legend. How much is that a big part of what you feel right now? Beating someone who you grew up watching just beat everybody in front of you. So how much do you need to keep your nerves together when you're going against someone like that?
Yeah, it's definitely definitely tough because Hikaru is a especially emotional player. I mean, I can't keep my impressions with me because it's very different playing against Hikaru for me. So yeah, I tried my best.
Well, you tried your best, and the best possible result happened, man. You should be feeling great. I know you got a lot more chess ahead here, and I know you're not done. But congratulations on what was an incredible performance, an incredible day. And we're now going to throw it over to Kaya, who's catching up with Hikaru Nakamura.
All right, Hikaru Nakamura is here. He is now knocked out of the tournament. How will you sum up this day, Hikaru?
Yeah, I mean, it's better than I expected from the start. I mean, ultimately it came down to one critical game, and I mean, my bid was bad, clearly, and I didn't get what I wanted out of the opening, so yeah, that's how it goes. Maybe I had some chance in the middle game to trade rooks on a8 and play on, but I think always he had too much counterplay with his d3, queen g3, and all these other ideas, so yeah, maybe I could have done something a little bit better, but overall I don't think it was ever really there, so that's just how it goes.
Fans super disappointed to see you knocked out. How do you feel about it?
I mean, it came down to Armageddon. I mean, obviously I lost the match, so whatever I say, people will take it very negatively. But I mean, I just don't think the format's very good. I think the notion that you have matches decided after 2 games on an Armageddon, where it really, I mean, for lack of a better way of putting it, as a coin flip, I just don't like. And it doesn't matter whether it's my match or other matches. I just feel like considering the amount of prize money that there is, there should be more games. There should be something a little bit different. So, yeah, that's what it is. But as I said, I mean, considering how poorly I played every day except today, I'm not going to be super unhappy about the result.
And obviously coming into the tournament as one of the big favorites, struggling the first few days here, do you take some pride in sort of the mental resilience to come back with a much better day today?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think that I played very, very badly. I mean, maybe the results weren't as bad as the play, but I missed a lot of basic concepts and tactics throughout the first couple of days. Even today, I think I missed some things like against MVL, but I think it's a good sign that even when I'm not playing very well, I still had a pretty decent result. I mean, I know you can say I'm a big favorite, but I don't think anybody is a big favorite simply because of the limited amount of games. I think there's going to be a lot of variance. I mean, even for Magnus, for example, I know it was in the preliminary, but I mean, he played Wesley, drew 2 games, and just he didn't win the Armageddon game, or he lost the Armageddon game, I think it was, and just like that, I mean, that's why Magnus lost. So, I mean, with so few games, there's a lot of variance. I mean, I don't think anybody's a big favorite, but still, I do expect Magnus to win if he plays well.
Now, What does the nearest future hold for you now? What are your plans going forwards the next few weeks?
No real plans. I'll be going home. I'll be spending time with my family. Unlike some of the other players, I'm not going to Uzbekistan for the World Rapid and Blitz. So probably relax with my family for a bit, and then I have something in February in Bundesliga, and then candidates in April. But pretty much go back to the regular routine, just streaming, doing all the usual stuff, and it's not that big of a deal. Life's good.
And before the tournament, you did say that you wanted to sort of check out Toronto before the candidates to check out restaurants, other stuff. Have you been able to do all of that?
Not so much. I mean, it's been very cold, and considering I'm from Florida, I'm not really enjoying the weather that much. But I think that at the end of the day, I have some idea of the area and where I want to be for the candidates. So I feel pretty good. And as I said, after what happened in this event, the first couple of days, I mean, finishing in fifth or something, when I very easily could have been seventh or eighth. I mean, really probably should have been. I'm not going to complain. And so it'll be exciting to watch what happens in the final couple of matches.
4 players left. What do you predict for the CCT Finals now?
Well, I mean, I think it's still the same format, right? 2 games on Armageddon.
So tomorrow will be best out of 4 games, possible Armageddon.
Oh, they changed the format. Okay, so now they changed it to 4.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I think best of 4 gives Magnus a big advantage over everybody else. I think best of 2, I actually would give Wesley pretty good chances, I think. But best of 4, I think Magnus has to be the big favorite, just because if he plays the quality chess that he usually does, or 4 games, I mean, it'd be very surprising if anybody can hold him to 4 draws. So Magnus is the favorite, but I mean, if I have to root for somebody, I'm going to be rooting for Wesley.
Okay. Hikaru, thank you for the entertainment and for sharing your thoughts.
Sure, no problem.
Hikaru Nakamura, I know the fans are disappointed. He is knocked out. Back to the studio.
And the fans will miss Hikaru Nakamura for sure. And as you can see right there, Abdusattorov sends home the most viewed chess streamer on the planet. And we still have some big things to figure out, though, at the end of this very long, very exciting survival stage day. We still don't know who's going to play who in the semifinals, as we do now extend the matches to 4-game matches versus 2. And the guy who has everyone's fate in his hands, I guess, if you will, is now with us. Wesley, so
yeah. Wait.
Before you even say who you're playing, what did you think of the match we just saw there between Hikaru and Nodirbek?
I think Gotham the most viewed streamer on the planet.
YouTuber, streamer.
YouTuber and streamers are
stream,
different.
No, I think it's definitely Hikaru.
Sure. Well,
until you start.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm an Anish quit, right? Well, I was very impressed by the fact that Hikaru came back from behind. Obviously, he didn't have the very good first 3 days.
Yeah.
But he had to win all 3 matches today, and he very nearly made it. So I'm very impressed by the fighting spirit to come back. It's very difficult, but he seems to be in good spirits, and I'm sure he'll bounce back very strongly.
Yeah.
I was watching all the Armageddon games.
Yeah.
So very, very impressive stuff.
Well, we want to get more thoughts from you, but we also want to dive right into the big question. And so it's time for you to choose your opponent, Fabiano Caruana or Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Who are you playing?
I want to pick Magnus.
Oh, you're picking Magnus?
Picking Magnus. You see that?
No, I'm just kidding.
Can you do that? Can you do that?
I'm just
First
kidding.
of all, check the rules. Can Wesley pick Magnus? Can Wesley pick Magnus? If he can, let's make it happen. No.
No, I'm just kidding. No, okay. It's not that rules, man.
Okay. Well, who do you have?
Well, it's a very tough decision. Obviously, there are no easy opponents, but you don't really want to play against the number 1 or the number 2 player in the world in the semifinals.
Yeah.
So I'm picking my boy Nodirbek.
Yeah.
He's really a dangerous opponent. I've been watching him. He's very aggressive, very tactical. He's a great fighter, and he's very tricky. But between him and Fabiano, I have to choose him.
Got it.
That makes sense. I mean, it was binary, right? It was one or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 0 or 1.
Or Magnus, apparently.
Or Magnus. We got to check the rule book and if that's legally binding. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. How's your experience? Like, what is the emotion that you get when you're experienced playing against Nodirbek? Have you played him mostly online because of just the last few years?
Yeah, actually, we were teammates in the recently World Rapid team in Dusseldorf, organized by Vadim and sponsored by Vadim Rosenstein, WR Master. So we were in the same team. So we actually did the training camp before that. So we did some training in person. We played a lot of blitz games. We also played a lot of practice games in person. And
I'm just going to jump in there for a second, because that is really interesting, because now in modern times we're doing a lot more team chess events. It's good and bad for you guys, because it's fun because you get to play on a team, which is fun for the fans, but it's a little bit dangerous, right? Because you play a lot of training games, right, which are not official. Now you have to play Nodirbek in a semi-final here. So do you like it or do you dislike it? Because I feel like chess used to be a lot more secretive.
Yeah, I love it. It's I think it's one unfortunate thing personally that chess is very individualistic. It seems like you're super isolated all the time, but if you look at any other sport, maybe except tennis or something, it's usually a team sport. So I grow a lot when I work with other players. You know, I adopt their ideas. You know, I get views and stuff. So I much prefer in a team. I would prefer it actually if every single tournament was a team event over an individual event.
I'm gonna put you on the spot here, Wesley. Who's up in that? So you played a lot of games, Blitz, Rapid. Who's up? Are you up or is he up? Who's the score? Yeah.
No one's counting. No one's counting. But I think I'm doing pretty well recently. Like I beat him yesterday, and also we played in Berlin. I managed to beat him also there.
Okay.
But it's I think we also played online. I don't remember who won. But it's definitely better than my results against Fabiano. So that's one thing for sure. Also, I'm very excited to see a C versus C match. You know.
Okay.
One thing I look forward to. So nice. I can't deny them that.
We're all looking forward.
Well, you couldn't hear the end of Hikaru's interview, but he said he thought that now that the matches moved to 4-game matches, he thinks Magnus is maybe even more of a favorite. But if he had to root for someone, he said he's rooting for you. So your thoughts quickly on both those comments. The longer format makes Magnus more of a favorite, and your thoughts on Hikaru rooting for you.
No, it's completely correct, and that's very kind of him to say. But you know why he said that? I was like literally 2 feet away. I was watching him.
Oh, okay.
So
scripted.
He had no choice.
He had no choice.
I was watching. I was in line.
I stand next to Hikaru all the time. That doesn't make him say nice things about me. So I don't know what you have going for you. But okay, that's good.
He seems to be in a good mood. I'm very happy that, you know, even though he didn't make it today, at least he still finished tied for 5th, 6th.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's a very impressive player. Like, I'm very impressed by the way he played in Norway. Also in Isle of Man, and this tournament's just not for him. But I think he's completely right. Like, that's one of the reasons why I took draw against Magnus with the white pieces yesterday, because the more games you play, I think the more chances the stronger player has to outplay you. But also, compared to last year, now the format's a bit different, because what happens the first day doesn't carry over. Yeah. So you can lose 3-0 and then it's okay.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Wesley.
But it's Fabi's problem, not mine.
It's Fabi's problem, not your problem. At least right now against Magnus, you got a problem named Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So, all right. Thank you so much, Wesley.
Thank you, Danny.
You're amazing. We can't wait to see what happens for the rest of the event. Maybe we'll be talking to you again after other victorious matches. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm a bit disappointed by how I played in Armageddon today, but it's good practice. Hopefully tomorrow I'll play better.
Yeah. Well, no one's really been that disappointed with your play so far, so I think you're going to carry over a lot of momentum. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you
so much.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Really appreciate it, guys.
All right, everybody, that was Wesley So. You heard him. He chose his opponent. That means we have clarity in our bracket. That's right. It'll be Wesley So versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana, which means we have some things to break down, because Wesley So, the guy who had the best record through the round-robin stage, set the seeds in the semifinals. So let's talk real quick and give our thoughts on these matchups. You heard Wesley say he chose Nodirbek. I think he had sound logic. He's like, at the end of the day, as hot as the kid is, I don't want to play the world number 1 or world number 2, Levy. Yeah, your thoughts on that?
Well, let's put it this way. If Fabiano was the 2nd highest rated chess player in the world, but the last 8 matches all went to Wesley in Rapid, Wesley probably would have chosen Fabiano because he has his number. But I think Fabiano's done pretty well against Wesley. I think there's a little bit of like a, look, if I don't have to, I'm not going to type of situation. And Nodirbek still has to prove himself. So that's why.
Kenny, give your thoughts on Caruana Carlsen, the other one.
Yeah, that's a heated matchup, obviously. I mean, it's another one of the World Championship things. Fabi's going to try to redeem himself there. You know, Carlsen, he was mad. He was like, hey, you know what? So you picked against me twice, what he said to me. Then he was like, coming to you, right about that. So it was funny, but Carlsen's just going to try to, do what he does best and try to be the GOAT and win this thing all the way out. It's 4 matches or 4 games. So with that being said, it's going to be really difficult for Fabi. But at the same time, if he plays the way that he was playing, I think he'll have a good chance as well. equal as well. I also wanted to say about what'd you call him? Nordy the Mystical
Magic Dragon.
Man,
Magic Dragon.
That's a nice name versus Wesley Serrano. Like
Wesley Serrano versus the Magic Dragon. The Magic Endgame Dragon now.
That's crazy.
The guy wins a lot of endgames.
Yeah, his endgames are sick. Pretty nice.
Really good. I'm just gonna say I think it's overblown. I think I fall for this myself, like Carlsen, Caruana, the Battle of the Cars. You know, we're always like, oh, World Championship 2018. That was 2018, man, all over again. 2018 was crazy, man. It was. It's gonna be 2057. They're gonna be in the retirement home, or hopefully not yet.
We're gonna be crying.
And we're gonna be like 2018. It's gonna be like that Vince McMahon meme, you know, where he's just like.
Yeah.
It's been 2018. That was crazy.
No, but I mean that's fair to say. But also, I think part of the reason is that chess has only gotten faster since 2018. We see more big events with these types of time controls. But what was the storyline of 2018? It was that Fabiano Caruana didn't lose in classical. He lost in the fast time control. So I think that there's a reason that conversation continues to come up, and we have yet to see Fabi beat Magnus in a big. Rapid match.
Yeah.
I mean, so again, we're here, we're talking about it. So
it's just never happened yet. So,
what do you do if you're in his head?
You know, I gotta maybe wear a different shirt. You know, what I mean? Like we might hit the gym or something. You know, whatever he needs to do, he gotta do it now. Maybe take a shot or two before. Maybe don't do that. Okay, don't take.
Maybe
we
can, but we won't.
He needs to do something different, Danny, because that's the only way that I'm going to do. What'd you say? Insanity. To do the same thing over and over, expect a different result, right? Of course, we got to do something different here, Danny, if I'm gonna be Magnus.
Well, the thing is, Fabiano didn't lose in Armageddon also. Let's keep that in mind, right? It was Hikaru who had so many Armageddons, and he did say in a two-game rapid match at this level, if you get to an Armageddon, it really is a coin flip. Magnus beat Fabiano in this particular tournament with a very convincing game with the black pieces where he played the Nimsewich defense, right? He played e4, knight c6. So he played an offbeat opening. He immediately turned the game into total chaos. And Fabiano had to make a lot of important decisions that already had a high level of impact on the position, and he made incorrect decisions. And Magnus won that game with that, the queen sack at the end with the pawn. It was a very convincing game. So Fabiano has some work to do because, will Magnus solidify now? Because he has so many more games. That wasn't just one game. Now they have to play like 8 games potentially against each other, maybe 10 games, because semifinals are 2 days long. So it's interesting to see, will Magnus tighten up? Or is he going to just go all out, play whatever he wants, and freestyle, and just try to take Fabi out quickly?
We're going to find out. We still have a lot of things to find out. Can you believe it? We're having a lot of fun, and there's still 4 more days ahead. And guess what? There's still more chess for you to watch today. This may have been the longest chess broadcast for you in the history of your viewing online career, fans. But guess what? If you missed the Armageddon battle between Magnus and Hikaru from a couple days ago, you should head over to our YouTube channel and check it out with some bonus features, some analysis, and some commentary by someone named Tania Sachdev. There's a lot of good things about that video. I think you might want to head over and check that out. But all right, for the whole crew, obviously the team in Oslo, shout out to them for staying up super late. Tanya, David, Hess, and everyone over there. For everyone here, there's a lot of people working hard to bring it. Levy, Canty, myself. This is awesome. We're going to see you tomorrow. It's the first day of the semifinals, longer matches. 4 players are still standing here in Toronto. It's the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals, and we'll be back, and we'll see you then.
Hikaru has to win this match.
Wow, the Black King.
Oh, that's he walks into a knight fork.
He's in the net. He's in the net. He walked right into the net. Bishop can even.
And they know it. They know it. Magnus Carlsen gets the job done, takes it to Armageddon. Alireza is flagged, and Magnus Carlsen gets the win. Alireza Firouzja eliminated.
Oh
my God, he misses it. Maxime misses it. Game, set, match. Hikaru Nakamura, he wins the Armageddon. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he does it. He goes through to the semifinals in the Armageddon.
Chess.